Scientists and engineers, robot fans of all ages, please welcome your first alumni and your MC, Sam Zanti.
Alrighty, good morning, Indiana! How are we doing this morning? Good, we ready for some robots today? Yeah, me too. Welcome to the 2025 First Indiana Robotics State Championship and this year's challenge, Reefscape, presented by Haas. And congratulations for qualifying for the District Championship. Great work to all you guys. Reefscape is part of our ocean-inspired season, First Dive, presented by Qualcomm. Qualcomm is proud to partner with First to inspire students to make waves with your innovations and transform into confident leaders. A big thanks to Qualcomm for their nearly 20 years of support and for investing in your future. And we're very excited to partner with our Reefscape season presenting sponsor, the Gene Haas Foundation. As a leading CNC manufacturer, Haas knows the skills you develop this season create success. Whether it's helping prepare for today's game action, an F1 race, or exploring the depths of the ocean, Haas is proud to support FIRST robotics competition teams around the world. We want to highlight our statewide partners here in Indiana who make our local events possible. A big thank you to Toyota Indiana, Salesforce, the Argosy Foundation, Andy Mark, and Carrier. A big thanks to all our donors, from the largest companies to small businesses and individual donors who support our events and teams every season. We really couldn't do it without you. This event would not be possible without support from our host team, 1741. We thank them for all of their support this weekend. To welcome us to our amazing venue, please give a round of applause for Center Grove Principal, Tracy McMahon.
Good morning, everyone. How are you? Oh, you have to do better. How are you? Yes. We are so excited to have you here at Center Grove High School and in Greenwood, Indiana. We hope that you enjoy this weekend and enjoy our beautiful school. If you need anything, please do not hesitate to ask any of the volunteers who are around here. I would like to thank our Red Alert Robotics for all the work that they have done over this week. They have given up almost their entire spring break to prepare for this wonderful event, and I know that's a lot, especially when we ask them to do so much at school. I am also so proud of them for winning the Impact Award. To me, that is one of the best awards that you can win because it shows their dedication to our community. And I just want them to know how much I appreciate the work that they do to help make our school and this community a better place. I would like to know if you are a teacher or a sponsor or a volunteer. Will you please stand for me? Teacher, sponsor, or volunteer? Look around. Thank you so much. I am in awe every single day as to what our teachers, sponsors, and volunteers do. We absolutely could not do what we do without you, and our students would not have the experiences that they have without your leadership and mentorship. So we cannot thank you guys enough. Again, we are very proud to have you here. We're excited to have you here. Regardless of what the outcome is, it's clear that you are all winners. I hope that you learn more about robotics and that you gain some friendships along the way. So again, thank you for being here at Center Grove. If you need anything, please let one of us know. Good luck and congratulations.
Alrighty, let's give another round of applause to Center Grove to thank them for their support this weekend. We would now like to highlight a unique educational opportunity from one of our community partners, Lionfish Cybersecurity.
Indiana Robotics, but built to lead. They've already built the future with their hands. They've wired systems, designed solutions, solved problems most adults wouldn't know how to start. They understand how machines move, but more importantly, they understand how to work as a team. They are the minds behind the machines. But now there's a new mission calling, not on a competition field, but on the digital front lines of our nation. The threats are invisible, silent, sophisticated, and already here. Hackers and cyber criminals are targeting power grids, emergency services, water systems, and local governments. The fight is no longer only physical, it's digital. And we need innovators. We need protectors. We need builders. That's why First Indiana Robotics students are uniquely equipped to answer the call. Through the Career Scholarship Account CSA program, students in grades 10 through 12 can enroll in free cybersecurity training and certification through Lionfish Cybersecurity. They'll gain real-world IT and cyber skills, earning certifications like CompTIA A+, Network Plus, and Security Plus, credentials recognized by industry and national defense leaders alike. They won't just be studying, they'll be learning how to protect infrastructure, support communities, and defend the systems they'll one day design themselves. Because if you're building the future, you should know how to defend it too. This is more than a resume booster, it's a call to action, a chance to be part of something bigger than yourself. If you've ever wanted to prove what your mind and heart are capable of, this is your moment. CSA scholarships are limited and first come, first serve. Contact Lionfish Cybersecurity to begin your mission. You were built to solve problems. Now you're being called to defend what matters most. First Indiana Robotics, but built to lead.
Now, to speak more about Lionfish Cybersecurity, please welcome CEO Jeremy Miller.
Hello and thank you. So good morning, First Indiana Robotics. What a powerful site. You know, this is my first time being at one of these and I am so impressed. I came yesterday, watched you guys get ready. I couldn't believe my eyes how efficient you are at this. It was amazing. We have hundreds of Indiana's brightest young inventors, engineers, leaders, ready to build, compete, and solve problems that matter. You know, I've seen a lot of great teams in my life as an Army Green Beret. I serve with soldiers trained to think critically, operate under pressure, adapt on mission changes. And looking around this room, I see that same mindset. You're builders, strategists, and team players. But every hero's journey has a moment, and a moment when they're called to do something bigger than themselves. And that moment is here. Right now, our country is under threat, not just from across the oceans, but through the lines of code. Hackers and hostile actors are already in our critical infrastructures, our power grids, our hospitals, our schools, and even small businesses. This new battlefield doesn't need bullets. It needs brilliant minds. It needs you. Through Indiana's Career Scholarship Account that you just heard about, you know, students grade 10 through 12 can enroll to learn A+, Sec+, Net+, and increase your ability to build these robots even better and secure them. These credentials, the military wants them, engineering firms want them, and IT firms all over the globe want them. And even if you don't go into cybersecurity, you'll gain these skills that help you lead in any field. Engineering, healthcare, business, defense. You'll understand how to secure systems, protect data, and think like a digital problem solver as well. These certs can help you earn college credits, strengthen your resume, and rise above your peers. You've already proven that you could build. It's time to prove that you can defend. The CSA grants are limited, and it's first come, first serve. I have a booth out here. Please come see me. I'd love to talk to you, love to get you enrolled for next year. It's free. The school doesn't have to pay for it. Your parents don't have to pay for it. This is something that the Indiana Treasurer's Office has put together, and it's an amazing opportunity for us, me as a Green Beret, to come and help organize, train, and equip the next generation of our people that are going to save our country. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much again to Lionfish Cybersecurity for their support. Now, it's time to recognize our volunteers in the blue shirts. Please welcome the judges, led by Judge Advisors Ben Cerveni and Betsy Baxter. The judges want to hear your stories, your successes, and challenges. This is a distinguished group from companies and organizations where you may want to work someday, so go network. Judges, thank you for your time and effort. You've got a difficult task with this competitive group of teams. There's another group of volunteers you'll get to know here on the playing field. Their job is to ensure fair play, enforce the rules, and to help all teams compete intensely while remembering their gracious professionalism. Their rulings are final, and there will be no video reviews. Please welcome your referees, led by head referee Rachel Burke. Along with a fair competition, safety is a priority at first. We want you to have fun and be safe at the same time. Helping us achieve that, please welcome our safety manager, Riley Ficker. Here at the event, we'd like to make sure you and your team have a safety plan. Mentors, please communicate your safety plan and a designated meeting place to your team. We have one award which recognizes an individual student and not a team. It's the Dean's List Award. Dean's List nominees, please stand. And now, let's all give a round of applause for all of these students who are nominated by their teams this season. Thank you for being such terrific leaders. It's exciting to think about the impact that so many of you will make in our world in the next 50 years. Being a first team member means access to education and career discovery opportunities such as industry certifications, internships, and scholarships. First offers you the opportunity to network with employers and a place in the First community for life. For our First alumni who are volunteering, mentoring, or just cheering on teams at our event today, the First Alumni Mixer will be held tonight at 7 p.m. in the cafeteria. Please come join us. Many First Indiana alumni are here to volunteer, mentor, or support our programs. Thank you all for continuing to stay involved in the First Indiana community. As always, let's make sure that everything you do at the tournament reflects gracious professionalism. The nominees for the Woody Flowers Finalist Award, which is created in honor of Woody Flowers, the originator of gracious professionalism, will be honored during this weekend's award ceremonies. Mentors nominated by their team are the Woody Flowers Finalist Award contenders. The winner will receive a blue banner, a trophy, and a shirt signed by all of you. Woody's signature look was a shirt he'd ask everybody to sign, and we want you to carry on that tradition for our Woody Flowers Finalist Award winner. Please stop by Pit Admin and sign the shirt today. Throughout the competition, please maintain Woody's legacy by acting with gracious professionalism. Finally, some venue housekeeping and safety reminders before we get started. Roundtables will be held in the volunteer lounge this afternoon. Please stop by and learn about other teams and interact with our fan community. Take a moment now to note the times and themes for our roundtables. Safety is everyone's responsibility, so please help us keep walkways and exits clear, and if you see something unsafe, like a tripping hazard or a spill, please correct the issue immediately or ask Pit Admin for help. It's important for everyone to have a safe, supportive, and enjoyable time at this event. If anything or anyone is making you feel uneasy, don't hesitate to reach out to a trusted adult for assistance. Please find an event manager in a bright blue polo, or ask someone with a radio to call one for you if you need any assistance. The First community cares for one another, so if you notice someone who seems to be having a tough time, take a moment to check in and see how you can lend a hand. Together, we can ensure that this event is safe and fun for everyone. Before we power up the robots, please welcome 1741 students and alumni, Lily Andrews, Brenna Porrett, and Snidi Pula stand for the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous
Alrighty, everybody, and with that, are you ready to play Rescape for our district championship? With that, let's go ahead and power up our robots and start the competition. The other voices you'll be hearing this weekend as a part of our talent team, please welcome first alumni Devin Langley, Bryce Castle, Carl Landskron, and Britta Porrett. Alrighty, everybody. Oh. And just like that, it's time to introduce our first round of teams for today. Let's go ahead and start off with our first Red Alliance of this event. This team might be wearing the wrong color for this match, but it's Team 234.
Hailing from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Cyber Blue.
And with them, they are partnering up with Team 447.
They're a family community team from Anderson, Indiana. It's Team Roboto.
And rounding out this alliance, it's a team that's got that dog in them, and it's Team 2171.
They're here to bring the bite. It's Robo Dogs. They're proudly sponsored by Dennis Hillberger Base Solutions, Punto and Crane Orthodontics, and local plumbers 210.
And as we swim on over to our Blue Alliance side of the field, our first team over here is pretty super. It is Team 7457.
They're here with the robot Golden Corral. It's Super Duper Robotics.
And with a team that's ready to invade the competition, it is Team 461.
With students from West Lafayette's junior senior high school, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
And last but certainly not least, in this qualification match, a team ready to pounce on the competition, it's 292.
Hailing from Rushville, Indiana, and with students from Western High School, it's Panther Tech. They are proudly sponsored by Aptive Foundation GM Andy Mark, Borg Warner, and Dandel Trowis.
Alrighty, we are good to go on the field. Ready for our first qualification match. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
First 15 seconds completely pre-programmed and autonomous. All the teams are using programmed code for the first 15 seconds. 461, Westside Boulder Invasion quickly delivering some game pieces to the top part of their reef. Although scoring is worth more points during this autonomous period. 234 successfully placing 2 of those game pieces, each worth 7 points. As we enter the teleoperated period, human players pick up the controllers and drive the robots their team built over the last 13 weeks. Points are as follows. 2 points for scoring in the trough. That's the bottom part of that reef area. And as you work your way up, it's worth more points for 5 points for coral scored at the top part of the reef. 2 game pieces this year. Those teal spheres are known as algae. Those start in the barrier reef, and teams had to remove that to open it up. Additional scoring opportunities for their alliance. The other game piece are those PVC tubes known as coral. Plenty of those available outside the field of play, and those come in through their human player coral station. Each alliance has 2 of those, and there's a human player behind that to deliver game pieces. 234 actually making use of one of those now. That's Cyber Blue from Indianapolis, Indiana. They'll pick up those additional game pieces and hope to score them somewhere on their reef to score additional points for their alliance. There's also the processor. That's where teams can score algae. There's one of those for each alliance. They can score that and give it to their opponent teams that then score directly in the top part of the barge itself. Scores currently 106 to 72 in favor of the Blue Alliance. We can see lots of icons on that audience display. You see a number out of 4. That's their progress towards that ranking point threshold. Teams trying to fill up that reef with 5 pieces on each of those 4 levels to get an additional bonus. And we'll also see that meatball-looking icon. That's for algae scored in the barge or processor. There's an additional icon available if they agree to cooperation by placing game pieces in the processor. 44-7, Team Roboto, one of the few teams that kind of focused on algae this season. They can score directly into the barge, worth 4 points for their alliance. T292, Panther Tech, lining up for a game piece from their human player station. Taking it over to the reef, scoring just about shy in the bottom part of their reef. Scores only 130 to 102 with 30 seconds remaining in the match. Here at that 20-second mark, we're going to hear a sonar ping. Let's take a listen for it. That means we've now entered the endgame period, and teams will start making their way over to those cages hung underneath the barge. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. The cages that are a lot closer to the ground are a lot harder to design around. Team 447, Team Roboto, and their teammate 234 appear to be off the ground. 461 joining that club. They do have to remain elevated after the match to get those additional points, and that's all we have for qualification match 1 here at the Indiana State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. And let's take a look at that scores for your first qualification match. Your winners are the Blue Alliance. The Blue Alliance taken with a score of 155. Of course, our high score at the event being our first match. They did successfully achieve all 6 of those ranking points. About 8% of matches now are getting that threshold. That's 3 for winning the match, those 3 trophy icons. That 1 boat icon for the work in the end game period, climbing on that barge. Both teams received that. They got that robot icon for their work in autonomous, crossing that black line and scoring a game piece. And also the highly coveted reef ranking point for filling up the reef with that threshold. Congratulations to Blue Alliance winning the match, and stick tight for qualification match 2.
Before we get ready for qualification match number 2, we're going to go ahead and play this year's game animation for those of you who may not be as familiar with Reefscape. Alrighty, everybody. What a great qualification match number 1. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 2. Starting over here on our Red Alliance team that's ready to sink their teeth into the competition, it is Team 1024.
With students from Mackenzie Center for Innovation and Technology, it's the Kilobytes.
And ready to blaze away with victory, it is Team 7617.
Their robot's name is Firefish from Carmel, Indiana. It's the Robo Blazers.
And rounding out our Red Alliance tribe, it is Team 4485.
Proudly hailing from Danville Community Schools, it's Tribe Tech Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by Duke Energy and Waste Management.
And as we dive on over to our blue side of the field, our first team on our blue alliance is precisely what the alliance needs. It is Team 3176.
Hailing from Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
And hoping to fly away with them with victory, it is Team 1501.
They're a 4-H team from Huntington, Indiana. It's Team Thrust.
And ready to take charge in qualification match number 2, it is Team 10332.
They're here with their robot Frederick. It's the Chargers. They're proudly sponsored by Medical Informatics Engineering. That's Doug Warner and the Dogwood Foundation.
Alrighty, green light on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, reefscape.
First 15 seconds completely pre-programmed in the Thomas. All the teams crossing that black taped line and each team's alliance scoring a game piece. So we should see them get that ranking point bonus. 1501 Team Thrust, typically a high performer during this autonomous period, already going for their third game piece just shy as we exit that first 15 seconds. The remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds is all teleoperated. Human players picking up the drivers to drive the robots that their team built over the past 13 weeks. Team 1024, the Kilobytes, Indianapolis-based teams, continuing to manipulate those game pieces, successfully storing a coral there on that L2 level. We're 3 points for their alliance. Team 3176, Purple Precision, picking up a game piece from their coral station. Their interior ramp design allows them to bring that game piece out in an imprecise manner over to their climb mechanism and then delivering it successfully on the top part of their reef. 4485 TriTech Robotics with their teeth-based mechanism on the side there, grabbing those algae out of the reef and then placing them directly into the barge. Each of those worth 4 points for that alliance. Most teams bypassing the processor, even though it would be worth more points to begin with, they pass it over to their opponents and then their opponents score some additional points, so it's only a net worth of 2. Continuing on the far side wide, the Chargers with a ram onto their opponents. That bumper action is allowed as long as that contact time is kept to a minimum. They've now beached themselves on an algae, but they're just able to potentially slide off and continue that pressure on their opponents. Sometimes preventing your opponents from scoring is just as good as scoring yourselves, because all it comes down to is that score at the end of the match and all those bonuses. Blue Alliance 3/4 of the way to that ranking point bonus. Red Alliance making their way now 2/4. 7617, the Robo Blazers from Carmel, Indiana. Their robot's name is Firefish, and they've been on fire in the competition so far this season, successfully getting a couple of finalists. They're hoping to repeat that and maybe go for the winners in this event. 1501 Team Thrust continue to place game pieces, hoping to score on the top part of their reef, L4, L for level. That would have been worth 5 points for their alliance. Scores currently 122 to 132. Only 10-point difference between these two teams. That's 2 coral scored at the top, and depending on different scoring opportunities. 20 seconds remaining. We heard that sonar ping means teams will start making their way over to those cages to get elevated off the ground for additional ranking points. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. 2 types of cage in this year's game. The deep cage, which is closer to the ground, and the shallow cage, which is farther up. 7617, hoping to get grappled on and get elevated off the ground to the Blue Alliance robots, getting Purple Precision already elevate off the ground. And that's about all the time we had for qualification match 2 here at the FRC Indiana State Championship. Stick tight to see those scores. We have our scores qualification match 2. Your winners are the Red Alliance. A tight match for almost the entire duration, winning with a score of 165 to Blue Alliance's 149. Topping the scores we saw in our first match for our new high score. They'll walk away with 4 of those ranking points for their hard work in Autonomous, and for 3 for winning the match. Blue Alliance not walking away empty-handed. They're going to get 1 for their work in the end game period. That boat icons for their hard work in the barge. We can see that threshold's greater than 14. And then another ranking point for their reef work in the reef. Teams will continue to increase their ranking point average to get higher in today's competition. Stick tight for qualification match 3.
Hello and welcome to the Indiana Broadcast Desk. My name is Carl Landskren and I'm here with
Cooper Hawkins.
And we are excited to bring you a live coverage of this event in between matches. One of the things I love about this event is the absolutely fierce combat these robots are going to have to do on the field, and I'm super excited for all the amazing things we have to see. What are you excited about, Cooper?
I'm excited to see the strategy change from how it's been in the other district events and see how the robots have changed what they're doing to score more points and to rank higher.
And that's the amazing thing about the state championships that we see here, is the fact that robots have been working on improving their skills over the last 2 to 4 weeks to make sure that they have the absolute best performance coming on here soon. Have you seen any of the cool improvements we've had down in the pits?
Sorry, I didn't catch that. Say it again.
That's fine. Have you gotten to see any of the really cool improvements down in the pits yet, Cooper?
Actually, I did get to see Super Duper's new L1 score. It's a super nice addition to get that last ranking point.
That's awesome. I also heard there's a couple teams right now that are focusing on improving their algae game for this match. We're super excited to see those out on the field today. Yep. So we have 12 other amazing broadcasters with us, and we're super excited to see them come on as well in just a moment. Awesome. With that, we're going to send it back down to the field.
Alrighty, everybody, Quals match 3. Let's meet our Red Alliance over here. Starting off with a team that's geared up and ready for the match. It is Team 10021.
With their robot, the Violet Vortex from Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garen Catholic Golden Gears.
And with their partner ready to fight to victory, it is Team 8103.
With students from East Noble High School, it's Knight Robotics.
And a team that is literally the GOAT, it is Team 829.
Hailing from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats. They are proudly sponsored by DoD STEM, Motorola Solutions, the Dean Haas Foundation, Bayer Fund, and Colors Incorporated.
And as we make our way over to our blue side of the field, I see a team that is ready to take this competition out of this world. It is Team 5188.
With students from West Vigo High School, Terre Haute, South Vigo High School, and Terre Haute, North Vigo High School, it's Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
And partnering up with them, ready to bulldoze the competition, is Team 4272.
They're here with the robot Swim Shady. It's Maverick Robotics.
And rounding out our final team in this alliance, our host team, ready to alert the competition, it is Team 1741.
All the way from Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert. They're proudly sponsored by Crossroads Engineers, Cummins, Center Grove Education Foundation, Paul Jewel Jensen Foundation, and Toyota Material Handling.
Alrighty, we are good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
First 15 seconds completely autonomous and pre-programmed as per usual. 1741 making use of their hopper design to pick up game pieces imprecisely and then deliver them precisely onto the coral reef. 829 Digital Goats proudly moving a game piece over to the top part of their reef. Successfully scoring would have been worth 7 points during the autonomous period. As we move into the teleoperated period, some of those bonuses are now lowered. 5 points now if you score on the top part of the reef, and 2 if you score down on the bottom of the trough, working their way down in the point levels. 51-88, classified robotics, picking a game piece from their human player station and delivering it over to the L3 level of their reef, worth 4 points for their alliance. 829, the digital goats continuing to place game pieces on their part of the reef. All their teammates joining them on those scoring opportunities. Those teal spheres you see around the play are called algae. They are limited in amount. See, all the ones that began on the field is all we'll see during the match. So once they're scored in the barge, they won't exit that, and many teams will helpfully remove that to help with maneuverability around the field of play. 829, after successfully delivering an algae into the processor, used their ground intake mechanism to pick up that coral piece, reducing the cycle time, or the time from picking up a game piece to scoring it in the field of play. The shorter that time is, the more you can fit in opportunities in the match, hopefully raising your scores. Scores currently 104-98 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Over a minute remaining in the match, so plenty of time to change that. The Garen Catholic Golden Gears have been secretly working hard and pounding coral onto their coral reef. Scoring down there at the L2 level, only worth 3 points, but they have their eyes set on that ranking point bonus, where you need 5 of those game pieces on each of the 4 levels. 1741 has their unique human player mechanism that they can shoot that coral out through the human slot, and they can pick it up from the ground using their intake mechanism. A lot of teams aren't able to intake off the ground due to the plethora of game pieces outside the field of play. They'll simply continue to use that coral reef station and their coral human player station to bring additional game pieces to the field of play. 30 seconds remaining in the match, 42-72, continuing to pick up game pieces and manipulate their robot. A lot of teams will start making their way over to the barge after we hear the sonar ping. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. Teams trying to get elevated off the ground to get the most amount of points for the Lions. 10-00-21, the Garen Catholic Golden Gears, hoping to get elevated. They do have to grab onto that cage and pull it winch underneath. 42-72 appears to be elevated. 829 joining them. Red Alert continuing to score game pieces and potentially just about cresting over that ranking point threshold. Well, let's see how those scores total up for the first Indiana State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. Oh, okay. Interesting. Thank you. Let's take a look at those scores. Your winners of this match are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking the score of 177 and slowly pressuring up that high score for a match. All available ranking points here are distributed. That's all 9. 6 for the Blue Alliance, 3 for winning the match, and 3 for all those bonus quests that are available. Red Alliance getting those 3 as well for their work in Autonomous, their Reef, and the Barge. That's all the ranking points we're able to distribute since they both completed all 3 of those extra opportunities. Blue Alliance, though, getting those extra 3 for winning the match. Stick tight for qualification match 4.
Awesome. We're back here up on the broadcast desk, and we want to talk a little bit about this year's game for the people back at home on that Twitch stream. So these teams have been spending the last 13 weeks designing, building, programming, and of course competing with their robots here at the state championships. During this time, they've been perfecting their different mechanisms to score on a couple different game pieces. Cooper, could you show us one of the game pieces right now?
So this is algae. It's a large ball that teams score in either the processor or the barge. It's typically looked over because it's better to score coral for point-wise, but algae allows you to get just a little bit more score and also make ranking points easier to get.
Yeah, the 4 points that can come from algae are really, really powerful. The other game pieces we have out on the field are what we call the coral. And the coral are these 4-inch in diameter, kind of long PVC tubes, as you can see, fully hollow on the inside, allowing you to grab it multiple different ways. And we've seen a lot of different unique mechanisms from teams holding this. Anything from grabbing the game piece from around it to going through the center of it has made these teams be able to hold them in different ways overall. So let's take a look a little bit at the actual match itself. So in this match, when we start out, we're going to start with a fully autonomous period. These first 15 seconds running right now, these robots completely pre-programmed overall. Now, we'll come back to talking about the match a little bit more, but we got another one coming up for you now.
All right, thanks, Carl. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for this match. Starting over here with our Red Alliance, a team that is ready to wreck the competition. It is Team 5402.
They're tiny but mighty from Logansport in Walton, Indiana. It's Reckless Robotics.
And ready to take a bite out of the competition, it is Team 10492.
Hailing from Edsonville, Indiana, it's Bossy Bite Force.
And rounding out our Alliance here and ready to top off our Red Alliance, it is Team 5010.
With their robot Tiger Shark from Fishers, Indiana, it's Tiger Dynasty. They are proudly sponsored by the Thrifty Bot, Lower Beeville American Legion Post 470, Johnson Controls, and Borg Warner.
And as we wade our way over to our Blue Alliance, starting off, we have a team that is ready to hound the competition. It is Team 868.
They are here to inspire, engage, and invent from Carmel, Indiana. It's the Tech Hounds.
All right, and another team that is ready to hatch away at a competition, it is Team 8430.
Hailing from Washington, Indiana, it's the Hatch Batch.
And rounding out our Blue Alliance pack, it is Team 5484.
With students from Career Academy South Bend, it's the Wolf Pack. They are proudly sponsored by Rev Robotics, Yellow Dog Extrusion, Career Academy South Bend, and the Gruton Smith Family Foundation.
Alrighty, good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
During a ton of pre-pro period, all those game pieces are worth additional points. Even the contributions from Bossy Bite Force will still be worth additional points during this time. For 50 seconds completely autonomous and pre-programmed, Team 868, the Tech Hounds, picking up a game piece and delivering to the top part of their reef. Each of those were 7 points for their lines, just shy of that 4th placement that they were looking for, but still pretty impressive. Scores 30-19 as we exit that autonomous period. The remainder of the 2 minutes and 50 seconds is all tele-operated. Human players picking up their drivers, driving the robots that their team built over the last 13 weeks. Team 868, the Tech Hounds, removing that coral or algae from their reef and then placing it onto the top part of the barge, worth 4 points for their alliance. Team 10-4-92, Bossy Bite Force over on the Blue Alliance side, putting that pressure on their opponents with some bumper-on-bumper action. That contact is allowed as long as it's done in a short time period and outside of those protected areas. 54-02, Reckless Robotics has been a high performer throughout this entire season, picking up game pieces from their human player station and delivering them up to the top part of their reef and just about anywhere in the reef for 5 points up there at the top. 50-10, Tiger Dynasty, just shy of placing a game piece there. They'll pick up another one and potentially place it. The cycle times, time from picking up a game piece to delivering it onto the field of play is what teams are trying to minimize. The shorter that duration, the more opportunities they can fit in play into that tight time in the match. Just over a minute remaining match, about 70 seconds. Scores currently 86-63 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Teams are working towards that coral ranking point, the highly coveted 5 of those game pieces on all 4 of those levels. That threshold can be lowered if teams agree to cooperation by placing 2 algae into their processor. 84-30, the hatch match, picking up game pieces. They've got 1 driver and then their coach there monitoring those game pieces. Teams can have up to 2 drivers in that area and that assistant coach to kind of operate and monitor the field of play as they continue to drive their robots around in this teleop period. Team 50-10 Tiger Dynasty, again, showing off why Swerves is such a valuable drive mechanism for this year's season. Most teams here in the state of Indiana in the competition are continuing to use that with just a few teams left. As we start winding down in time, we'll hear that sonar ping at 20 seconds. That means we'll start seeing teams make their way over to those cages and get elevated off the ground. Teams 868, the Tech Hounds, successfully elevating themselves. Their teammates hoping to join them here in a moment. All they need is 1 robot to park to get that barge ranking point. 54-84 Wolfpack joining them, successfully cresting that rank point threshold. Red Alliance hoping to score just a few more points, trying to get that ranking point. They seem to be successful. Stick tight to see those scores. All right, and let's take a look for your scores for qualification match 4. Your winners are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance getting a score of 146. The Red Alliance is 117. They successfully completed all 6 of those ranking point opportunities for a Narwhal match, the Unicorns of the Sea. All those teams maintaining their ranking, but they got those 6 ranking points, 3 for winning the match, 1 for their hard work in autonomous and in the end game period, and that hardly soft after coral ranking point, which both teams were able to successfully complete. Stick tight for qualification match 5.
Hello, everybody. It's Cooper and Carl up at the broadcasting desk, and we're going to use qualification match number 4 to kind of go over the stages of the game and explain how you score in Reefscape. So starting with autonomous, robots will move their own predetermined paths around the reef and towards the human player station to try and score without defense and on their own pre-programmed paths.
Awesome. After that autonomous mode, a lot of teams are focusing on scoring those algae and coral across on the field. So we'll see a couple places people scoring that. For example, 868 here, grabbing a coral from that coral feeder station, going and taking that over to the reef. Now the reef is this large kind of purplish structure that we're seeing here on either side of the field. As they continue to go around the field, you'll also see teams scoring in coral not only on the reef but also in the barge, as we see happening right here. now. Those barge points worth up to 4 points apiece. Coral actually ends up being worth different points based upon its height. At its highest point, worth 5 points, then 4, 3, and then finally into what's known as the trough here. That trough worth a total of only 2 points apiece, but a lot more can end up in there. And then near the end of the match, we can see some new things that happen from these teams. Cooper, can you talk about what in-game looks like for us?
Yeah, so during endgame, teams will actually try and climb on cages. They're given 2 options for deep and shallow that are worth 6 and 12 points. And if they score 14 points, they can actually get a ranking point, which affects their ranking in the qualifications.
Awesome. With that, we're going to send it back down to the field.
Alrighty, thanks for that from our broadcasting desk. Let's go ahead and introduce our Red Alliance for our next match, starting off with a team that is good to go in golden. It is Team 328.
Their Wombats name is System of a Down. From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
And a team that is ready to rock the competition, it is Team 6956.
With students from Westfield High School, it's Shamrock Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance team that is out of this world, it is Team 4926.
They're here to ignite, involve, and impact. From Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactech. They're proudly sponsored by Klein, King & Keen, Tracy L. Howdown Foundation, and Jim and Jennifer Rumsey.
Swimming our way over to our Blue Alliance, let's go ahead and start off with Team 7454.
They were your first Impact winner here at Washington. It's Huskies on Hog.
And a team ready to cause some pandemonium, it is Team 1747.
They're here to drive it like they stole it. From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And showing some pride for their alliance, it is Team 3487.
Just down the road in Plainfield, Indiana, it's Red Pride Robotics. They are proudly sponsored by AMPG, Geodes, MH Equipment, and Glenn & Kuhn Accounting.
Alrighty, we've got a thumbs up on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
The autonomous pre-program period lasts for 15 seconds. Teams row moving based on the code their teams wrote before the match even began. 328, the Golden Rooks, hoping to pick up that algae. They're just shy, though, but it's impressive autonomous once it gets underway. 4926, Galactech going to place additional game pieces, just about running out of time in the autonomous period. Luckily, the remainder 2 minutes and 15 seconds is all tele-operated. Human players pick up their driver controllers and moving around the robots that their team built over the last 13 weeks. 47-52 Huskies on Hog. The only team in this weekend's event with a Mecanum drive. A little bit less agile than a Swerve, but it has its abilities that are still beneficial. 328, the Golden Rooks. Keep a close eye watching them throughout this entire match. They'll quickly clear the field of all the algae. They're a great algae bot in this year's season. Those teal spears are worth 6 points into the processor. However, you do pass it over to your opponents, and they have an opportunity to score it directly in the barge, worth 4 points for the opponent's alliance. 69-56, West Shamrock Robotics continuing to pick up game pieces and score for their alliance. Blue Alliance, though, has been working hard while we've diligently been checking in on the Red Alliance. They've been holding their own here on this side. 34-87, Red Pride Robotics picking up an algae from their human and then removing it from the reef, opening up additional scoring opportunities for their alliance. Red Alliance has got that cooperation. They can see that handshake icon now on the screen. If Blue Alliance were to score 2 algae in their processor, that would lower that ranking point threshold. However, Red Pride Robotics is skipping the processor in its entirety and is just scoring directly into the barge, pinching the teal spheres so in a difficult way. Red Alliance continuing to hammer away on their competition with 40 seconds remaining in the match. All of those algae are now void of the Red Alliance side, except for that last one, which the Golden Rooks are hunting for. Scores currently 111 to 155, 51 in favor of your Red Alliance. Still lots of points available in that end game climb period. The Shamrock Robotics already getting lined up for that cage climb. 20 seconds, we'll hear that sonar ping, which means we'll start seeing teams head over to those cages. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. Teams hoping to get elevated off the ground to score the most amount of points for their alliance. Huskies and Hogs successfully grappling their cage and getting elevated off the ground. 1747 hoping to join them as well. Black Tech already elevated. They'll have to stay that way after the end of the match to get those points for their opponents. Red Pride Robotics just sneaking in for those spark points. We'll have to see how these scores total up here at the end of qualification match 5 here at the first Indiana State Championship.
Right? Oh, you're right.
1 second. Okay, be careful because if you're like.
And let's see your scores for your last qualification match. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance sprinting away with a score of 176 to Blue Alliance's 54. Tighter than you might have expected. They're only going to get 5 of those ranking points. They were just shy on their Coral Reef for that additional bonus. Still great work for both teams for that barge ranking point. That's that boat icon you see. And Red Alliance ultimately taking the win here with a score of 176. Stick tight for the next match.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Bryce, for that. We're going to take a moment now to talk not just about the individual matches, but something that affects the entire competition, the rank points. Now, the amazing thing, Cooper, about these rank points is the fact that they are going to determine who gets to be our number 1, 2, 3 seeds, and the robots who get to first pick their alliance partners here in Indiana, where we get to essentially assemble the alliances for a playoff. So taking a look at the actual individual match itself, what gets you rank points? Well, winning gets you rank points, but we also see a rank point come in the form of auto. One of the things is teams need to get all 3 robots to come off this line. We see that happening over here with the Red Alliance. But in addition to that, we need to get 1 single score of a coral piece right here, and you'll see that come in for the Red Alliance here. Now, as this match continues, you're going to actually see 3, 2, 8 coming, grabbing an algae right here, and they're going to take it over to the processor. Now, this processor can be really important for something known as co-op. Cooper, could you talk a little bit about co-op for us?
So co-op isn't a direct ranking point, but it does help you achieve one. So as you can see, as we go through the match, or not so, teams will score up on the reef, but they're scoring on all levels. So as we continue, you can see that we're actually scoring on multiple different levels, not just the highest point one. Because in this case, the Red Alliance is actually trying to score 5 coral on all levels. And the point of co-op right here is that if both teams co-op, it actually lowers the amount of coral you need and the amount of levels you need to score it on. So it just makes the ranking point easier to get.
Awesome. And the last final one down there, these climbs are going to be really important to get the last rank point to try and get a total of 6. Every team trying to get all 6. With that, let's send it back down to the field.
Alrighty, thanks for that, Carl. Let's go ahead and meet our Red Alliance for this match, starting with the team that's ready to sink their teeth into the competition. It is Team 3940.
With students from Northwestern High School in Kokomo, Indiana, it's Cybertooth.
And partnering up with them in this match, it is Team 2197.
They're ready to sail the FRCs from New Carswell, Indiana. It's Las Pumas.
And hoping to fly to victory, it is Team 7657.
With their robot superbot, it's Thunderbots. They're proudly sponsored by Toyota, Evansville, Vanderburg School Corporation, Indiana Education, Matrix, and John Ruth Janis.
And over here, hoping to trailblaze the competition, is Team 6721.
Hailing from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
And partnering up with them, our team that is ready for our competition is Team 135.
Their robot's name is Johnson from Mishawaka, Indiana. It's the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And finally, rounding out our Blue Alliance, a team that is categorically ready for competition, it is Team 45.
An original and sustaining team from Kokomo High School, it's the Techno Cats. They are proudly sponsored by Andy Mark, Indiana Department of Education, Borg Warner, the Cottery, and Gene Haas Foundation.
Alrighty, we're good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Welcome to the autonomous period. The first 15 seconds is all completely pre-programmed Thundercat bots making their way and getting the coral reef stuck under part of their elevator. Teams can only hold on to one of each game piece at a time. There we go. As they continue into the teleoperated period. Score is currently 37-16 in favor of your Red Alliance. They have the remainder of the 2 minutes and 50 seconds to complete all those bonus objectives and become the winner of the match. 3940 Cybertooth can pick up off the ground, but it's still faster for them to head over to that Coral Human player station where they can pick up additional game pieces from the exterior part of the field. Tinley Trailblazers 6721 showing off their pink and teal, the contrast that will keep them well throughout this competition. Their mechanism for picking up game pieces has been laser etched and prepared for showing off all of their collateral. 7657 Thunderbots now over here on the Blue Alliance side of the field, putting that bumper-on-bumper pressure onto their opponents, trying to prevent them from scoring as much as possible. That only leaves 2 red robots on their alliance, but that opens up the field of play. And as they maneuver around the field and get up those scoring opportunities. 2197 Las Pumas has a green crayon installed on their robot, which they'll use to precisely place that game piece up onto the top part of their reef. Top points for the Lions, 5 points for scoring at the top part of their reef, then working their way 4 points for level 3, all the way down to 2 points for level 1 in that black trough area. Just under a minute remaining now in our match scores, 83-91. That's only an 8-point difference. That's 2 or 3 coral scored or 2 of those algae. Again, those algae are those teal spheres. They're inflatables. Teams will remove them from the reef to open up additional scoring opportunities and either place them in the processor or the barge for additional points. Thunderbots continuing to keep that pressure on, putting that bumper action onto Team 45. Again, that contact is allowed as long as it's kept under that 5-second tomahawk that you see from the refs. And it's done outside the protected zone. That's that taped off area around the reef this season. 135, the Penn Robotics Black Knights already getting elevated off the ground as we enter the end game period. We heard that sonar ping sound effect, which means teams are getting prepared and trying to get those final points. Teams can continue to score on their reef, which the Blue Alliance is. Red Alliance, though, getting elevated off the ground. Looks like 3 robots appear to be successful, and we'll have to see how those scores total up here at the end of qualification match 6 here at the first Indiana State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. And let's take a look at those scores for qualification match 6. Your winners will be the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking with a score of 140, only 5 points difference between that and the Blue Alliances. They're going to get away with 6 of those ranking points. Blue Alliance, though, still getting those 2, both for their hard work in Autonomous and the end game period. Stick tight for qualification match 7.
We're back up here on the broadcasting desk, and we've had some amazing fun matches so far, but let's dive into what it actually is to be down on the floor right now. So I'm here with Eddie Schmidt right now, who's going to talk to us a little bit about how his team overcame some adversity during their first competition this season.
Well, thank you, Carl. It's great to be here. We had a week at Kokomo. Our week 1 event didn't go quite the way we wanted it to. Turned it around. I'm really proud of our senior leadership. They were catting on the bus and really saying, we're not going to go out like that. And, we were very fortunate to play alongside your team in Maverick and also Super Duper. So shout out to them for selecting us for that alliance.
Awesome. So it seems like you really found a way for the team to pull the things together, and maybe not just even you, but the students, right? Really push through to allow them to make it the state championships overall. Is there anyone who is fundamental in helping this happen that you guys would like to thank?
Well, yeah, absolutely. I'd really like to thank AMPG, our title sponsor, for allowing us to, they provide us with mentors, supplies, equipment, and really just being there for us. So I really appreciate that. I'm really proud of our senior leaders. I've been telling them all day today, dance with the one you brought. Let's not do anything different and try to win this thing.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Eddie. We're going to send it back down to the field now.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our teams for this match. To start off this super match, we have Team 7457.
Currently your 4th ranked team from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And squaring up for the competition with them, it's Team 3494.
With their robot Calzienda, it's the Quadrangles.
And ready to fly to victory here, it is Team 1501.
From 4H in Huntington, Indiana, it's Team Thrust. They are proudly sponsored by PhD Inc., 4H, Beacon Credit Union, and Yamaha Robotics.
And as we swim on over to our blue side of the field, our first team is Team 292.
From Rushville, Indiana, it's Panther Tech.
And partnering up with them, ready to take away the competition, it is Team 1018.
Your rising all-star winner from Kokomo, it's Pike Robodevils.
And this team, I think they're on high alert. It's Team 1741.
All the way from Center Grove High School in Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert. They're proudly sponsored by Crossroad Engineers, Cummins, Center Grove Education Foundation, Pal Jewel Jensen Foundation.
Alrighty, we're ready to swim into this match. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, reefscape.
As we head into the autonomous period, the first 50 seconds is all completely pre-programmed. 1741 and 1501 team to roster your teams to watch during this time. Not to be outdone, though, 34-94, yeeting that coral into the top part of their barge, scoring lots of points for their teammates for the autonomous period. The remainder 2 minutes and 50 seconds is all tele-operated. Teams now maneuvering their robots. 34-94, the quadrangles picking up a game piece from the ground. Not a lot of teams can do that. The other team that can, though, is 1741. They've actually got 2 of those that are then dumped into a central trough, handed over to their elevator, then bringing that game piece up off the ground and scoring it into their the coral reef. 74-57, Super Duper successfully grabbing game pieces from their coral reef area and scoring it directly into their reef. 3 points for that game piece that they just scored on L2, standing for level. Team 10-18, the Pike Robo Devils for Indianapolis, Indiana, hoping to de-score that algae piece and get it out of the way for their teammates, opening up additional scoring opportunities. 1501 Team Thrust, hoping to deliver that game piece in the top part of their barge. Again, most teams skipping that processor, although it's worth more points initially. You pass it over to your opponents and give them an opportunity to score. Still net positive, but not as much as skipping the processor itself. Great design from our game designers this season. Blue Alliance, continue to deliver those game pieces out into the field of play. Since these teams have ground intake, some of those teammates are just tossing those game pieces onto the ground. Although it could be faster, they just move up to that station and score for their Alliance. Score is currently 112 to 158 in favor of your Red Alliance. Red Alliance already usurping that ranking point threshold bonus. Blue Alliance as well. They'll continue to fight for the winning status as they continue to spin down with time. Only 40 seconds remaining in the match. 292 Panther Techs delivering one of those game pieces out of their way and clearing the field for the climb end game period. With only 25 seconds remaining in the match, a lot of teams will start head over to those cages. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. We heard that sonar ping. Teams will now make their way and get elevated off the ground. 74-57, hoping to fill up that reef and sneak in additional game pieces. It appears like the Red Alliance was successful and may well be the first times here in Indiana that we've seen that. All 3 red robots appear to be elevated off the ground. They need to stay that way to get the most amount of points for their alliance. We might be looking at a new high score here in the state of Indiana. Stick tight to see how things total up. Exciting match. Well, to see who won there. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking with a score of 127, our new high score here at the event and in the state of Indiana for qualification matches. Of course, getting all 6 of those available ranking points, a narwhal match, Unicorn of the Sea. A great combination of 50-1 and 76-57 powerhouse there. Blue Alliance not walking away empty-handed, though, still getting those 3 ranking points for their work in Autonomous, the Reef, and the Barge. Stick tight for qualification match 8.
Awesome, everyone. We are back up, and let's take a moment to talk through that match. One of the highest qualification scores that we have seen up to this point in Indiana, 199 being one of the highest one we saw before. So taking a little bit look at this match, we've got on the Red Alliance this absolute powerhouse of teams. You've got 76-17 right there, or sorry, my bad, 74-57, as well as 50 15:01. These two teams, neither one has lost a single competition this season right now. A total of 5 blue banners across the both of them. But their alliance partner, 3494, definitely not a slouch as well. Now, 3494 has a fascinating robot because while it doesn't score L4, it's one of the quickest to score L1, 2, and 3 overall. And in this match, they showed what the power of triple defense can truly end up being overall. You can see near the end of this match an entirely full reef right there with multiple game pieces on the L1 area and a series of algae balls up in that barge overall. Now, I still do want to take a little bit of time to talk about the Blue Alliance and one robot in particular that we saw there, which was 1741. And one of the things I love about 1741 is their intake right there. If you watch them, they can actually collect game pieces from the ground, and that's something that's going to make them really, really powerful in these playoff segments because we can see there's such a shorter cycle time overall. With that, let's send it back down to the field for another exciting match.
All right, good morning, Indiana. Before we go ahead and meet these next set of teams we have here, I do just want to do a quick little plug for Connection Graphics out by the main entrance. You all did so well to make it all the way to our state championship, and I know you want to commemorate that. Go get a sweatshirt, a t-shirt, something. We'll twin. It'll be so cute, so fun. Highly recommend. Go check them out. And without further ado, let's go ahead and meet our next set of teams. Starting out in our Red Alliance with team 10021.
With students from Garin Catholic High School in Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears.
Joining them in the center, we have team 2171.
They've brought the robot Guppy all the way from Crown Point, Indiana. It's the Robo Dogs.
And finally, let's round out their alliance with team 5188.
Hailing from Terre Haute, Indiana, area 5188, it's Classified Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by Rose Holman, Vigo County, Duke Energy, and Colors Incorporated.
All right, let's swim across the field and find out who we have over here in blue. We have team 5402.
Their robot's name is Ruth Ann. From Logansport and Walton, Indiana, it's Reckless Robotics.
Joining them in the center, we have team 10332.
With students from Carroll High School in Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the Chargers.
And finally, we're rounding us out with team 868.
With students from Carmel High School in Carmel, Indiana, it's the Tech Hounds.
All right, drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Game pieces worth more during this autonomous period. The first 15 seconds completely pre-programmed. Team 868, the Tech Hounds, looking to get that 4 coral piece icon that they've seen at previous events. They're going to be just shy there at 5402, doing the forbidden climb, heading up on top of that reef. Red Alliance, though, able to still score 3 of those game pieces at the top part of the reef. Each of those were worth 7 points. As we head into the tele-operated period, those game pieces are now worth 5, and the remainder of the time, human players will pick up their controllers and drive the robots that their team built for the past 13 weeks. 5402 will remain up there unless they're able to release their mechanism. The Blue-Red Alliance continuing to score pieces, though, on their side of the field. Team 10021, Golden Catholic Golden Gears, quickly scoring game pieces on the bottom part of theirs for L1, or L1, the level 1, that black trough area is worth 2 points for each of those game pieces scored there. Those coral are those PVC pipes that you see wander around the field to play. The other game piece on the field this year are algae. Those teal spheres are inflated to specification, and teams will have to remove those from the reef before they can score points on the reef for their alliance partners. Score is currently 69-21, a nice score there from the Blue Alliance as they continue to score game pieces on their alliance station. 2197, that's the Robo Dogs. They're going to place a game piece successfully, hopefully on the top part of their reef. Now worth 5 points in the teleoperated period. just over a minute remaining in the match. Team 10, 3-3-2. That's the Chargers. They're hoping to pick up that coral potentially from the ground. Instead, going over to that human player coral reef and getting game pieces there. That's the only way to bring new coral pieces into the field of play. The algae number is set, so all you see is all you get for this match. Score is currently 90-93 in favor of your Red Alliance with 40 seconds remaining in the match. Plenty of points available in that end game period, so teams will start heading that way after they hear that sonar ping in 10 seconds. Red Alliance continuing to keep the pressure on to the Blue Alliance. Now only 1 point differentiates these two teams, so it might come down to the climb performance. Here in Catholic, Golden Gears lining up for that deep cage climb. We heard that sonar ping. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. Team 868 getting lined up, elevated off the ground. That's a couple points for them. 10-10, 3-3-2. The Chargers sitting pretty, getting those park points. Golden Catholic, Golden Gears going for another attempt there at their climb. They do need to get elevated off the ground and get those points that are available. 51-88 sneaking in for those park points. We'll have to see how these scores total up here at the end of qualification match 8 here at the first Indiana State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. A close match for the entirety of that. Well, your winners are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking with a score of 123 to Red Alliance's 118. Only 5 points difference there. Unfortunately, a yellow card awarded to 5402 for a violation of G417. A robot's prohibited for following interactions in the field. They were suspended for more than momentary. A yellow card for 5402, but still a winning match for the Blue Alliance. 6 ranking points they'll get there. 3 for winning the match, 1 for the work in autonomous endgame and in the Coral. Red Alliance not walking away empty-handed with the rankings. 21-71 rising in those ranks. Stick tight for qualification match 9.
Desk, and I am joined here with Sean Vaness. Sean, how's the competition been for you so far?
It's been really good.
Awesome. Cool. So we're going to take a look back at that match and how close that it ended up being. Now, in this competition, 868 is one of our top teams right now that we've been watching, and they really are trying to push for the 6 ranking points. However, we will have a little bit of disaster strike early on for the Blue Alliance, making this really difficult and turning into 868 really having to focus against this Red Alliance. And we're going to see how this match plays out and what kind of story that happened overall. So going into autonomous, the Red Alliance is currently ahead. And Sean, what do you think the Red Alliance needs to do right now in order to try and take this match?
Really just the teamwork, working around each other, keeping the cycles going. Speed is really the name of the game here.
Yeah. And we can see that speed kind of occurring here right around the 42-second margin. Retta able to hold on to that lead the entire way, but the lead's only by about 5 points the entire time. And so it is going to come down to those final climbs. Now, what did we see right at the end, Sean, during these last second climbs?
Well, we get a successful climb by 121, but they're not able to hold it right there at the end. And I think that successful climb staying up would have gotten them.
Exactly. So this is extremely close matches right now, and we're excited to see them here at the state championships. Let's send it back down to the field.
All right, thank you, Carl. Let's go ahead and meet our next Red Alliance that we have ready to dive in. Starting off, we have team 4485.
Bringing their robot Nessie to the field, it's Tribe Tech Robotics.
Joining them in the center, we have team 447.
A family community team from Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
And finally, we're rounding it out with team 4272.
Hailing from Lafayette, Indiana, it's Maverick Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by Caterpillar Incorporated, Bayer Fund, Inmac, Tipmonk, REMC, Radian Research, and REA Magnet Wire.
All right, and over on our Blue Alliance, we're starting off with team 461.
Bringing to the field Rowdy 25 from West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Here to join the pack, we have team 5484.
They're here to change lives and build robots. It's the Wolfpack.
And finally, rounding out this alliance, we have team 1747.
Proudly sponsored by Caterpillar, Purdue University, Inmac, Arconic, Calmec, and Tipmont. From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
First 50 seconds completely programmed and autonomous. 5484 and all of the robots on this field crossing that black taped line. They're hoping to score a game piece somewhere on the field of play to get that ranking point threshold. 461 Westside Boiler Invasion successfully placing 2 of those game pieces, just hoping to sneak into 3. They're successful. 7 points for each of those. Red Alliance still able to correctly place a couple of those around the field of play. The remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds is all teleoperated. Human players driving the robots that they're to build over the last 13 weeks. The remaining 2 minutes will decide the fate of these teams as they try to go for those ranking points. 3 for winning the match is definitely the most impressive, but there's plenty available for filling up the reef. 5 game pieces on each of those level, and for their work in the autonomous and end game period. The remainder about 100 seconds. Scores currently 57-52 in favor of the Blue Alliance. Only a few points differentiate these two teams, so they will be neck and neck, hand in hand for most of this event. 1747 Harrison Boiler Robotics picking up a game piece from their human player station. Their double slanted stick design allows them to precisely pick up those game pieces and then take them over to the reef for that scoring opportunity. 4485 Tribe Tech Robotics successfully descoring that algae, and they're going to go ahead and grab that algae behind them off the ground and then score it into the reef. Getting rid of those algae will prevent you from getting stuck, just like 461 was just a few moments ago. Team 447, Team Roboto, hoping to pick up a game piece from their human player. A lot of teams manipulating, changing their robot designs from the previous events to add in that simple stick for grabbing onto this coral, even if they're focusing on algae in the past. 54-84 Wolfpack, hoping to score a game piece now in the top part of their reef, worth 5 points for Alliance. Both teams making good progress towards that ranking point threshold. Blue Alliance 3/4 of the way there, just a few game pieces shy. 44-85 successfully scoring into the top part of their barge. That was TribeTech Robotics. Now heading over to the opponent's side, picking up game pieces there and now scoring them for their lines, quickly getting rid of all the algae available on the field of play. As we near the 20-second mark, we'll hear that sonar ping, which teams will start heading their way over to those cages to get elevated off the ground. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. 42-72 Maverick Robotics getting lined up, having a little bit of difficulty there. 4-4-17 Roboto just about the same. 461 latched on and ready to climb. Just a few seconds remaining. Teams getting elevated off the ground. All four just into the nick of time. We'll just see how those scores total up here at the end of qualification match 9, tight throughout the entire duration. And the results from that last match are the Blue Alliance was tight throughout the entire duration. Blue Alliance just sneaking ahead in that endgame period, 156. The Red Alliance is 149. The difference there in the barge. Red Alliance trying to make up with that algae, but they were just shy. Blue Alliance going to get all 6 of those available ranking points for a unicorn match. Narwhal, if they're in the seas. 3 for winning the match, 1 for the autonomous and the end game period, and the highly sought after reef point. Red Alliance not walking away empty handed. Rank point wise, they're going to get 1 for their work in the barge. Stick tight for qualification match 10.
Alrighty. Hi everybody, we are going ahead and reviewing this past match. Super close for both alliances the entire match. There are some key points that Sean and I want to talk about here that really determined the vibe of the match.
I think the biggest point here, which could have swung it in the Reds' favor, was that algae on the blue side. About a minute 20 left with 461 getting stuck. If their partner had not come along, it could have been a whole different match. We're also looking at the very end. One of the robots had to have been touching the chain so that climb did not count. Otherwise, we would have a different score.
Yeah, and that's something we're seeing a lot in that end game. As we move closer, that 2-robot climb has become crucial to a lot of matches' victory. And we're seeing a lot of double climbs, but you're right, that chain becomes difficult for some of those alliances.
Yeah, the teamwork is really good, but it is pivotal moments where you need to get things to work properly, and if you're touching a change there at the end, it can mess it all up.
Yeah, I think another thing that's interesting to point out about this match is there's 2 very different strategies. Over on our, we need to go ahead and go back over to our field. Back to you guys.
think it.
All right, thank you, Sam. All right, so we're about to start qualification match number 10, which on kind of a similar note, we do have some really special pins that Michelle has made for us over at Connection Graphics, and that is celebrating our 10 years of districts here in Indiana with FIRST. So I know we all love pins. I've seen capes, jeans, t-shirts covered in them. So if you want to add our FIRST Indiana pins to your collection, go head over to Connection Graphics and get one of those. Okay, so now that we're ready, we're going to meet our qualification match number 10 team, starting out with team 829.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats.
Joining them in the center, we have team 7617.
From University High School in Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
And finally, we're wrapping it up with team 3176.
From Brownsburg High School in Brownsburg, Indiana, it's team 3176 Purple Precision.
All right, let's swim on over to the other side of the field, where we're starting out with team 3487.
They're here with the robot, Swim Shady. It's Red Pride Robotics.
Finally, in the center, we have team 4926.
From Columbus North and Columbus East High School, it's Galactech.
And last but certainly not least, we have team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tindley Trailblazers.
We have the thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, all of our robots on the field are moving and off of that line in autonomous period. That allows these teams an opportunity to earn that one ranking point for autonomous. We already have a lot of coral seen on these reefs. It looks like Galactech is really putting the work in for the Blue Alliance and autonomous. And over on the Red Alliance, we had 5 coral on that reef going into teleoperated period, already seeing a score of 51 points for the Red Alliance. It looks like 4926 is going to focus on those cycles back and forth from their human player station. A member of their team is going to feed their robot a piece of coral so they're able to zoom over to that reef and place it on one of those levels. Over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing a lot of action with the coral as well. 3176 making their way back from their human player station, placing one of those coral on the 3rd level of the reef. They're joined by their alliance partners, 829. 829 is going to focus on that lower level. It looks like that is what's going to be the most efficient with their type of intake and outtake. Over on the Blue Alliance, we're going to go back over here, and we have the Tindley Trailblazers working on filling up that reef along with both of their alliance partners. It looks like Galactech just scored one of those algae up into that net. Each algae in the net is 4 points for the alliance. Like discussed before, that can be a real game changer here for the alliances on top of those corals being scored on that reef. It looks like both alliances have activated that cooperation bonus that happens when both alliances have placed 2 algae into that processor that you can see on either side of the field. That lowers the limit to get the coral ranking point from 5 on each level to 3 on each level. Let's see if teams can achieve that goal. That sound means that there are 20 seconds left in the match. Teams are making their way over to the middle of the field on this large barge that you can see. And it looks like over on the Blue Alliance, we have Tindley Trailblazers already up. 829 is working on it, as well as their alliance partner, 7617 is also up. There's 3, 2, 1. Looks like all of the robots made it over to the middle of the field. 2 up on the Red Alliance, 1 on the Blue. All right, let's take a look at these results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance, winning with a score of 199 points. Pretty high scoring there, to a score of 128 for the Blue Alliance. You can see that cooperation activation did happen, and that allowed the Red Alliance to get 6 whole ranking points. We're seeing a lot of matches today with all of those max ranking points happening. Congratulations to that Red Alliance, moving all 3 of those teams up in the ranks in the early qualification matches of today. While we're in between matches, just a quick reminder about those concessions. We have some on the first and second floor. There are some by the upper stands. They're selling all the candy, chips, and drinks that you could ever want. We also have some concessions on the first floor in the Hall of Excellence. I know they're going to be serving some ribeye sandwiches for lunch. Sounds really yummy, so make sure to check them out for some hot food and, of course, your classic concessions.
Okay, Indiana, let's meet our next set of teams. We're starting off with team 8430.
With their robot bottom feeder, it's the Hatchbatch.
Joining them in the center, we have team 234.
From Perry Meridian High School, it's Cyber Blue.
And finally, a team that is tie-dye for, it's team 3940.
From Kokomo, Indiana, it's Cybertooth.
All right, let's sail across the ocean and see who we have over here in blue. We're starting off lucky because we have team 6956.
From Westfield High School, it's Shamrock Botics.
Next up, we're flying over to team 7657.
From New Tech Institute, it's the Thunderbots.
And finally, we're rounding out our Blue Alliance with team 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
Thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All 6 robots off that black line. That's what we like to see going into our autonomous period. It looks like we have 1 coral scored on L2 of the Blue Reef. Over on the Red Alliance, looks like we got 1 on L1, and 234 and 3940 are working on adding more to that 4th level on their reef. That totals to 4 coral going into the teleoperated phase for the Red Alliance. Let's see what the Blue Alliance is doing. It looks like 3494 is taking some of those algae off the reef. That's something that most teams have to do in order to score points in this game. You'll see teams trying to use some of the wheel actions on their robot to get as many algae off that reef to open up placements for coral to be placed on the L2 and L3 of the reef. It looks like 3494 is primarily focusing over on their side of the reef with the L2 and L3 levels. Each one of those is going to get 3 and 4 points respectively. And it looks like 8430 is over on the Blue Alliance playing a little bit of defense. Looks like they're trying to block 3494 from getting to their human player station over on the left side of the field. They are unable to touch 3494 when they're in that hexagon around the reef, though. So they're having a little bit of difficulty inhibiting them as 3494 can pick up some of those coral off of the ground. Over on the Red Alliance, we see 234 and 3940, that's Cybertooth, making their way over to the reef and placing one of those corals on L4. They're successful, and it looks like the Blue Alliance have the same idea over here. 6956 is over next to the Alliance station that 3940 is trying to use. But 3940 does a quick swerve maneuver. They're able to spin really fast with those swerve drives that we see here in Indiana. And they're able to get around the defense. It looks to me like in these last 25 seconds of the match, 6956 is lining up to get on that deep cage, securing those points for the Blue Alliance. They're very quick about it, raising themselves up. Let's see if any other robots want to join them in the middle of the field here. 3940 is up for the Red Alliance. 234 is up as well. There's 3, 2, 1. Please give a huge round of applause for our teams in qualification match number 11. All right, we have our results. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 126 to 101. 93 points in the coral section there, 24 points on that barge. That earns that team 6 ranking points, moving each one of them up in the spots. It looks like 8430 is the number 4 ranked position after this match, and 3940 is number 6. Congratulations to that Red Alliance.
And I am here with Mrs. Porritt, a 1741 mentor and the chairman of the FIN board. Lisa, so how did you get involved in FIRST?
Oh, I got involved 13 years ago, and that was because of my daughter, who is now currently on the field announcing. In 3rd grade, she saw Radical Robot Camp and said, "This is my thing." And we knew then we were doing robots. So we mentored robots through FLL, FTC, and FRC, and now I'm chairman of the board of FIRST Robotics in Indiana.
Yeah, so you've done every program, worn a bunch of different hats. Can you talk about a little bit of your mentorship and your roles throughout the years?
Absolutely. Like I said, we founded an FTC team and FLL team, And then we have been mentors, my husband and I. Actually, mentoring is a family affair in our family, and volunteering. So we say families that volunteer together stay together. So I've been a mentor and president of Red Alert Robotics over the past 6 years, and have been the chairman of the board for FIRST since June of last year. So I've really had a lot of opportunities to interact with not only teams and sponsors, but most importantly our kids. And the best part is, our kids are the best kids anywhere. And FIRST teaches such wonderful life skills.
I totally agree. I come to these events and just see how bright our future is. Like, I was just in this program 4 years ago, and I still feel like these kids are leagues ahead of where I were. And it's so cool to see their growth.
It is. And every time we bring a sponsor or a donor, we had somebody from the Department of Education here, and they said, this is like no other event we ever see. You are teaching these kids leadership, and you're teaching these kids such life skills. So we're so proud of all of our teams.
Yeah, so chairman of the board, you probably see a lot of how Finn is growing in that direction. Could you talk about like that role and how you see Finn growing?
Finn is absolutely growing. We are thrilled to have, we increase our staff every year. We need to get more staff. But really what Finn is doing is also expanding our footprint in Indiana. We want to be the premier youth organization in the state, whether it's robotics, sports, whatever it is. Our sports of the mind is going to lead the way. And I've really, with our board, we focus a lot on how to provide resources and sustainability, not only for Finn, but for our teams.
Yeah, all right. Thanks, Lisa. We're going to go ahead and hand it back to the field.
Great. Thanks for having me.
All right, thank you so much. I always love hearing about how whole families get involved with FIRST. You kind of just rope everybody in. Okay, let's go ahead and meet our next team, starting off with Team 7454.
All the way from Evansville, Indiana, it's Huskies on Hogs.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 328.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
And finally, another 3-number team, we have Team 135.
It's their sister team, also from Mishawaka, Penn Robotics Black Knights.
All right, let's swim on over because we have Team 10492.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Bossy Bite Force.
Joining them over here on the Blue Alliance, we have Team 8103.
From Kendallville, Indiana, it's Knight Robotics.
And finally, let's round this out with Team 2197.
From New Prairie High School, it's Las Pumas.
All right, we have a thumbs up from our FTA. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, our autonomous period has started. This is 15 seconds of pre-programmed instructions that these robots are following. Their teams have been working on these codes for about 13 weeks now. It looks like over on the Blue Alliance, we do have a coral scored in that trough on the reef. Along with the Red Alliance, they have a coral up on the L4. Both alliances had all robots move from that line and a coral on the reef. That's one ranking point already for both the Red and Blue Alliances. Let's see what's happening now that we're moving into teleop. Drivers are picking up those controllers and being able to control those robots in any way that they see fit to their strategy, and that aligns with the rules, of course. It looks like we have 2197. They're going for some of those high-scoring corals. 5 points for the L4 corals onto their reef. And it looks like their alliance partners are assisting them with those L3 corals as well. Those are 4 points each into the autonomous period, or the tele-operated period. Over on the Red Alliance, we see the same thing happening over here. We only have a couple gaps on that L4 of the reef for the Red Alliance. Looks like 135 is doing some of those rapid cycles back and forth from that human player station and onto their reef on those high levels. 7454 looks like it's lining up for an L2 score. They're successful as well, getting a coral onto the level 2 of the reef. That's 2 points for the Red Alliance. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see the teams working away over on their reef. We also see quite a few algae up into that barge that they've been working on. 4 algae in the barge, that totals up to 16 points for the Blue Alliance. The name of the game and qualification matches is, of course, to win with as many points as possible. They're also working towards those ranking points. Even the losing alliance can earn some ranking points to assist them in their rankings for the event before alliance selection. They're trying to get, right now, 5 coral on each of those reef levels. Right now, we have just under 15 seconds left in the match. We'll see teams coming towards the middle of the field and interacting with the cages. Looks like 7454 are trying to climb on one of the deep cages for the Red Alliance. 3, 2, 1. And 7454 ended up raised for the Red Alliance. All right, the results are in. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 157 to 144. They had 68 points in algae. That's 20 more than the Blue Alliance, really helping them out in that endeavor. It looks like they also got 6 ranking points for this match, something super common we're seeing at this high of a level. It's super competitive here at the state championship. That moves 328 up to the 6th position, and their alliance partners up in the ranks as well. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Alrighty, guys, we are back, and we have our new commentator, Kaya. So let's go ahead and look at this last match. One really interesting robot. We want to talk about a couple things they did here. That's 328. First thing we're seeing here, over on the Red Alliance side of the field, do you want to talk about their algae strategy here?
Yeah, so it seems that they have all their algae cleared off of their reef. So that means that 328 is actually going to come over here onto the blue side and start taking the algae that got mowed down during their autonomous. So they have algae set up during autonomous that end up falling down usually, and they are going to actually come and grab them from the blue side because their Red Alliance team has run out of algae to score into the barge.
Yeah, and I think something that's interesting here is you look at the final score of the match. Let me go ahead and get over there. And that algae score is like really key to the Red Alliance victory here. They weren't able to pull as much coral, but by getting that 20 additional points in algae and in the barge, they were able to pull ahead in the match.
I would like to point out one more interesting thing here. At the very end of the match, when the climbs happen, you have 74-54 up here on the climb, 328 driving over. Now the climb did count as you look at the scores, but teams have to be really careful because if you're driving under a robot on your alliance, then you could end up kind of making their climb not count if that robot ends up resting on you. That's all I have to say, Sam. Let's go back to the field.
Thank you, Kaya and Sam, for that commentary. It's time to meet another stellar group of teams, and we're starting it off with Team 5010.
From Fishers, Indiana, it's Tiger Dynasty.
All right, our next team is suited up. They're here. It's Team 45.
They're celebrating their 34th season. It's the Technocats.
And finally, to round off their alliance, we have Team 461.
From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
All right, let's dip on over to the other side of the field. We're starting off with Team 1018.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Pike Robo Devils.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 1024.
With their robot Shark Bite, it's Kilobytes.
And finally, we have Team 5402.
From Logansport in Walton, Indiana, it's Reckless Robotics.
We're ready to dive in. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we see action from all 6 of the robots on the field and already 3 coral on that reef for the Red Alliance. 461 is working on another along with their alliance partners, 5010 it looks like. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 2 robots lined up in prime to place a coral going into Teleop. Looks like 1024 goes up for an immediate L2 coral placement on the reef. Looks like 45 is working on the algae portion of this year's game. They're going to take some off of the reef, allowing their alliance partners to score some more coral in the place that the algae previously was, and they're going to place it on that net on the barge. Each one of those algae in the net earns the alliance 4 points, working towards that goal of trying to beat out the other alliance in the number of points. Looks like 45 is going back and forth from that reef to the barge, and 461 is working on aligning themselves up with that reef as well. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 5402 working on some of the lower levels of the coral reef. They are lining up for a placement on L2 of the reef. Each coral on L2 is 3 points for the alliance. Right now we have just over a minute left in the match. It is 93 points for the Red Alliance, 71 points for the Blue Alliance. We're going to see what is going on in the last couple of seconds. It looks like 461 has switched to defense play over on the blue side of the field. They're trying to inhibit those blue robots from getting to their human player station. And overall, just transporting back and forth, that defense can really prohibit someone from getting those fast cycle times, getting in the rhythm. It's an unexpected factor that teams need to take into account. Looks like we have just over 25 seconds left in the match. We're soon going to see robots lining up for a climb. 461 looks like it's doing just that for the Red Alliance. Looks like 461 has decided to park in the last couple of seconds of the match. Their alliance partners, 45, are trying to make it up as well. There's 5 seconds left. 45 is up. 50-10 is up for the Red Alliance, and we have 2 up for the Blue Alliance as well. That rounds off our match number 13 of qualifications. Great jobs to those teams and their awesome work. All right, let's take a look of those results. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 146 points to 119 points. They got 93 points in the choral section of this game. That's just slightly above the Blue Alliance's 88, but they really pulled through on that barge. That's 26 points in the end game period compared to the Blue Alliance's 16. The Red Alliance got all 6 ranking points again. That keeps 461 at their second place position, moves 45 up and 50-10 up in those teens positions as well. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Okay, Indiana, it's time to meet our next set of teams. We're starting off with team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tindley Trailblazers.
And next up we have team 3176.
They're from Brownsburg High School. It's the Purple Precision.
And here to round out our Red Alliance, we have team 2171.
With the robot Guppy, it's the Robo Dogs.
All right, let's sail on over to Blue Alliance, where we're starting off with a team that is just out of this world, and it is team 4926.
They're here with the robot Whale Shark. It's Galactech.
Joining them in the center, we have team 292.
From Rushville, Indiana, it's Panther Tech.
And finally, we're rounding out this row with team 4272.
From McCutcheon High School in Lafayette, Indiana, it's Maverick Robotics.
We have the thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we have our 15-second autonomous period. It looks like on the Red Alliance, we have all three robots moving. On the Blue Alliance, a little bit of a delayed response from Panther Tech, but we're all moving as well. 4272 and Galactech are working hard to get as many coral onto the top level of the reef as possible in the autonomous period. Right now, they have 4 going into Teleop. They're joined by the Red Alliance with, it looks like they had 1 on the L4 going into Teleop, but 1 on L1. The Tinley Trailblazers are going to add to that score. They're making their way back from the human player station, where one of the members of their drive team has fed their robot a piece of coral, and they're going for aligning it up onto that reef. Each coral placed on the 4th level of the reef is going to earn that team 5 points in the tele-operated period. 3176 is also lining up along with their alliance partners 6721 to fill up that reef. Looks like 6721 is focusing on the lower levels while their alliance partners are focusing on the top levels of that reef. 292 is doing the same for the Blue Alliance. 4272, 4926, and 292 are just swarming this reef, trying to get as many points as possible. Right now, we have over a minute left in the match. It is 96 on the Blue Alliance, 48 on the Red Alliance. Quite a big gap, but that can certainly be made up in the last remaining minute. We see Galactech picking up a piece of coral from their human player. They have a unique bright green funnel on the front of their robot. This will make sure that the coral is aligned in the same position every time. A struggle that needs to be focused on, particularly in this year's game, as the alignment of the coral is crucial for not only intaking in the robot correctly, but also placing it on that reef correctly. 3176 is using their quick elevator to place one of those corals on the top level as well. That sound means we have 20 seconds left in the match. You'll see robots coming towards the middle of the field, towards that big barge. They're going to try and climb up onto those cages. It looks like Maverick Robotics is up. There's 5 seconds left in the match. Can anyone join them? Their alliance partners, Galactech, are attempting to as well. 3, 2, 1. We ended up with 2 robots up for each alliance and 2 robots parked. Congratulations to both alliances for an awesome match. All right, the results are in. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 151 to 105, around 50 points ahead of that Red Alliance. They had 112 points in the coral section. That is a lot of points for this year's game, along with 4 points in the algae section. That really put them ahead of the Red Alliance and moves all 3 of those teams up in the ranks. They're not quite at the top yet, but they still have time to make it there. They got all 6 ranking points for that match. One of the many matches in a row that we've maxed out on RP today. Congratulations to that Blue Alliance.
Okay, Indiana, let's meet our next Red Alliance. We're starting out first with Team 7657.
With their robot, Superbot, it's the Thunderbots.
And next up on the Alliance that they're really meant to be because of their true colors, ready to show some pride, we have Team 3487.
From Plainfield, Indiana, it's Red Pride Robotics.
Next up, ready to blast off, we have Team 5188.
From Terre Haute, Indiana, it's Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
Across the ocean and the reef in blue, we have Team 1741.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
Joining them in the middle, we have Team 8430.
From Washington, Indiana, it's the Hatchbatch.
And finally, ready to round us off, we have Team 1747.
From William Henry Harrison High School, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
It's time to get this match started. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we've started our match with a little chant duel. We're seeing movement from all 6 robots on our field. Red Alert has successfully placed 2 of those coral on their reef for L4. That's going to rack up a lot of points going into our teleoperated period. They ended up getting a last-minute third on L4 for their team. That's 7 points each in autonomous. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 7657 rushing over to their human player station, and they're going to spin their coral and put it onto that trough on their reef as well. That's 2 points for each coral on L1 of the reef. 1741 is working on filling up that top level of the reef over on the Blue Alliance. It looks like, unfortunately, 1747 are having some connectivity problems, but that's okay. Their alliance partners are going to work on the clock to make up for that point difference. Over on the Red Alliance, we see 2 robots getting coral from their human player station, while one is going to focus more on that algae aspect. It looks like 3487 is focusing on putting that algae from the reef into the processor. That has served 2 goals for the Blue Alliance. Number 1, taking algae off the reef so coral can be scored there. And number 2, getting points from putting it into the processor. That also will work towards the cooperation bonus if the Red Alliance can get 1 more algae into that reef. That'll lower the ranking point criteria from 5 levels being filled with 5 coral to 3 levels. Over on the Red Alliance, we see 7657 still working on filling up that top portion of the reef. Unfortunately, it looks like Red Pride is stuck on an algae. They're trying to wiggle themselves out with their mechanisms on the robot. Right now we have just over 30 seconds left in the match. Teams are going to scramble to get as many points as possible, as it is kind of a close match here with 127 to 102. That difference can be made up in the end game. We have 2 robots unable to move on the field right now, so let's see what the remaining robots choose to do with these remaining 20 seconds of the match. 1741 is continuing to fill up that reef. They're placing 1 more L4 coral, it looks like. No one has made their way over to the middle of the field yet. We still have 3, 2, 1. Blue Alliance ended up with 2 parked robots in the middle of the field. Congratulations for the hard work from both of those alliances in our match number 15. All right, let's take a look at these results. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 147 to 120. They had 118 points in Coral points for this game. And they also had 16 points in Algae, really putting them ahead of that Red Alliance. The Blue Alliance got 5 ranking points for that match. That moves 1741 up into the 10th place position, along with 1747 up into the 17th place position. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Alrighty, guys. Great match from both alliances here. Really close. We were seeing a lot of some really cool things in this match. I think the first one we wanted to highlight was over here at 102. Yeah, over here we got 1741 Red Alert. They have a really interesting robot for this game. They have a component that not very many teams have, but does prove to be very effective to their strategy, and that is their ground floor pickup. The human player over at the Coral Reef Station is able to just put those coral on the field as fast as possible, and you can see that in this match. They're able to fill their reef quickly and get points as fast as possible. And then I know, Kaya, you wanted to talk about some stuff too.
Yeah, so I'd like to point out it was earlier, we had one of the robots on the Red Alliance actually going over. You can see it right here. They're actually on the blue side scoring into the processor, which I've had a lot of people ask me questions about, like, why are robots doing that? Is it a mistake? The answer is actually no, it's not a mistake. You'll see eventually in a lot of matches there'll be this handshake symbol up here and up here if both teams score enough in their processor. So what this team is trying to do is to get the Blue Alliance to engage in that cooperation bonus, which will then allow them to lower the rank point threshold for amount of coral on each level of the reef. So that's why they're doing that. It may give their opponent points, but it's going to get them rank points if their own alliance can accomplish that cooperation bonus as well.
And it's interesting to see the strategy because I feel like it's very split between matches where you do see that cooperation used and where it's not. And I think it's really interesting to see the makeup of the teams that do. Typically, like, our high coral cycle teams don't use that bonus, so it's interesting to see the strategy difference there.
Yeah. We saw a couple teams get stuck on some algae at this time, but the good thing is that their teammates kept going, and we think that it's really cool how their strategies ended up playing out in the end. We're going to put it back to the field now for lunch.
All right, thank you to our broadcast desk commentators. As you guys are headed to lunch, please remember we will be back at 2 p.m. Matches will resume at 2 p.m. That means the 2 p.m. match will be starting at 2 p.m. Also, please be sure to check out our awesome food trucks that we have here today. We have a various array of food available to you at the competition. That is going to be outside the Hall of Excellence that you guys came through this morning. Again, you're going to go out into the hallway and take a right. We have some amazing food trucks here for you guys to enjoy, so be sure to check that out, along with our concession stand, serving some hot lunch here today. They're serving ribeye sandwiches. Like I said earlier, I think that sounds really yummy, so I would go get one if I were you. But again, we will see you again at 2 p.m.
Alrighty, everybody, welcome back from lunch. We're going to go ahead and introduce our teams for our next qualification match. Starting over here with the Red Alliance, we have a team that is ready to rock the competition. It is Team 6956.
It's Shamrock Bodies.
And joining their packet is Team 5484.
From Career Academy South Bend, it's Wolfpack.
And hoping to blaze the Red Alliance's way to victory, it is Team 7617.
From University High School, they're the Robo Blazers.
As we swim on over to the blue side of the field, I see a team that is ready to rumble. It is Team 135.
From Penn High School, they're the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And joining the Blue Alliance tribe, it is Team 4485.
From Danville Community High School, they're the Tribe Tech Robotics.
And rounding out this Regal Alliance, it is Team 8103.
From East Noble High School, they are Knight Robotics.
We are good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line, 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, let's start off qualification match 16. We have blue and red robots moving in the autonomous period. We have Tribe Tech scoring a second coral on the L4 level of the Blue Alliance side with their teammates doing the same. 8103 zooming back over to their reef at the end of the autonomous period. So now students are going to start driving those robots for the teleoperated period. We have Shamrock Botics and their teammate 7617 going up to attempt to score on L4 5484. That's Wolfpack doing the same thing on the red side. So each of those scored during the teleoperated period is going to be worth 5 points. Over on the Blue Alliance side, 8103, 4485, and 135 all seem to be cycling some coral over here. 4485 does have a mechanism that allows them to score algae up in that barge. They are going to go up and attempt to score, and they do make it, so that's going to get the Blue Alliance side some points. They can also choose to score into their processor, but they choose to score into the barge, which guarantees the amounts of points that they will be able to get. Shamrock Botics attempting to cycle with their teammates 5484 and 7617. 5484 and 7617 both going up and attempting to score coral on the reef. Shamrock Botics has gone over to the blue side to play some defense, which will allow their partners to stay and cycle respectively on their own coral stations, and that will allow them to be more efficient, and it will allow them to try and slow down that Blue Alliance side. We have 1 minute left in the match. It's a super close match, a gap of 4 points with 89 for Red Alliance, 84 for Blue Alliance. We are at 50 seconds left in the match. Let's see, 4485 attempting to score more into the barge. As the barge gets fuller, it is more difficult for teams to score into that barge because the algae start bouncing off of each other and it's hard to stack them. 4485 scoring another algae up into their barge wall. 135 goes and cycles a coral from their coral station, just like their teammate 8103. 2 red robots doing the same on the Red Alliance side. We now have 20 seconds left right now. And that's going to be the Blue Alliance at 128 points, Red Alliance at 108 points, but the climb can make the difference in a match. So we can see here who is going to win. 6956 are lining up to climb, 7617 doing the same thing. 135 is off of the ground underneath their barge zone. We have 1 second left in the match, and that is our qualification match 16. Let's see our scores for qualification match 16. We have the Blue Alliance winning this match. Blue with a score of 137 to Red's 122. We are going to have 4 ranking points for the 3 teams on the Blue Alliance. They are all 3 going to move up in rank with 135 at 13, 44.85 at 27, and 81.03 at 26. Red does not walk away empty-handed, though. They have 122 points and 1 ranking point for their team. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance for winning this match.
Alrighty, folks, welcome back from lunch. As we saw during that last match, TribeTech has continued to be a high performer, especially in that algae character. Joined here by Mike Taylor. Kind of what are your thoughts about your events so far in this qualification match?
Yeah, 44.85 really is to me, it's state encapsulated here. They're one of the only teams that really leaned into the algae early on, and they showed why they're one of the best in the world at it.
Yeah, and we saw throughout that match, kind of as they continue to develop far into the teleoperated period. The score is pretty tied, 59-59 with that 90 seconds remaining. But the kind of algae as they continue to pile that on throughout the match kind of was the deciding factor there. A lot of teams focusing on that coral and has been the deciding factor for most of the matches. But in this case, it was the algae that kind of took the game.
It really was, and they made a conscious effort for that because they showed in our autonomous period they can score the L4 with ease.
For sure. As we kind of continue to look at the match here, we'll kind of look at the replay for the last 40 seconds here. We see a couple of teams approaching the algae reef to score game pieces in that reef. Again, it's 5 points up there at the top, and as you look down into the lower parts of the reef, each of those worth 2. Still valuable throughout the entire wrap, but let's go ahead and check in back on the field and excited for our next qualification match.
Alrighty, everybody, it's time to go ahead and introduce our teams. Our first team on the Red Alliance is ready to hound away at the competition. It is Team 860A.
With a top speed of 67 billion miles per hour, it's the Tech Hounds.
And our next team ready to take a bite out of the competition, it is Team 3940.
We love ARM, it's Cybertooth.
And another team rounding out our Red Alliance, it is Team 1020A.
They're picture perfect, it's Pike Robo Devils.
Over on our blue side of the field, our first team on our Blue Alliance, they are ready to rumble. It is Team 447.
Not afraid to barge in the competition, it's Team Roboto.
And with them ready to go for gold, it is Team 328.
Teamster trying to process their extreme speed, it's Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
And rounding out our alliance, it is Team 10332.
They're charged up. It's Carol Charger Robotics.
Thank you.
All right, we're ready to dive into this match. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, reef skate.
Welcome back from lunch, everyone. Starting off this match, these robots moving fully autonomous. If you're joining us for the first time, take a look at these amazing pre-programmed robots. Their motions completely dictated by themselves and the students that coded them this last couple of weeks. It's time to start our teleop period. 55-15 in favor of your Red Alliance. 2 minutes and 12 seconds left in the clock right now, and teams are going to work to start scoring more points. Now, as we're going to watch this robot match, very algae heavy. They're giant green balls that we see along the field. 33 or 328 currently placing multiple game pieces into their processor. We're 6 points apiece, but if the human player can throw it up in that barge, there'll be 4 points for them, and they're filling up the red side of the barge. 868 placing another processor up in the barge themselves, just barely missing it though, going to the opposite side of the field. We'll see 328 trying to take advantage of this throughout this match. 107-48, Red Alliance starting to run away with this now. Currently over on that side, 868 and 3940, some of the top contenders we have seen here, Indiana, working to score right now on the different levels of the barge. Now, currently, they are working on trying to get the coral RP rank point. 5 coral pieces needed on each level of that reef, the purple structure that you guys see there on the field. 10-18 now going up, looking to place one on L4. If they can do so, it'll be worth 5 points. And right out with their robot Newt. Placing up there, 55 seconds left in the match, 167-76. Over here on the Blue Alliance side of the field, 447 placing an algae up high. That's going to be another 5 points for their Alliance field. That robot continuing to try and score more points as they can. With 40 seconds left in the match, Kara Robotics now on the opposite side of the field. They want to play a little bit of defense on 868, want to have a pretty hard hit as they run and rocket around the field right now, hoping to disrupt a couple of robots as they move across the field. 204-103 in favor of your Red Alliance. 20 seconds left, which means it's time for these teams to start climbing. You'll notice the cages on either side of the field, and if you're on stream, on the very bottom middle camera section, showing these robots taking off. Their goal, try and stay up through the end of the match in 3 more seconds afterwards. With 5 seconds left, we see 3 red robots up in the air. A last second throw from a Proster algae. And we're ready with your scores. The winners for that match, it's your Red Alliance. Red there is going to win with a score of 254, a new high score for Indiana. Going to allow 868 hold on to that third rank position, the 39-40 moving up into the 5th rank seed. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning quals match 7 here at the Indiana State Championships.
Those points. Not here, there we go. It's a very exciting match here in the state of Indiana for all those points. We were captivated for most of the time looking at the Blue Alliance with 328, the Golden Rooks, putting in those algae like crazy. But Mike, tell me a little bit about that end game period.
Yeah, that was crazy. I was getting a report from the field that they had to pause the match afterwards to count everything on the field because there's so many algae stuffed in the top. But that end game really was something else. Those 3 red robots coming across while we were all mystified by the algae. I mean, we got some world-class teams over there putting up a maximum score of 254. That's just incredible. And then the 3 deep climb to on the cherry on top, that was amazing.
So pretty exciting match, and the Red Alliance was able to pull away with that 6th ranking point. So great, congratulations to them. And we'll have to check in for our next match just here in a few moments.
Yeah, I mean, nothing else to say, but we really, really love ARM.
Alrighty. We would just like to announce that the Whiskers on Wheels mobile is outside of the Hall of Excellence if people want to see some cute kittens and dogs. If you want to pet some cats and dogs, go out to the Hall of Excellence. Another announcement. Chick-fil-A sandwiches will be $5 at 2:30 p.m. Starting at 2:30, your Chick-fil-A sandwiches will be $5. Alrighty, let's go ahead and announce our teams for this next match. Starting on our Red Alliance, we are going to go ahead and their first alliance partner will be 7454.
With their robot Scallywag, it's Huskies on Hogs.
And with them gearing up for this match, it is Team 10021.
They're looking to grind some gears. It's Gearin' Catholic Golden Gears.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, ready to sink their teeth into the competition, it is Team 1024.
When the bark isn't worse than the bite, it's 1024 kilobytes.
Over on our blue side of the field, our first team, hats off to 5010.
These cool cats are looking to run away with the competition. It's a Tiger Dynasty.
And partnering up with them, we have a team who's true blue. It's Team 234. Team
that makes sure the opponents feel the true pain of blue. It's Cyber Blue.
And hoping to fly this alliance to victory, it is Team 1501.
With the robot Rave Rider, it's Team Thrust.
Stream driver. Oh, mics are on?
Testing?
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
everyone. We did fend off the robot invasion that just occurred.
Yeah. Let's dive in. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Kicking off this fully autonomous road, robots currently looking to score the corals on the side pieces of that reef, as well as make their way across the autonomous mode. We're going to see 1501 looking for a third coral. We want to see if they can get that last fourth coral here, trying to get up, not quite able to do so, but still a formidable 5 coral up from the Blue Alliance, 3 from the Red Alliance, going in this match 49-30 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Both teams currently running a triple offense strategy right now. It's Garen Gears, 121, looking to try and place a coral on the reef, able to successfully do so on the L3 stage with Alliance partner 7454 also doing the same. 1024 now looking to place one on L2, getting an L1 instead. And this shows the Red Alliance really focusing on trying to get the rank point right now in an attempt to make sure that they can have a higher rank score overall. Over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, 1501 and 234 currently grabbing Algae right now, just disposing that on the side of the field, choosing not to score it so they can focus on more cycles. In the Blue Alliance strategy, they filled up all of their top L4s, meaning they really want to maximize their overall score for this match. 96-64 right now in favor of your Blue Alliance. A minute and 20 seconds left, but we're starting to see more scoring happening on the Red Alliance and attempts at some of those higher levels, which means that they could start coming back ahead, as we've seen teams running out of places score the high points. 1501 though going to switch to collecting a Algae and then going to score another coral very quickly. 60 seconds left in this match, and now a sizable lead for the Blue Alliance at 118-79 right now. Garen Gears currently up on a ball 74-54, trying to get them off it as they move around on their swerve pods, trying to push into that ball, get them some leverage so they can come off, and they successfully are off, back in action. Side development allowing Red Alliance to continue scoring. A great show of teamwork right now. Over on the Blue Alliance side, 1501 placing another coral on that level 5 or level 1 area. Currently right now, Blue Alliance and Red Alliance both have all of the coral needed in order to get the rank point. So now it's a battle for the most amount of points left. 150-90 right now, and teams are looking to try and get a couple last-second climbs with that sound we heard at the 20-second mark. 10 seconds left. Everyone trying to go up. Blue Alliance looking for 3 climbs right now in a row. 5 seconds left for people to engage. 10:24 is up. 15:01 is up with 1 second. 2:34 last second up. And we have your scores for qualification match number 18. Your winners, it's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance going to win that 179 to Red's 111 right now, granting them all 6 rank points. Now, what's amazing is not only do they have Unicorn, but we maxed out the total number of rank points across this entire match, and that's going to allow 1501 to move up into that 7th ranked seed. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance winning Quals 18 here at the Indiana State Championships. Let's send it up to Bryce and see what he has to say.
All right, thank you, Carl. We have an exciting interview here with 1741, one of our host teams at today's event. They've brought a bipedal robot and are going to tell us a little bit how they work with folks in their community and specifically their sponsors. Nathan, take it away.
Alrighty, thank you, Bryce. So we do a lot of work with our sponsors in our community. One of our biggest sponsors is Vicina Grove Education Foundation. They help support us financially and help us communicate with our school. We also work in our school community by mentoring a lot of younger teams and doing schools in our corporation. With our sponsors, we invite them to our yearly banquet and shout them out on our t-shirts and team media. We also engage with our sponsors by demoing at their facilities and by spreading the mission of FIRST. So this year we brought in the new humanoid bipedal robot, and we are going to start demoing the robot here and at other competitions and within our school corporation.
Very cool, Nathan. And Dylan, you're kind of the pilot of our bipedal robot this weekend. When can folks come find the robot and potentially see it in action?
They can come down into the pits and see where we have it off to the side to where they can go and see it where it's set up. And we're just going to have it there, just running it, just going around. And then we'll be trying to name it, so.
Very cool. Any parting thoughts as we start wrapping up our kind of segment here?
Thank you again, Bryce, and thank you, everybody. I hope we all have fun.
All right, let's check back in the field and see what's coming up next.
Alrighty, everyone. It is time to meet our teams for our next qualification match. Starting with the team that is scaled and icy and ready to win. It is Team 45.
With their robot, Big Tuna, it's Techno Cats Robotics team.
And with them, it will be Team 2197.
They really like robots. It's the Las Pumas.
And rounding out our fantastic Red Alliance team, that's pretty super, it's 7457.
Is it a bird? Is it a plane? No, it's Super Duper Robotics.
As we dive on over to the Blue Alliance, I'm seeing a team that may call themselves the greatest of all time. It is Team 829.
Happy birthday, Digi. It's the Digital Goats.
And partnering up with them, ready to take a bite out of the competition, is Team 10492.
They're showing they're truly the bosses. It's a Boss Bite Force.
And ready to attack this match from the right angle, it's Team 3494.
They're the team with 4 sides of glory. It's the Quadrangles.
Alrighty, we're ready on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Really kicking off this match. We have 3 robots moving for every single team at the beginning of this autonomous period right now. Blue Alliance with 3494, a very unique auto as they focus on mainly low L3 scoring, but a last-second grab of the algae, allowing it to actually score at the end of the match, giving them tons of extra points in that area. 3494, a fascinating team because they don't score high, but what they do score, they do incredibly quickly normally. Grabbing algae from the reef, but also allowing them to score coral on the 1, 2, and 3 zones. They just recently added a new ground intake, and we'll see that showcased in this match. They want to start off with dropping an algae ball in the processor. Their alliance partners, 829 on the Blue Alliance side, currently scoring up in the top of the reef, placing a coral up on L4 right now. Look, using that and then grabbing an algae off of the reef. Now, over on the red side of the field, 7457 currently grabbing a game piece, looking to place it up high, going to make their way around to the back side of the reef. This is an effective triple offense strategy as they really want to try and maximize their scores and get some of the tiebreakers here coming up soon. 92-88 with 1 minute and 22 seconds left in this match. Still a close score for both of these teams. Now, 104 and 92, Bossy Bite Force currently working on playing a little bit of defense against 45 right now, trying to prevent them from actually getting into that feeder station. 45 trying to rotate their robot around right now, able to successfully do so. That rotation helping to pull robots out away from that wall. 292 now scoring up on the reef into L3, successfully able to do so in 2 of the 3 reef segments finished for both teams, make that 3 of 3 for the Red Alliance, meaning they will get that additional rank point. 134 to 106 in favor of your Red Alliance right now, and 7457 placing another coral up high on that L4, finishing off that section of the coral, meaning the coral reef meaning no more scores can go there for the rest of the match. 26 seconds left in this match, 151 to 122. And while the red does have a lead, they are going to need to come and do some climbing here at the very end of the match in order to make sure they can maintain that and also get that 6th rank point if they're able to hold on to the lead. 74-57 is currently up. Their alliance partners at 21-97 trying to get prepped as well, but we got 2 robots up for the Blue Alliance. Want to end this match 19. We have your scores. Quals match number 19. Your winner is the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance going to win that 174 to Blues 153. That's going to allow Super Duper to hold on to that number 1 ranked seed, but 45 also moving into the top 8 with that 7 ranked seed. A full 6 points and a full 9 points or rank point sweep for both of these alliances. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning Quals Match 19 here at the Indiana State Championships.
Everybody. Hi, I'm Brenna. I'm here at the sports broadcasting desk, and I'm joined by Mike here. He is a Red Pride mentor. Can you talk a little bit about how you started in FRC Robotics?
Sure. The first time I ever saw a robot match was IRI in 2005, and I was like, what is going on here? What am I taking over, and how am I going to do this? And now we're here at the state championship just a little bit later. That was 20 years ago, and so we're still around, so must be something good about this, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of things to love about the FRC program. There's a lot of things that keep you involved, but 20 years is a long time, so what do you think is the biggest contributing factor for you staying that long?
The really cool thing for me is the students that come back. As an example, we've got our DJ here, who is a former student of mine at the team I was at before this one, and he not only is here still volunteering at events, but he brought the Witch Doctor robot, which is back in the pits. You should go check that out, get a selfie with it, and just really cool the stories that evolve from students that we touch in this program.
Well, also awesome. It was great talking with you today and giving your perspective on the FRC program.
Yeah, I'm excited about this next match.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our teams. We have our first team who's ready and alert. It's team 1741.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
And blazing the way with them, it is team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Tinley Trailblazers.
And rounding out our Red Alliance packet is team 5484.
Oh, it's Career Academy Robotics, a Wolf Pack.
These are super sensitive, so you got to kind of lean into it. I saw you were doing
As we dive on over to our, thank you, blue side of the field, our first team on the Blue Alliance is a team that is out of this world. Actually, it looks like we have a pretty out of this world alliance, starting off with Team 4926.
From Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactic.
And joined with their extraterrestrial partners, it is Team 5188.
They're classified. It's Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
And ready to hatch away at the competition, it is Team 8430.
From Washington, Indiana, it's the Hatch Batch.
Let's dive in. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Starting off this autonomous mode, we've got 3 red robots, 3 blue robots moving, and the big speed score we want to watch out for, 1741 right now, trying to go for a multiple piece auto. How we have seen, though, 5188 and 4926 also being able to place a total of 3. Not quite able to do it in time, though. Going into this match, 40-37 in favor of your Red Alliance, but still a very close difference. And 3 points is less points than most game pieces are worth here on the field. One of the first scores coming in from 67-21 right now, whereas on the opposite side of the field, 49-26, attempting to grab some algae before they go for another coral piece. Many of these robots struggle to pull algae off the ground, and thus, because of that, really need to take it directly off the reef in order to score it. That's why we've seen a lot of value come in from some of these ground algae bots. A minute 43 seconds left, 55-47 right now in favor of your Red Alliance still. And 1741, let's take a quick spotlight on them. Something I find fascinating about this robot is the ability to pick up game pieces directly from the ground with their double-sided intake. Now, they've optimized to quickly not only grab these game pieces, but score L1 incredibly fast, giving them a quick advantage to try and get that that coral rank point that we've seen that's been so powerful in making sure teams could keep on ranking up in this competition. 81-264 now, a minute and 7 seconds left in this match. And over on the Blue Alliance side of the field, we have Hatch at 84-30, placing another game piece down into the lower L4 area, giving that team the ability to have their second completed part of the coral branch. 5 game pieces on A level gives you a completion right now. You need a total of 4 of them if you want to get that rank point. 93-77 in favor of your Red Alliance. Right now, 54-84, taking another game piece. They're making their way across towards the field, trying to find a place to place that on the reef. We're moving around, able to get it just in position to place on that L2. That sound means it's time for climbs. First one up, looking to try and get up, is going to be 67-21 right now. Trying to get their harpoon of a hook on the front of the robot, latched onto that cage so they can back up, get it right in the right position to lift up on these cages. These deep cages, you can't be touching the chain. We have your scores for quals number 20. Your winners, it's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance going to win a 133 to Blues a 107. It's going to allow 1741 move up into that 7th ranked position. 8430 dropping down into that 6th position. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning quals 20 here at the Indiana State Championships.
everybody. We do have some roundtables. Currently, our Women in STEM roundtable is happening in the Volunteer Lounge. If you'd like to join a conversation just talking about how important it is to have community and within FIRST for women and promote equality in the organization, please join us in the volunteer room ASAP. Righty, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our next round of teams for our qualification matches, starting off with a team that's ready. Hats off to 4272.
The Burrito Bandits, it's Maverick Robotics.
And with them a team that is out of this world, it is Team 461.
From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Westside Boiler Invasion.
And bringing some luck to our Red Alliance, it is Team 6956.
With the luck of the Irish, it's Shamrock Buttocks.
Let us dive quickly on over to our Blue Alliance. Over here, their first alliance partner is Team 292.
From Russellville, Indiana, it's Panther Tech.
And hoping to go for gold, it is Team 328.
Looking to castle over the competition, it's Pin Robotics Golden Rooks.
And this last team has that dog in them, it's Team 868.
With a max speed of 670 billion miles an hour, it's the Tech Hounds.
Let's see which alliance will swim to a win. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Kicking off this Thomas mode, a highly anticipated match going into this. 868, one of the top teams here against 4061 and 4272, two absolutely powerhouses from Lafayette, Indiana. Starting off with Thomas mode, we have multiple game pieces scored from both alliances. I'm going to go in this match, so 37-37, a tied match right now. Let's talk about some of the key players. Already mentioned 868, 461, and 4272, but 328 is going to be especially crucial into this game based upon how many algae they can put in that lower processor. A total of 6 points in total for each one that goes in, but Shamrock Robotics can start filling up that upper barge, giving the opponents 4 points. Now, as long as that human player can continue to throw algaes into the upper net. 74-70 in favor of your Red Alliance right now. 4272 placing another algae up high. They're going to score an algae up high after scoring a coral. Now, in this match, we are going to see Blue Alliance now down to 2 robots. So 292 is going to have to do a majority of the work right now in this match, having to try and score. But 868 is now back in action and trying to reset a couple things with their robot, get prepared to start the match. 115 to 88 in favor of your Red Alliance right now. 4272 scoring another game piece. One of the fascinating things about that robot, currently it's driving fully autonomously right now, going back and forth from the reef by itself. That's something that makes this team very fascinating in how that they can score. And what you'll see a lot of smoothness with the robot overall. Alliance partners, though, 461, while doing a lot more driving themselves, they have some absolute expert drivers on that team, having made multiple Worlds appearances here in the last couple of years, including making it to Einstein's, one of the most coveted in games of FIRST Robotics. minute and or 30 seconds left in the match, 167 to 120. Red started to take this away now, but 328 wanting to put in some last-second algae because they know right now that the barge is starting to get full for the Red Alliance, and the human player could potentially see some bounce out like we just saw there. 15 seconds left in this match. We're trying to get a couple more balls thrown. Robots trying to go for the climb. 292 is currently up. 328 going for the last-second park. And a couple robots trying to go up. 42-72 up in the air. 69 and 56 also up, and a last-second park from 461.
Red Alliance winning that match. They're going to take it with a score of 104 to Blue Alliance's 148. Red Alliance getting all 6 of those available ranking points. It's a narwhal match, a unicorn of the sea. We're going to have those next team announcements soon, so stick tight for that.
Howdy, howdy, everyone. We are back, and we're going to talk a little bit about that match so far. So, I'm here with a Mike. It's me, Carl.
want to look at what things happen there. We're going to speed on to the end of the match there. Oh.
So in this, we're really looking at the game within the game. There's the win, and then there's the RPs to get after at. And we are about 20 seconds away. And the red side is looking at the coral, understanding that they're really, really close to getting what they need. 7457 is continuing to fill that algae barge.
Oh, we are on. Give me 1 second.
This is not the match we were just watching.
You can look at a little bit.
I was
different
like,
match.
that should be Maverick doing that.
I know, right?
All right, here we
I was
go.
Impressed.
All right, so here we go, and we got Maverick and we've got Shamrock out there, and they are going to abandon that reef and go on into the climb because they know that 461's got their back. 461's going to keep plugging away, getting that coral in. With 9 seconds left, they're already at the station, and here they go for the last one to get the RP.
Right there, that 4 out of 4. Awesome. And that's an amazing show of how last-second RPs can really come through for some of these teams, pushing it to the absolute limit. With that, we're going to switch on back down to the field for you guys to get ready for the next match.
Alrighty, everybody, time to introduce our teams for our next match. Starting with our Red Alliance, a team that is ready to fly to victory. It is Team 7657.
It's the Thunderbots all the way from Evansville, Indiana.
And joining Red Alliance Tribe, it is Team 4485.
Hailing from Danville, Indiana, it's Tribe Tech Robotics.
And ready to wreck the competition, it is Team 5402.
With students from Logan Sport and Lewis Cass High School, it's Reckless Robotics.
As we take a dive on over to the blue side of the field, we see a team who is ready for competition. It is Team 3487.
They're here with their robot Schwim Shady from Plainfield, Indiana. It's Red Pride Robotics.
And partnering up with them, it is Team 1018.
With students from Pike High School in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Pike Robo Devils.
And rounding out our teams for this match, with all bark, it is Team 2171.
Proudly sponsored by Dennis Hillberger, Base Solutions, Punto, and Crane, it's Robo Dogs.
Let's dive into qualification match 22. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Exciting last match, but this one should be just as so. First 3 seconds completely autonomous and pre-programmed. All those teams moving off that black tape line, they do need to score that coral game piece somewhere in their coral reef to get that additional ranking point. Red Alliance doing successfully. Reckless Robotics placing game piece to the top part of their reef for 7 points during the autonomous period. Blue Alliance just shy. They did need that coral. Still lots of point for movements alone. As we enter the teleoperated period, the remainder of 2 minutes, 50 seconds, all teleoperators, human players picking up their controllers to drive the robots to their team built over the past 13 weeks. 4485, Tritech Robotics from Danville, Indiana. successfully placing a algae in the top part of their reef. That's 4 points for their alliance, and they're one of the few teams that have been focusing on that throughout this event. As they pick up those algae out of the reef, they're going to open up additional scoring opportunities for their teammates. 34-87, Red Pride Robotics working on now on their side of the alliance station to do the same thing, picking up those algae, those teal spheres. They're only inflatable, so teams have to be careful not to pop them. That would be potentially bad for their alliance as they continue around the field of the match. Just over 90 seconds remaining. Scores currently 39-58 in favor of your Red Alliance. They have scored a couple of those game pieces in the algae, but both teams electing to bypass that processor as the remainder of their teammates continue to hammer away at the coral. 21-97, RoboDogs attempting to score a piece in the top part of their reef. It's worth 5 points up there at level 4, and as you work your way down to level 1 where that black trough is, that's only worth 2 points during the teleoperated period. 44-85, continuing to apply pressure to their teammates. 54-02, Reckless Robotics, recognizing they got that game piece stuck in the bottom part of their mechanism. They've headed way over to the far side of the Alliance station, putting that bumper action on the Blue Alliance, applying some pressure, and trying to prevent their opponents from scoring as many points as possible. Again, teams are watching those refs tomahawk to make sure that they aren't collecting those penalty points. 76-57, their robot's name is Superbot, to recognize their superintendent's efforts in this year's competition. They appreciate that support, and they're just attempting to score on the top part of that reef. That would have been 5 points for their alliance. They're going to continue to hammer away with 30 seconds remaining in the match. Here in a few moments, we'll hear that sonar ping, and teams will start making their way over to those cages. That means they'll want to get the most amount of points for getting elevated off the ground. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. 54-02, Reckless Robotics getting lined up on their climb. They do need to get elevated off the ground and remain that way after the match. Team 10-18, Pike Robodevils from Indianapolis, hoping to do the same. 34-52, Red Pride sliding into just the last couple of seconds here. And that's all we have for qualification match 22 here at the First Indiana State Championship. Stick tight to see those scores. And let's take a look at those scores. Qualification match 22 to see how they totaled up. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance walking away with a score of 122 to Blue Alliance's 89. The points difference there in algae, about 20-point difference as we saw throughout the duration of that match. 3 points for winning the match, 1 for their work in autonomous, and both teams for their work in the end game, that barge boat icon. Stick tight for qualification match 23.
Alrighty, let's meet our teams for our next match. Starting out with our Red Alliance, their first partner is ready to square up. It is Team 3494.
Family community team from Bloomington, Indiana. It's the Quadrangles.
And another team ready to bear their claws into the competition. It is Team 45.
Ready to share their robot Big Tuna from Kokomo, Indiana. It's the Techno Cats.
And ready to cause some pandemonium, it is Team 1747.
With students from William Henry Harrison High School, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics. They are proudly sponsored by Caterpillar, Purdue University, INMAC, Arconic, and McAllister Foundation.
Alrighty, let's wait on over to our Blue Lions, starting out with Team 2197.
Introducing their robot forklift, it's Las Pumas.
And with them precisely what is needed on the blue lines, it is Team 3176.
With students from Brownsburg High School in Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
And rounding out this Gold Alliance, it's Team 10021.
Bringing their robot Violet Vortex to the field, it's the Garin Catholic Golden Gears. They're proudly sponsored by ECU, Gaylor, and Scooch.
Ready to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
Welcome to the autonomous period. The first 50 seconds briefly programmed as usual. All three blue robots in synchronous form trying to deliver those game pieces to the top part of their wreath. Would have been work 7 points for their Alliance. Red Alliance, though, not to be outdone. 45 Techno Kicks, potentially with our only reef-based autonomous during this weekend's event, successfully placing the air into the reef, worth points for their Alliance. The remainder 2 minutes and 15 seconds is all teleoperated. Robots pick up the human players pick up the robots and controllers and drive them around the field. They built those over the past 13 weeks, and they'll continue to show off their work through this match. Team 10021, the Golden Gears, successfully delivering a piece of coral to their reef, and they'll continue to move around and pick up additional game pieces from their human player station. The name of the game, as per usual, is to reduce those cycle times, the time from picking up a game piece to delivering it in the field of play. 34.94, the quadrangles know that for sure. They're picking up game pieces from the ground itself, trying to minimize that time to picking up a game piece to delivering it, known as a cycle time. Teams, the more shorter that is, the more opportunities they can fit to score game pieces in a single match, especially with only 90 seconds remaining. Score is currently 34-64 in favor of the Red Alliance. Red Alliance sneaking in a couple of those algae directly into their barge, bypassing the processor. Many teams electing to do that since they don't want to have the opportunities for their opponents to score. 1747, Harrison Boiler Robotics having some issues picking up that coral, but they're working with their human player to adjust that placement mechanism to bring in additional game pieces to the field of play. 2197, Las Pumas with their crayon-based design, if I remember correctly. We should see it unsheathed there. It allows them to line up that coral precisely where they want it. It allows it to simply slide off and get those additional ranking points for their Alliance. Teams making their way, Red Alliance reaching that threshold, usurping it for the 4 out of 4 for that ranking point. They will continue to fill up that coral as teams continue to scout and monitor these teams, watching how much they contribute to that score. Score is currently 83-113 in favor of your Red Alliance. Teams continuing to make their way, both of them now achieving that coral ranking point. 27 seconds remaining in the match. We'll see many of those teams head over to those cages. But the teams going with 2 deep cages and 1 shallow cage each. 34-94 pulling up on that shallow cage, worth 12 points, my understanding, to their alliance. They'll need 1 more to sneak in there to get some points. 45 appears to be caught on that mechanism. We'll just see how that favors them out. 31-76 Pearl Precision getting elevated to the ground. They'll stay that way during the end of the match. 5 seconds remaining. Blue Alliance trying to get an additional climb point to make the end of this match. That's all we have time for. Qualification 23. Here at the First Indiana State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. All right, all available ranking points were distributed during this match, but your winners are the Red Alliance. The Red Alliance sneaking away with a score of 152 to Blue Alliance's 129. We're distributing all 9 of those ranking points that are available. Red Alliance, though, getting those extra 3 for winning the match. Both teams getting it for their hard work in Autonomous, the endgame barge, and, of course, the reef ranking point, which we'll see more common here in the state of Indiana. Stick tight for qualification match 24.
All right, let's meet our teams for our next qualification match. Ready to charge up on our Red Alliance. It is Team 10332.
Their robot's name is Frederick from Fort Wayne, Indiana. It's the Chargers.
And partnering up with them for our Red Alliance, it is Team 135.
With students from Penn High School in Mishawaka, it's the Penn Robotics Black Knights.
And hoping to blaze away with the competition, it is Team 7617.
Bringing their robot Firefish to the field with students from University High School in Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers. They're proudly sponsored by Micro Commercial Components, Sim System Robotics Fanfare Tickets, and Haggard Stocking.
Alrighty, and over on our Blue Alliance, our first team is proudly sporting their Alliance color. It is Team 234.
They're here focused on exceeding the known limits from Indianapolis, Indiana. It's Cyber Blue.
And happy birthday to Team 829.
With students from Rocker Career Center in Indianapolis, it's the Digital Goats.
And last but certainly not least for our teams in this match, it is Team 7454.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Huskies on Hogs. They're proudly sponsored by Toyota, Alcoa, Indiana Board of Education, Ivy Tech, and Prodigy.
Already good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, rescape.
Robots off to their races. First 15 seconds, they're moving pre-programmed based on their sensors and all the programming the teams have done before the match even started. Team 10-3-32, the Chargers making their way off that taped line and successfully dribbling a game piece to the front part of their coral reef station, successfully gaining both teams that ranking point since they both participated in that action. 829 Digital Goats coming off that autonomous period and scoring a game piece in the top part of their reef worth 5 points for their alliance. The remaining 2 minutes and 50 seconds, now just 2 minutes, is completely tele-operated. Human players deriving that their robots that their team built over the past 13 weeks. 76-17, the Robo Blazers from Carmel, Indiana. Their students are from University High School, and they've been working alongside with all the rest of these teams just per usual. They received that mission game about 14 weeks ago now, and we continue to build and compete in this year's competition. 829 Digital Goats, their risk mechanism allows them to pick up the game piece of one orientation from the coral station, swivel it around a little bit, and then prepare that for orientation placement on their coral reef. Many teams focusing and filling up the top part of their reef first. That's where the most important points are available. 5 points for each of those game pieces. However, it takes a little bit more time. 135, the Penn Robotics Black Knights saving that time by removing that algae out of the way as they come down from that higher ranked area, opening up additional scoring opportunities for their alliance. 829 Digital Goats doing the same for their alliance, but instead taking that game piece and pushing it over to the processor. We're 6 points for their alliance, so they're passing it over to their opponent's team to some additional scoring opportunities for them. 135 coming down a little bit hard on one of those coral, but it's still doing all right. Those PVC pipes are pretty strong. One of the more robust game pieces we've seen in the last couple of years. Blue Alliance now receiving some bumper-on-bumper pressure defensive action from 10-3-3-2, the Chargers. They'll continue to do that almost until the end of the match as they try to prevent their opponents from scoring, especially in the end game when there's so many valuable points available. Scores 121-92 in favor of your Blue Alliance, but lots of points as they continue to score on that reef. Some teams will continue to do that, bypassing those climbs, especially since the Blue Alliance is about halfway there to that ranking point. They are a little short on time. We do see that handshake icon from the Blue Alliance. That means they successfully delivered 2 of those algae, those teal spheres, to the processor. They'll need Red Alliance to join in to lower that ranking point threshold. 15 seconds remain in the match. We heard that sonar ping just a few moments ago. Teams designing their robot for the lower cage, even though it's a lot harder to engage. 6 seconds remaining. 135 and 76-17 getting elevated off the ground. Huskies on hog apparently elevated. And that's about all the time we have for qualification match 23 here at the Finn District State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. And let's take a peek at those scores for qualification match 24. The results are in. It's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance sneaking away with a score of 158 to Red Alliance's 116. The difference there, of course, in the barge and the coral. We saw that throughout the match, but both teams still getting that ranking point for the autonomous period. Blue Alliance, though, able to pull off the win for those additional 3 trophy ranking points and for their hard work in the end game in that barge. Stick tight for qualification match 25.
Okay, Indiana, before we meet our next teams, just a reminder that you can still get all of your state championship merch out by the front doors. They're selling all sorts of cool swag, pins, little patches for your class jackets. You can get all of that fun stuff and more out by the main door. So definitely make sure you stop by there before we head out today. But let's go ahead and meet our next set of teams. We're starting off with a team that wants to leave a lasting legacy. It is Team 5010.
They're here with their robot Tiger shirt from Fishers, Indiana. It's Tiger Dynasty.
Next up, we have a team that's ready to take up 1024.
Which is from the Kenzie Center for Innovation and Technology. It's the Kilobytes.
And finally, we're rounding out our Red Alliance with Team 8103.
With their robot Sir Davy Jones, it's Knight Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by Dosh, Woods Foundation, AE Power, and B Noble.
We're sailing over to the Blue Alliance, and we're starting off with Team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
Joining them in the middle of their alliance, we have Team 7457.
Currently your number 1 ranked team from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And finally, to wrap us up, we have Team 3940.
Bringing to the field their robot Mako, it's Cybertooth. They're proudly sponsored by Andy Mark, Aptiv, Gene Haas Foundation, and the Boeing Company.
We have the thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the lines. 3, 2, 1, go.
First 20 seconds, robots are off to the races using pre-programmed autonomous period. All those teams moving across those black tape line will have to stay off of those at the end of the period to get those points for movement alone, only available during the autonomous period. 3940 Cybertooth delivering a couple of game pieces just shy of the top part of their lines. 7457 able to sneak in a couple during that autonomous period, each worth 7 points. As we move to the teleopera period, those are now worth 5, and all those bonuses are now dropped, but the remainder of the match still has a couple of opportunities for scoring. 50-10 Tiger Dynasty picking up their controllers with the rest of their teammates and trying the robots that their team's built over the last 13 weeks. Picking up those coral from the human player station. That's where you bring additional coral pieces into the field of play. The field started with 12 of those game pieces, 3 in each of teams' robots and 3 underneath all those algae. Those can be brought in additionally through the human player coral station, but the algae, those teal spheres, is all we'll see in the field of play. 7487 Super Duper high performing team, currently our number 1 ranked. They'll continue to hopefully maintain that, but they do need to fill up that reef with that to get that ranking point opportunity. They're most of the way there, currently 3 out of 4 with many time in the remaining of the match to get to that threshold. Red Alliance, though, a little bit of pressure from their opponents. 50-10 beached up on that one of the teal spheres. Their teammates hoping to slide them off so they can continue to move around. It's a difficult thing to do, especially since they're inflatable. You're going to have to rotate the robot off rather than push them, which is difficult to do in this year's game. Just over a minute remaining in the match. Blue Alliance continue to make good progress, fill up their algae area. 3940 dismissing that algae sphere out of their way as they come down with that elevator. A unique design that some teams have come used for. 50-10 Tiger Dynasty getting released from their algae hold, but getting some working with their opponents to keep working on that scoring area. Team 447, Team Roboto, now scounging for additional game pieces on the far side of their field, applying some bumper-on-bumper action. However, since they've done that within the taped-off protected area, they are getting flagged by arrest for violation of some of those policies. 7487 Super Duper hoping to sneak in a couple of more game pieces. They're currently, it looks like 5 shy of that full reef, but they have 20 seconds remaining. They'll probably head towards those cages as we enter the end game period. We heard that sonar ping. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. Just trying to win a coin here. 447 Team Roboto getting underneath their cage, hoping to get elevated off the ground. Blue Alliance potentially going for a triple climb, but Red Alliance trying to sneak in a couple more game pieces. And that's about all the time we have for qualification match 25. Here to the first Indiana State Championship here in Center Grove. Stick tight for those scores. And let's take a peek at how those scores totaled up for qualification match 25. The results are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking a score of 127, way up there with the combination of our two most powerful teams. They'll remain in first and third ranked respectively, but they are going to get those 6 ranking points, holding on to that high ranking point average for all their work. Red Alliance, though, not walking away empty-handed, still getting 2 ranking points for their work in Autonomous and filling up that reef. Stick tight for qualification match 26.
Okay, let's meet our next Red Alliance that we have here out on the field. We're ready to blast off with Team 4926.
Bringing their robot whale shark to the field, it's Galactic.
Joining them in the center slot, we have Team 868.
Hailing from Carmel High School, it's the Tech Hounds.
And finally, we're rounding off the Red Alliance with Team 10492.
They were your district event winner at Washington. It's Bossy Bite Force.
All right, let's go across the shimmering sea where we can see Team 1501.
Bringing their robot Wave Rider to the field, it's Team Thrust.
In the center, we have our host team with Team 1741.
All the way from Center Grove High School, it's Red Alert.
And finally, we're ready for liftoff with Team 7657.
Traveling from Evansville, Indiana, from the New Tech Institute, it's the Thunderbots.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Should be quite an exciting autonomous pre-program period. 868, 1501, and 7471 all fighting against each other. Scored the most amount of points during this autonomous period. 1501 Team Thrust already putting up 3 game pieces. 868, the Tech Hounds, though, going for their 4th. Just about running out of time, though, as we exit the autonomous period. Scores scoring 37-44, and now all tied up as we exit that autonomous period. The remainder 2 minutes and 50 seconds is all tele-operated as human players drive their robots that their team built over this past season. Team 868 getting rid of one of those algae, those teal inflatable spheres into the top part of the barge, worth 4 points for their alliance as they open up additional scoring opportunities for their teammates. Team 10-3-3-4, Bossy Bite Force over on the far side of their alliance now. Excuse me, they're the 10-4-9-2. They're applying and guarding that one of those stations, trying to prevent their opponents from scoring as many game pieces as possible. The human player recognizing that fact, abandoning that station so they can get through those many game pieces as possible for their alliance. 15 15-1 Team Thrust picking up that game piece from their human player area and delivering it onto the top part of the reef for 5 points for their alliance. 76-57, Swerve Drive Bot, Thunder Bot. Their robot's name, of course, is Super Bot in favor of their superintendent, trying to keep their opponents from scoring as many points as possible, applying that bumper-on-bumper pressure and defensive action. Scores currently 99-107 in favor of your Red Alliance, but these scores are pretty close. Only 4 points divide them now. That's a game piece scored just about anywhere. 15-01, bumping up on top of Algae, raising that bumper, but sliding back down. It does need to stay attached and protective of the robot if they're staying in rule with the regulation. 76-57, continuing to apply that bumper-on-bumper pressure. Red Alliance getting quite a face of that activity. They have to make sure that that contact time is kept to a minimum and done outside the protected area around the reef. Scores currently 117-122. Red Alliance still your favorite team here, but 40 seconds reign the match and plenty of points available in that end game period. 17-41, Red Alert has the unique ground take mechanism, allows them to pick up from either side of the robot and deliver it to a simple trough. And then from that trough, they can then deliver it to the scoring area. About 20 seconds remaining in the match, we'll hear that sonar ping, which means we'll start seeing teams make their way over to the climb area. 868 tech counts hoping to sneak in one more game piece potentially before they head that way. Lots of points available in that climb. 15-1 Team Thrust elevated off the ground. Trying to join them, their opponents, 868 the tech counts, 49-26. Galactech now elevated. Teams need to stay that way after the match. And we'll see how those scores total up here at the end of qualification match 26 here at the First Indiana State Championship. Let's take a look at your scores. Qualification match 26. The results are in. It's a 1-point difference match. The Red Alliance. The Red Alliance taking with 157, 1 point above Blue Alliance 156. The difference there, the barge, when they climbed, made up that difference for what they need. Red Alliance taking all 6 of those breaking points available to them. A narwhal match, Unicorn of the Sea. Blue Alliance not walking away with anything. 2 ranking points for their work there. Stick tight for qualification match 27.
It's time to meet our next Red Alliance. We're starting off with a team that's ready to sail the seas. It's Team 2197.
They really like robots. It's Las Pumas.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 292.
The Kings of the Jungle. It's a Panther Tech.
And finally, we have Team 6721.
Blazing their way to the top, it's Tinley Trailblazers.
Let's sail across the waters where we have Team 328.
Checkmate, it's Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 4485.
Absolutely destroying the barge, it's Tribe Tech Robotics.
And finally, this team's maybe a little fishy. We have Team 45.
With their robot Big Tuna, it's Techno Cats.
All right, we have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off this match, robots moving fully autonomously. I want you to watch out for 45 right now in this match. They want to go for another coral right now, trying to place that up high right now. Not quite able to do so. They're actually moving on to a full coral autonomous. We sometimes see them do it in awesome algae autonomous. Going into this qualification match, 19-12 in favor of your Red Alliance. And right now, robots are focusing on scoring coral, mostly up on L4 for the Red Alliance, just trying to get those 5 points apiece, which is really critical to keep on scoring. And now, in this match, you've heard them a couple of times so far, but 328 is going to be known for doing a lot of algae. Now, right now, they grab a coral piece because they recently added that as an upgrade to the robot so that they can score on the reef once they start running out of algae balls. And with 4485 and 45 on their alliance, two other robots that can score algae, this is actually a pretty maxed out team in terms of scoring algae on the field. You see 45 grabbing another one from the reef and looking to try and score that up high. A minute and 26 seconds left in this match. Red Alliance currently ahead 47-43, but still a very, very close match so far. 2197 Las Pumas going up and scoring a core on L4. They're followed by their alliance partners 292 and a quick L3 score from 6721. That's going to help boost Red scores up to that 70 versus 52 you see right now with a minute left in this match. Now, Blue Alliance starting to transition more to that coral overall in order to try and place it up high and pull the scores back in their favor right now. 45 placing one up on L4 at the moment. Now, with 45 seconds left, Blue Alliance is starting to fall behind by almost 30 points, which means they're really going to need the climbs here at the end of this match. But at the moment, we're not seeing as much of those climbing abilities from these teams, so we're going to have to see what they can pull off in the last seconds. 67-21, feeling that they have a sizable lead. They're going to come in with climbs with themselves in 292. Really want to making sure that one of the teams scores. 328 is going to do a lot of last-second processor algae, hoping the human player makes a mistake and misses, getting them an extra 6 points bonus if they can have those loaded at the end of the match. 5 seconds left in this match, and we're going to look for one last score from the Blue Alliance as they swoop into that park zone. We have your scores. The winners of that match, it's going to be your Red Alliance. Red Alliance going to win with a point of 132 to 123. We'll allow 4 rank points for the Red Alliance. Big thing affecting there was the coral gain by the Red Alliance. However, Blue, if you notice, doubled the points in algae in that match. Wonderful, fantastic score back and forth. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning quals 27 here at the Indiana State Championship.
All right, Indiana, it's time to introduce our next Red Alliance, and we're starting off strong with Team 3494.
They ain't your typical game of Foursquare. It's the Quadrangles.
Joining their pack is Team 5484.
A little untamed. It's Career Academy Robotics, a Wolf Pack.
And finally, revving their engines are Team 7454.
With their robot Scallywag, it's Huskies on Hogs.
All right, let's dive on over to the Blue Alliance, where we have Team 10332.
They're electrifying. It's Carol Charger Robotics.
Joining them in the center, another one of our rookie teams is Team 10021.
Our rookie sensation, the Garen Catholic Golden Gears.
And finally, we're wrapping out our Blue Alliance with Team 461.
Invading an alliance near you is a West Side Boiler Invasion.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off this autonomous mode, I want you to take a watch for 3494 in their really unique autonomous that we've seen them run a couple of times here. What's fascinating about this autonomous mode, as you'll see here in a moment, they try and go for those three coral. Not quite able to do so, but they are able to grab an algae ball at the end of this match. Kicking off this autonomous mode, 33-23 in favor of your Blue Alliance right now. Over on the Blue Alliance side, 461 using a very innovative mechanism, pulling away that algae. They need to pull away the algae because in order to score on the level 3 of the reef, it has to be out of the way. Now, one of their manipulators, a very cool one that actually goes on the end of their elevator and then pass through, it needs to be able to hold one game speed at a time, so they're going to pull the algae off the reef. Over their alliance partners, 121, currently scoring a coral up high. Those coral worth 5 points right now as they go and place that. They're followed closely by 461. Garen focusing right now on L3, but going to try and shove out a algae ball with a small manipulator they have on the edge of the robot. They wanted to keep this manipulator super simple so that they could really easily pull it out without having massive amounts of complexity on their robot. Now, alongside them, Carol Charters, 103.32, putting tons of points down in that bottom part of the reef. Their robot architecture, known as EveryBot, one of the fastest ones here in the state, filling up those bottom reef. We've seen them get up to 12 game pieces in a single match. 1 minute left in this match, and extremely close, just a 2-point difference, 84-87 right now. 54-84. Currently looking on placing a coral game piece is in that middle third level of the reef. The Red Alliance slightly behind right now, but they still have a lot of scoring potential left, seeing as there's multiple L5 or L4 locations that they could still score on, meaning that they could start slowly overtaking the Blue Alliance. A 2-point difference right now. 30 seconds left in this match. Both these teams really need to get some of the last second and scores before they go to climb. Garen Catholic climbing early, wanting to make sure they get the alignment for this, but this could be the difference in this game because teams really need to get some of these last second scores in order to flip it back in their favor. And there we see it. Red Alliance now taking the lead, 117-105. 10 seconds left in this match. 34-94 is currently up in the air, or 121 also up in the air. 74-57 parked at the moment. 1 second left. We have your scores from that last match. Your winners, it's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance going to win that 131 to Blue's 119. And take a look at some of those barrage points that help pick it up right in the end there, as well as a couple last-second coral places by the Red Alliance, securing them all 6 ranking points and moving 54-84 in the 6th ranked position and 34-94 up into 8th ranked position. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning Quals Match 28 here at the Indianapolis State Championship.
All right, Indiana, let's keep this momentum going. We have team 8430.
Taking a chop at the competition, it's the Hatch Batch.
Up next, we have team 6956.
Their robot was found at the end of the rainbow. It's Shamrock Botics.
And finally, ready to take a bite, we have team 1024.
Taking a chomp out of the competition, it's the Kilobytes.
Let's head on across the ocean to where our Blue Alliance is docked. We have team 1747.
Bam who? A bamboo. It's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
Up next, we have team 7617.
Lighting up the competition, it's the Robo Blazers.
And finally, wrapping us up, we have team 4272.
3 jelly beans and a pinto bean. It's a Maverick Robotics.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off this autonomous mode, teams are running fully autonomously right now. Generally in these autonomous, you'll see one robot moving through the center of the field, while 2 robots scoring on the edges of the field right now. At the moment, 76-17 scoring another coral high. 42-72 not quite finding the mark on any of those so far. 2 minutes and 15 seconds left in this match. 30-19 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Now currently, a Blue Alliance looking on a triple offensive strategy right now, releasing an algae ball out of the field of play. with 43 to 29 in favor of your Blue Alliance currently right now. Looking over at the blue side of the field, currently 84-30 Hatchet trying to place a ball in or an algae into the processor, able to successfully do so. That'll earn them 6 points. If 1747, that human player can throw it up in the barge, they do successfully. They earns them 4 points as well. Both these teams trying to look for the cooperation right now if they can try and get 2 algae balls into the processor each, making it easier to get that coral rank point. Looking at the Blue Alliance side, 76-17, trying to place another coral on L4, 42-72 scoring a coral on that middle field, and their friends at 1747 also trying to score as well. Removal of another algae ball, meaning that right now, these alliances focusing right now on pure raw coral points, 107-72 in favor of your Blue Alliance right now. 1747 successfully able to score a algae ball for the opponents, really wanting to make sure that they get cooperation for this round. It is not uncommon that we'll see teams occasionally try and score or points for their opponents. 1747 now switching over to defense right now after making sure that algae occurred. They're trying to push into 10-24 at the moment. And this type of defense we've seen a couple times now. 1747 wanting to block that processor, keep 84-30 from placing any more algae balls in there. They'll come across the field, push into 69-56, trying to jam them up at that feeder station. 29 seconds left in this match. 162-98, 42-72, raising and placing another algae up high. They've had an extremely clean game with that this entire competition. That sound means it's time to climb, and teams will be looking for a climb. At 1747 having one of the most consistent climbs we've seen all season right now. They're going to try and go up first, with Alliance partners also trying to go up as well. 76-17 going to plan for a park. 4 seconds left, 42-72 up in the air. Can we get a Red Alliance up in the air? We have your scores for that match. Your winner is the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance going to come away with 199 and one beautiful unicorn right there. 6 big ranking points for the Blue Alliance. Rocking 42-72 up in that 3rd ranked position and 1747 up into that 5th ranked position. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance winning Quals match 29 here at the Indiana State Championships.
All right, it is time to meet our next Red Alliance here at the Indiana District Championship. We're starting off with Team 8103.
Looking to storm the castle, it's Knight Robotics.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 3940.
We love ARM, it's Cybertooth.
And finally, we're rounding out this alliance with Team 2171.
Who let the dogs out? It's the Robo Dogs.
Over on the other side of the sea, we're starting off with Team 1501.
With the Robot Wave Rider, it's Team Thrust.
Next up, this team's the GOAT. We have Team 829.
Happy birthday, Digi. It's the Digital Goats.
And rounding off our alliance with pride, we have Team 3487.
Fulfill that prophecy. It's Red Pride Robotics.
All right, we have the thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off this autonomous mode, a tale is over its time at 1501 versus 3940. Two robots playing against each other in the finals of the last district match we saw here in Indiana. However, in this point of time, we're going to see 3940 scoring up high. 1501 took a little bit of breakdown there, but did still get two coral up in the air. 42-36 in favor of your Blue Alliance right now. An incredibly close match for right now for these teams. Overall, on both teams choosing for a more triple offense strategy. We've been seeing that for most of the competition right now. But 3487, a new party trick up their sleeves. They've been placing algae up on the barge. Now, algae is something that's going to be really fascinating to watch as these teams produce to playoffs. Why? We're going to see more and more cycles. And as we see more cycles of coral, their average point value goes down. And so placement up in the barge, a big 4 points there from 3487 can be pretty huge. Over here on the Blue Alliance, we also watch an 829 in place on that L2 before they go to try and take off a game piece or an algae from the reef. Successfully able to pull it off. They're going to try and place it over in the processor, dropping in the processor for 6 points, more than the barge itself, but it does allow the opponent human player to try and make a shot up in the barge for 4 points, making a net of only 2 point gain. 99-96, a 3 point difference right now, folks. And right now, 3940, an absolute beast right now with that robot with their giant arm on the side. One of their favorite things to say, we love ARM. We're going to drop a ball into the processor, trying to get co-op, really wanting that to run through. Successfully able to do so, meaning that the auto rank point is going to be easier right now. 119 to 111. Blue Alliance is starting to take ahead right now. Now only a 3 point difference, so still anyone game as it's still 1 game point each away at the moment. And the Red Alliance and the Blue Alliance still have plenty of 4 L4s left. left, which means that they have some more time to score. However, 21-71 want to make it a little hard for the Red Alliance right now, as they have to score around them in order to get this last couple of second points. 1 point difference, folks. 25 seconds left in this match as teams continue to score, and they will have to score to the last second. Climb time is happening right now, but if we choose to climb, this could be a major detriment. While it's critical to win this match to climb, you really need to make sure that you get some last second scores, and yet most of the Alliance are going there immediately. 8:29 going in for the climb up in the air. 3 seconds left. 39:40 up in the air. Can we get a last second climb from either team? All right, Indiana, I want you guys to get loud because this match was a 3-point difference. Our scores up on the board, your winners, it's going to go to the Red Alliance. Red Alliance winning a 162 to Blues 159. It's going to allow Cybertooth 39-40 to keep all 6 of those lovely rank points and stay up there in the second rank position. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning Quals Match 30 here at the Indiana State Championships.
Okay, it is time to meet our next alliance, and we're starting off with one of the newest members of our Fin Fam, and that is Team 10492.
They're the bosses. It's a Bossy Bite Force.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 234.
They make their opponents feel a little blue. It's Cyber Blue.
And finally, we have Team 5188.
They're faking the moon landing. It's Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
All right, over across the field in blue, we're starting off with Team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 1018.
They're picture perfect. It's a Pike Robo Devils.
And finally, we're rounding out this team with Team 5010.
These cool cats taking down the competition. It's Tiger Dynasty.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
Kicking off this autonomous mode, robots moving fully autonomously right now. They're attempting to score coral in those upper areas. 447 with a particularly unique one, scoring an algae up in that upper barge. Now the Blue Alliance will need to score at least one coral in order to make sure they get the rank point. 50-10 securing that for the Blue Alliance. However, on the Red Alliance field, 4 coral up high, allowing them to secure the lead out of auto 40-16 in favor of your Red Alliance. Now looking at this match so far, what teams need to do. Bossy Bite Force, known for scoring coral down in that lower L1 trough. They want to try and get the 5 needed for that Alliance in order to get the additional rank point. They're going to get stuck on the algae ball, though. We'll see 234 pulling them off there, allowing them to get back in action. But those algae balls are considered deadly landmines by some of these robots if they run up on them. Bossy going to move their way over to the blue side of the field, just like we are. All right, going to try and play a little bit of defense over there. With 1 minute and 34 seconds left in this match, 55-45 in favor of your Red Alliance right now. Blue quickly closing the gap that they lost in autonomous mode. 447 looking to place up in that upper barge, successfully able to do so. 50-10 scoring up high. They're going to shove into Bossy, but it is going to slow down their cycle a little bit, and the coral's going to get a little bit jammed up into that robot. It is a valuable time that people don't realize these defense can take away from the overall cycles. 10-18 looking to score up on the upper algae. That's going to make it for a total of 9 algae scored on the L4 for the Blue Alliance. And we only have right now about a 14-point difference, something that Blue Alliance has been making back up most of this match. However, 234 going to grab a coral, take that over to the opposite side of the field, place it in that lower barge area on L1, trying to show that they can do a couple more points there. They really want that auto rank point. 37 seconds left in this match. 96 It's 99 to 89, a 10-point difference right now. These teams really looking for the last couple of game pieces in order to try and score or up high. We do have, though, 50-10 getting shut down momentarily by Bossy, 107 to 89. That means it's time to climb. 10-18 is going to be the first one up for the Blue Lions. 50-10 also going to attempt to go up as well. We've seen climb out of two of these red lines, though. 234 coming up as well. 6 seconds left in this match. We have one climb from red, one from blue. We have your scores for Quals match 31. Your winners, it's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance going to win that one 130 to 107. Going to allow 234 to slip up into that 7th ranked position with all 6 ranking points. 105 points in Coral, really allowing them to pull ahead in that match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning Quals 31 here at the Indiana State Championships.
Okay, friends, it's time to meet our next Red Alliance out here on the field. We have Team 135.
They're slaying their competition. It's Pin Robotics Black Knights.
Joining them here precisely in the middle, we have Team 3176.
From Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
And rounding out this intergalactic alliance with Team 4926.
With the robot Whale Shark, it's Galactech.
All right, let's dive across the ocean to where we have Team 7457.
With the robot Golden Coral, it's Super Duper Robotics.
In the center, they're ready to wreck it. It's Team 5402.
They're tiny, but they're mighty. It's Reckless Robotics.
And finally, to round out our Red Alliance, we have Team 10021.
It's their rookie season, the Guerin Catholic Golden Gears.
time to get qualification match number 32 started. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we are seeing movements from all 6 robots across the field right now. It looks like Super Duper has already placed one of their coral, and they're working on a second and a third from their human player station. 5402 is going to join them in filling up that reef in autonomous. Right now we have both alliances 37 points going into the teleoperated period. Let's see how high those scores can get with the remaining 2 minutes and 15 seconds left. 7457 is going immediately for one of those algae being placed up into that barge. That's going to earn the Blue Alliance 4 points for each of the algae up into that net, and they already have 2 up there. The Red Alliance also joins them with placing one of those algae up into the net. It looks like 49-26 and 31-76 are working on filling up their side of the reef, while 135 is going to work on the opposite side. They're working in tandem, trying not to get as many clashes as possible so they can smoothly and efficiently fill up that reef and get as many points as possible. Over here on the Blue Alliance, I'm seeing a lot of coral placement on this reef. L4 is almost completely full, only 2 slots left. We got a lot of coral on L1 as well. They're going to make sure they don't have an issue going into trying to get that ranking point. L1 is something that we've seen a little bit of difficulty. It kind of is not really, it's kind of overlooked because teams usually focus on L4, but trying to get that ranking point, they're trying to get at least 5 coral on all of those levels. And some teams have struggled filling up L1 because the coral can roll out of that trough really easily. Over on the other reef, we see L4 completely full of coral. They're working on L3 and L2 right now. There's only 2 algae left on that reef as well. Let's see if teams are going to go for placing some of them onto that net. We have just under 30 seconds left in the match. The Blue Alliance has 175 points compared to the Reds' 140. Let's see if Red can make this up in the end game. That's the sound it has just started. Robots are going to be seen getting onto those cages in the middle of the field. 31-76 lining up for the Red Alliance. 74-57 is already up for the Blue. There's 5 seconds left in the match. Let's see if 135 can get up. Purple Precision is up. 3, 2, 1. Ended up with 4 robots in the middle of that field. What an awesome match. Congratulations to both of the alliances for those awesome work. All right, let's take a look at this match. We have a really high ranking point match here. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 205 to 164. This match was really incredible. You can see the max amount of ranking points for both alliances was earned in this match. The Blue Alliance getting 6 ranking points from Autonomous, Coral, and the end game, and the Red Alliance getting the same ranking points, just not the winner ones. Really incredible match. Good work from all the teams on the field today. 166 points in the Coral section of this game. That is really incredible number as well. That allows 74-57 to secure their first place position after this match and moves up the other 2 Blue Alliance members as well. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Testing.
Audio is a good thing to have.
And we love it out here. What's happening? How you doing? How you feeling?
There we go.
Okay, here we go. All right. 105 to 164. Amazing match. You see over on the blue, one of the alliances, I'm tweaking. they just did excellent. What did you see?
I saw a lot of growth out there, honestly. I mean, 3176 rebuilding their robot since the Penn event. We got 135 reaching new heights, 5402 having the best season they've ever had, and then just 7454 holding it all down. They've been rocking it since their freshman year in 2019, and they're just putting in the reps and showing us what can be done.
Absolutely. I like that word. Oh, my bad. Never mind. We're sending it right back. You enjoy.
All right, thank you, broadcast desk. And hey, Indiana, just another reminder, don't forget to get your event swag, commemorate your time here at the state championship. Get all of those t-shirts, sweatshirts, patches, pins, all of that good stuff out by the front doors. Get all of the fun swag. And with that, let's go ahead and meet our team. Starting off and leading the pack, we have Team 5484.
They're changing lives and building robots. It's the Wolf Pack.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 328.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, celebrating their third season, it's Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
And finally, rounding out this ship, we have Team 2197.
They're sailing the FRC. It's the Las Pumas.
All right, let's sail across the ocean, and we're going to be taking off because it's Team 7657.
With their robot, Superbot, it's the Thunderbots.
Next up, this team's gone fishing. We have Team 7617.
With their robot, Firefish, it's the Robo Blazers.
And finally, we're rounding out our Blue Alliance with Team 8430.
From Washington, Indiana, it's the Hatchbatch.
We're ready to dive in. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, as usual, all 6 robots have seen movement already in this match from the autonomous period. It looks like both members, 7657 and 7617, are attempting to put coral on that reef for the Blue Alliance. Looks like the Red Alliance successfully got one of those coral on L4 for their reef. Both alliances seeing all movement and one of those coral earn that autonomous ranking point. Let's see in Teleop if they can rack up some more. 328 over on the Red Alliance is taking some of that algae off of the reef and placing it into the processor. If both teams have 2 algae each in that processor, that allows the cooperation bonus to be activated. That'll mean that teams only have to fill up 3 of those levels on the reef instead of all 4 with 5 coral each. Those ranking points are the key to the game right now. Teams are trying to move up in the ranks, and that's how you do it. You get 3 for winning each match, 1 for losing. 7657 are going for filling up L4 on their alliance's reef. 7617 is joining them on the other side of the reef, trying to get L3 filled up. You can see by those lights activated in the middle of the field and the handshake symbol that the cooperation bonus has been activated. 328 and 2197 are battling a little bit of defense from the Blue Alliance, 8430. 5484 making way back and forth from that human player station. They're trying to get some of the lower levels of that reef while their alliance partners go for the higher levels. 8430 is really blocking that processor, a strategy that is going to be specific to the teams that they are playing against, because 328 is primarily a processor robot. That is how the Red Alliance is going to get their points from 328, is primarily through that processor, and 8430 is going to try their best to block that, really prohibiting 328 to get the maximum amount of algae that they're able to get in a match. All right, we have just under 10 seconds left. Let's see if robots can get up onto those cages. 76-17 is up, 1 second left. And we ended with another parked blue robot as well. Congratulations to the teams in this match. All right, our scores have been posted for the last match. Let's take a look in a second. Congratulations to the Blue Lions, winning with a score of 175 to 153. They got 104 points from Coral and 14 from the Barge. They got 6 ranking points in that match. That is the max amount of ranking points that a team can get in one match. That moves all 3 of those teams up in the rank, including 8430, into that 8th place position. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Let's meet which teams will be joining us for qualification match 34. Starting off on the Red Alliance, we've got Team 292.
With the robot Sergeant Joe, it's Panther Tech.
Joining them on the center of the Red Alliance station, it's Team 2171.
From Crown Point, Indiana, it's the Robo Dogs.
And wrapping up the friends we'll see on this side of the barge, introducing Team 3494.
From Bloomington, Indiana, it's the Quadrangles.
Making our way under the barge through all three of those deep cages from the Blue Alliance. Let's meet them now, starting with Team 1024.
With the robot Shark Bite, it's the Kilobytes.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance station, an original and sustaining team, it's Team 45.
With the robot Big Tuna, it's Technocats.
And wrapping up the friends we'll see for this match, let's meet them, it's Team 3487.
From Plainfield High School, it's Red Pride Robotics. Real quickly, before we start our next match, take a look at this awesome hat that I'm wearing. It's from our merch stand outside. Connection Graphics are selling this awesome hat. I bet you're all jealous. You want one too. Go check it out. They have some really cool merch, including limited edition 10 years of district pins. So go check it out outside in the Hall of Excellence.
Drivers behind the line, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, our robots are off in this pre-programmed autonomous period from the code that these teams have been working on for the past 13 weeks. It looks like Technocats has a rare strategy of getting one of those algae off the reef and putting it into that net on the barge. That's not something I've seen a lot in autonomous from our teams here. 3487 is going to follow up their autonomous period with a quick placement of coral onto the L4. Looks like 45 is going for taking some of those algae off the reef and putting it into their processor. 2 of those algae in the processor activates that cooperation bonus, so let's see if this match will include that. It looks like 3487 is also taking some of those algae off. I believe their mechanism on their robot allows them to take that algae and put it into the net on the barge. This strategy of taking algae off of that reef is something that is really common seen because you have to take it off to place coral there, but you can also gain points from putting it up into that net. It's 4 points for each algae and then opens up those slots for corals to be placed in its absence. Over on the Red Alliance, we have a pretty full reef going on. We have L1 with several game pieces on it, and it looks like 292 working up on filling L4. 2171 and 3494 are trying to get some of those med levels filled up. Teams are reaching for a goal of 5 coral pieces on all of the levels in order to get that ranking point. Unfortunately, we do have a tipped robot on the Red Alliance, but their alliance partners are attempting to help them by nudging them a little bit, and there looks like they're being really, really creative, using their climber to try and help them flip them over. Let's see what's going over on the Blue Alliance. We have 1024 rapidly going back and forth from that human player station, placing a coral on that reef. It looks like 45 is still focusing on those algae. We have 2 robots on this alliance that do both algae and coral. So it's interesting to see how their strategies overlap and interplay with each other. We have under 20 seconds in the match now, just under 10, and teams are making their way up onto those cages. 3494 is trying to get up for the Red Alliance. There's 2, 1. 1024 ended up being up for the Blue Alliance as well at the end of that match. Let's give a round of applause for the teams in match number 34 here at the Indiana District Championship. All right, our results from that last match are in. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 140 to 101. They got slightly more coral points, a difference of 3, and they had 28 algae points. You really saw that strategy coming into play with 45 and 3487, putting those algae into that net from that match. That really pulled them through over the Red Alliance and earning their team 5 ranking points for that match. That moved all 3 of those teams up in the ranks. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Another amazing match, 34 out of 76. That was a 140 to 101 win. Congratulations to 1024, 45, and 3487. Good workout to 292, 2171, 3494. What'd you see?
Man, that really came down to some bad luck. 2171 got beached on that ball, and they were just over. And 3494 did the best they could, but there really wasn't any saving them once they were that far over. But
No.
props to Blue for bringing it out. I thought they were going to get. I thought both sides were going to hit the coral bonus as well. Both alliances really paid attention to the trough, which we haven't seen that much up until the state championship. And a lot of teams are really turning it on. You see teams that have custom mechanisms for that trough. It's just part of the meta.
Yeah, going these RPs are impressive, and we're going right back to y'all. Enjoy.
All right, let's meet which teams we'll see in match 35. Starting off here, we've got team 1747.
From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
Joining them on the center Red Alliance station, let's join inviting team 5010.
With the robot Tiger Shark, it's Tiger Dynasty.
And wrapping up the friends we'll see on this side of the barge, let's invite team 829.
From the Walker Career Center in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats.
Let's meet our friends now on the Blue Alliance station side. Starting with our friends, it's team 3234.
From Perry Meridian High School, it's Cyber Blue.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance station, it's team 868.
With the robot Hydra, it's the Tech Hounds.
And wrapping up the folks in this match, let's invite to the field, it's Team 6721.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
Drivers behind the line, the match begins in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, our autonomous period has started. It looks like we have 3 robots moving on the blue line. 6721 successfully scoring 1 coral on that reef. And 868 is making its way back and forth very rapidly, trying to get a max auto out here. It looks like they have what we call a 3.5-piece auto. 5010 is immediately going to go for some defense over on the Blue Alliance. They're pretty aggressive, trying to get robots out of the way from getting those game pieces on the field. They just knocked an algae out of 868 from them putting it in their processor, and now 868 has a coral in their possession after avoiding the defense and makes its way over to the reef. The Blue Alliance is going to have to work around that defense from 5010. They're zooming back and forth in between the human player station to try and guard as best as possible. Over in the Red Alliance, their alliance partners 1747 and 829 are working hard to get as many pieces on that reef as possible. Right now, they're not facing any defense. It's just 2 robots working in tandem trying to get as many coral on the reef. Right now, 829 seems to be working on one side, while 1747 is working on L3 of the other side. They're filling up their reef pretty fast. They already have 2 out of 4 of those levels filled up with at least 5 game pieces. Let's see if they're able to make that 4 out of 4 for that ranking point when we have just under 1 minute left in the match. Over on the Blue Lions, they're still battling 5010, trying to get out of their way. 868 places one of those coral on the lower levels. They have 3 out of their 4 of their levels on their reef filled with 5 or more. Right now, we have 30 seconds left in the match. It is 120 to 112. Pretty close match. It's really anyone's game at this point. You can get a lot of points from our end game that is going to be seen here. 868 is already up on the Blue Lions. 6721 is joining them. And 234 looks like it's lining up into position as well. Each one of those climbs is 12 points for the Lions. 829 is working its way up. 234 is up. 7 seconds left in the match. And we have 5010 parked in the red as well. 3, 2, 1. All right, what a great match that we just had there. Please give a huge round of applause for those teams. Awesome work in qualification match number 35. All right, our scores are in. Let's take a look at those results. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 153 to 137. They got 104 points in Coral, 26 on the Barge, and 6 ranking points for all of those teams on the Blue Alliance, moving them all up in the ranks. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
Let's meet our friends for qualification match 36. Starting off on Red Alliance in red, it's Team 4272.
They have their robot, the real Swim Shady. It's Maverick Robotics.
Joining them in the center of the Red Alliance station, it's Team 7457.
They're from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis. It's Super Duper Robotics.
And wrapping up the friends will meet on this side of the barge. Let's join them inviting 1033-2.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's the rookies, the Chargers.
Heading across to the Blue Alliance station, let's prepare to meet the team over here. It's Team 1018.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Pike Robo Devils.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Alliance station, it's Team 1501.
With their robot Wave Rider, it's Team Thrust.
And the last of the teams we'll see in this match is Team 6956.
From Westfield High School, it's Shamrock Botics.
Drivers behind the line. This match begins in 3, 2, 1. Reefscape.
All right, our robots are off. All 6 are moving, and Coral is on the reef for the Blue Alliance and the Red Alliance. That means that each one of the alliances have already gotten 1 ranking point going into our match. 7457 has a very impressive Coral scoring in the autonomous period. We just entered teleop, and there's only 5 slots left on that reef for them to place. Over on the Blue Alliance, we have 1501 taking some of the algae off the reef and immediately going to the human player station to pick up a coral to put next to it. 6956 is joining them. It looks like they're prioritizing that 3rd level of the reef as they already have 5 coral on the 4th level. They're going to work their way down trying to get that ranking point, having 5 coral on each level. Each coral is also getting that alliance points. The L4 coral, those are 5 points. 4 points for the L3 coral, 3 for the L2, and 2 for the L1. 1018 is joining them, trying to fill up the L1 now. They have 4 on L3. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 2 robots moving over here, 7457 and 4272. Both of these robots have very, very fast mechanisms. They have a swerve dive allowing them to zoom, and they have very, very fast intake and outtake. It looks like we're seeing a pretty filled up half of the coral over here, and 4272 immediately takes the algae. They just took off the reef and put it into that net on the barge. Each of those algae on that barge is 4 points for the Alliance. Right now we have just over 30 seconds left in the match. It is 159 to 124 in favor of the Red Alliance. Both of them have earned that coral ranking point, having all 4 levels have over 5 coral on them. Looks like 1018 is working on filling up the remnants of that 4th level of the reef for the Blue Alliance. That sound meant that we are in the last 20 seconds of the match. You'll see robots really rapidly approaching that middle of the field. 4457 is up, 1501 is up, 1018 is up. 5 seconds left in the match. 2, 1. It does not look like 4272 got up at the end of that match, but their alliance partners 7457 are up. Congratulations to those teams in alliance or in qualification number 36. All right, the results are in from the last match. Let's see. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 199 points to 159. That is a 40-point difference for the Red Alliance. They got 156 points in the coral part of this game. 20 in algae. That's 6 ranking points, the max amount that you can get, keeping Super Duper in that first place position and 42-72 in the third place. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
Alrighty, folks, let's see which match folks will be joining us for this next match. Starting off on the Red Alliance, it's Team 461.
They're here to invade the competition. It's Westside Boiler Invasion.
Joining them on the center of the Red Alliance, it's one of our teams from far away. It's Team 1741.
They're from right here in Center Grove High School. It's Red Alert.
And wrapping up the friends we'll see on this side of the barge, let's fight Team 10492.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Bossy Bite Force.
Making our way over to the Blue Line Station, let's invite Team 3176.
From Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
Joining them on the center of the Blue Line Station, it's Team 447.
With the robot Spearfisher, it's Team Roboto.
And wrapping up the friends we'll meet in this match, it's Team 8103.
From Kendallville, Indiana, it's Night Robotics.
Drivers behind the line, this match begins in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
All right, our robots are moving off of that line. Each robot off that line is 3 points for each alliance. 461 is working on those coral pieces. They just went back for their second. Right now, the Red Alliance has 4 corals pieces on L4 going into teleoperated period. The Blue Alliance has 1. Let's see how the match play works out, seeing who can rack up the most points in the next 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 461 is rapidly picking up some of those coral from their human player station and placing it onto that reef. 1741 is doing the same. We have a little bit of defense over here on the Red Alliance from 447. They're really battling it out with 10492. They're trying to block 10492 from entering their human player station and picking up at a coral. Over on the Blue Alliance, we see 8103 working on some of the lower level of that reef. Teams have to work together to strategize what alliance partner will go for what section of the reef to be most efficient and get the fastest cycles as possible. Teams are trying to earn both ranking points and normal points to win that match. Winning a match gets you 3 ranking points, so it is a big difference here. 461 is working on getting a coral into L1 of that reef. They just barely got it. It spun into that trough. Right now, the Red Alliance has 103 points compared to the Blue Alliance's 44. We have 50 seconds left. Let's see if the Blue can kind of narrow that gap a little bit going into the end of our match. Right now, we have 31-76, rapidly filling up that L4 Coral. They're working their way down, doing one pole at a time. Looks like the Blue Alliance has 2 out of 4 of those levels filled with at least 5 corals. 10-4, 9-2 are over on the Blue Alliance playing defense, trying to get a little bit of payback from earlier from Team 4-7. Right now we have just under 20 seconds left. That's what that sound means. Let's see who gets up onto those cages in the end game. 447 is up for the Blue Alliance. That's 12 points hanging on that deep cage. 461 is up as well. 1741 is parked. There's 3, 2, 1. All right, what an awesome match. Congratulations to those teams and their hard work and qualification match number 37. All right, folks, we have our results. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 152-104. They got 121 points from Coral just alone. That's an amazing feat with 6 ranking points for that Red Alliance. That moves 461 into the 4th place position, 1741 into 9th, and 10-4-9-2 into 13th. Great position for a rookie team. Congratulations to that Red Alliance.
Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and introduce our teams for our next qualification match. Starting over here with the Red Alliance, our first team ready to rumble is Team 7454.
With the robot Scallywag, it's Huskies on Hogs.
And ready to take this alliance into the stratosphere, it is Team 5188.
Bingo it's Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
And rounding out our Red Alliance tribe, it is Team 4485.
Their barcode coming to a grocery near you. It's Tribe Tech Robotics.
And as we dive on over to our blue side of the field, our first team on our Blue Alliance ready to rumble is Team 135.
With Top Hat Johnson, it's Pin Robotics Black Knights.
And with them ready to wreck the competition is Team 5402.
Reckless, more like a wrecking it. They're Reckless Robotics.
And rounding out our teams in this match, ready to take a bite out of the competition, it is Team 3940.
We love ARM, it's Cybertooth.
Green light on the field, drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Kicking off Don's mode, we got 3 robots on Red Alliance, 3 robots on Blue Alliance, all moving to score right now. Tribe Tech Robotics placing a core up high, another followed by 3940. 3940 going to try for a 3rd game piece right now, successfully able to do so. With this going into this match, 51-37 in favor of your Blue Alliance. The score is actually being adjusted, being a little bit closer. In this match, expect to see a different strategy from both of these two teams. Blue Alliance is going to be focusing mainly on coral scoring the whole time, but they want to get lots of quick cycles from. However, on the Red Alliance, we're going to see a mix of coral and algae. 4485, one of the top 5 robots in the world right now for algae up in the barge. They're going to grab another one from their reef, take it on over the barge, and score that up there for 4 big points. The barge, an extremely hard task for the robots because of how high they have to get in order to get there. Stability is tough to get up that high. Over on the Red Alliance at 5188, scoring another coral up high. Right now, the Blue Alliance is just slightly ahead, 77-73. Yeah, however, the Blue Alliance has 2 coral left to place up on those upper L4 branches as they continue to score. 3948 pulling a algae out of the reef so they have more options to score their L3s on that side of the field. 89-94 or 93, a 4-point difference right now, and Blue just slightly staying ahead this whole time. But algae is going to start being worth less points over time. 4485 running out of algae on their side of the field. They're going to go to the other side, try and score another algae up in the barge. The barge points, they're not going to change. They're going to be 4 points throughout this match, so they can continue to score. That's going to help them get up ahead. We got some swinging cages over on the Red Alliance, and this could affect eventual climbs from these teams. Swinging cages are very hard to deal with over here. With 33 seconds left, 137-106. Blue Alliance pulling ahead now. 3940 placing another game piece. 135 up on a algae ball. They're trying to use that at their elevator to get themselves off. Reckless Robotics, however, are going to get over, pull themselves off that algae ball, and with just enough time to start deploying their climber and make their way across the field. Now, there's a lot of algae right along that area for the Blue Alliance. Both teams are wanting a climb right now. Blue Alliance currently ahead by 30 points. We have a successful climb by 74 at 54. Nina stay up to the end of the match. We have your scores for quals match number 38. Your winners, it's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance going to win that 157 to Red's 147. With 5 ranking points, that's going to allow 39-40 to hang on to that second ranked position. Congratulations to Blue Alliance winning quals match 38 here at the Indiana State Championships.
Alrighty, everybody, let's meet our teams for our next match. Starting off over here on our Red Alliance with a team that's ready to take bites out of the competition. It's Team 1024.
The Neon Ninjas, it's the Kilobytes.
And with them, a team that's on our Red Alliance, but is still true blue, it's Team 234.
With their robot Robbie, the big blue machine, it's Cyber Blue.
And ready to round out our Red Alliance and pounce on the competition, it is Team 292.
The Kings of the Jungle, it's Panther Tech.
Alrighty. Alrighty, over here. Our first team on the Blue Alliance ready to howl in the night. It is Team 5484.
With some of the best bucket hats, it's a Wolf Pack.
And with them making this alliance out of this world, it is Team 4926.
Blasting off, it's Galactech.
And everybody, let's once again wish a very, very happy birthday to 829.
From Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats.
Let's dive into qualification match number 39. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Kicking off this match, we got 3 robots that are moving in autonomous mode. Make that 6, 3 on each side, I should say. Watch out for 4926's auto. We've been seeing them do a very fast 3-piece this whole entire competition. They're going to miss it slightly there, but still go on for that 3rd piece. So I need to tell you out mode 41-23 in favor of your, excuse me, a Red Alliance. Oh, we got a little sneezy there. 49-26, again, coming to knock an algae ball out, looking to try and do lots of cycles. That robot has a specially designed 3D printed mechanism that they added on their second competition, and it has drastically increased the performance of that robot this entire competition. Now, another unique feature over on the Blue Alliance, 829, there's a robot right now moving their way over to the reef. They're going to score in that lower L1 area. What's fascinating about that robot is its ability to pick up from the ground. Now, you don't see it. You have somewhat of a view from it on this side of the field up on that Jumbotron. They can also grab from the feeder station. Their alliance partners at 54-84 lining up to place something on the reef. Now, right now, it's 81-46 in favor of your Red Alliance. And let's look over at the Red Alliance a little bit right now. These teams currently working on playing a triple offensive strategy where they're scoring coral left and right. Coral, those cylindrical tubes on the field. And triple offense is something that we're starting to see become more and more prevalent over here as teams continue to score. Now, right now, Red Alliance really wants to get that Coral RP. 3 of the 4 branches currently have 5 Coral on them, and they're going to get 1 more now on that L3 area. Successfully able to do so. They are now 4 out of 4. They will get that Coral rank point as long as none of those game pieces come off at the next of the match. 292 now back in action. They're going to try and place another one of those L4s, further cementing the lead, 113-93 in favor of your Red Alliance. 30 seconds left. There is still time to flip things back over, but they're running out of places for Blue Alliance to score. See, all those algae balls on the reef, they don't allow scores to count if any of the algae touches it, and thus you have to clear them off early if you can. With 16 seconds left in this match, 20-point difference. This could come down to climbs. So Red Alliance going to leave early. They want 234 and 10-24 up in the air. 234 up with 5 seconds, 10-24 also up, 49-26 and 8-29 with a last second climb. We have your scores. Your winners for that last match, it's going to be the Red Alliance. Red Alliance going to win that 147 to Blues 126. That big thing right there making the difference was that Coral, an extra 21 points, and it will allow the Red Alliance to take 6 ranking points, moving 234 up into that 5th ranked position. Congratulations for the Red Alliance winning Quals match 39 here at the Indiana State Championships.
All right, everyone. Let's go ahead and meet our Red Alliance for this match. Starting off with a team that is ready to rumble. It is Team 45.
With their robot, Big Tuna. It's the Technocats.
And hats off to 42-72.
We love you, Josh. It's Maverick Robotics.
And with them hoping to bolt away with the victory today, it is Team 76-57.
First comes the Thunder and then the Thunderbots.
Let's dive on over to our Blue Alliance. Starting with a team here that is as good as golden, it is Team 10-0-2-1.
They're looking to grind up those against them. It's Gearin Catholic Golden Gears.
And in the middle, ready to pounce on the competition, it is Team 50-10.
Cool Cats looking to take down the competition. It's Tiger Dynasty.
And our team really is good as gold with Team 328.
This team processing, and other people just trying to process what's going on. It's Golden Rooks.
We're good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Kicking on this autonomous mode, you might notice that we have 3 robots playing on each side, typically a left, right, and center. What's really cool about 45 and 328, both robots that play center auto after scoring go to pick up algae and score it. One in the barge for 45, a processor for 328. And kick on this match 45-37 in favor of your Red Alliance. What do we want to see coming up from this match? 42-72, going to focus right now on doing their combination algae and coral cycles. These are known as super cycles, and they're really beneficial because of the fact that it minimizes the amount of time it takes to gather multiple game pieces. Is grabbing a coral, then an algae comes for a shorter cycle. However, they're going to need to pick up the pace because the Blue Alliance just took over the lead, but it's just barely there. 50-10 currently scoring up on that high L4 areas right now. 45 scoring on some of the L3 areas. 328 scoring another algae ball as well. We're going to have a miss from the human player. So that's going to allow 328 to really make a lot of extra scoring time on this match. 121-116 in favor of your Red Alliance right now. 50-10 coming across the field with another core. They're going to try and finish off the L4s for the Blue Alliance, successfully able to do so. That means the Red Alliance, a couple more core they're going to have to place up high in order to keep on scoring, but there's more places for scores to occur. 156-134 in favor of the Blue Alliance right now. Thunderbots throwing another algae up high. 328 having to score another algae into the processor. 166-146 in favor of your Blue Alliance now. And 328, an absolute scoring clinic right now in the processor, allowing to get lots of additional game pieces. And it's going to be 20-point lead for the Blue Alliance right now. 50-10 continues to score. And Gearin Catholic Golden Gears successfully placing on the center of the reef. with this Blue Alliance looking to climb, wanting to take their scores now while they still can. And 121's been spending their entire competition trying to get their climb to work. 45 up in the air, 42.72 going to raise up into the air. 328 playing some last-second defense. They're going to try and climb up as well. 50-10 up. Robots need to stay hung for the entire 3 seconds after the match. When in that,
While we wait for our scores for this match, if anybody has borrowed safety glasses from the pit, those need to be returned ASAP. They are in short supply and we need them ASAP.
we have your scores and the winners for that match. It's going to be your Red Alliance. Red Alliance going to win 222 to Blue's 207, which is an incredibly high score. This is something that you're only going to see at the Indian State Championships, a 200-plus score from both alliances. 42.72 want to hang on to that third rank position with the six ranking points from that. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning Quals Match 40 here at the Indiana State Championships.
It's time for qualification match number 41. Let's go ahead and start by meeting our Red Alliance. All charged up and ready to go for this match, it is Team 10332.
From Fort Wayne, Indiana, it's Carroll Chargers Robotics.
And over in the middle, are you guys ready? It's Team 2197.
They really like robots. It's Las Pumas.
And rounding out our Red Alliance, sporting their Alliance color, is Team 1018.
They're picture perfect. It's Pike Robo Devils.
Alrighty, and as we move through the reef to get to our Blue Alliance, I see a team that is ready for this competition, and their team might say challenge 1741.
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert.
And with them, with their dog in them, it is Team 2171.
From Crown Point, Indiana, it's the Robo Dogs.
And hoping to bring some luck to the Blue Alliance today, it is Team 6956.
From Westfield, Indiana, it's Shamrock Botics.
Let's see who swims to win in qualification match 41. Drivers. Oh, sorry.
Appreciate the gusto.
Behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Kicking off quals match 41 right now. Looking at multiple scores in
The thumbs up.
1741. The team focusing right now on up to 3 coral cycles in their autonomous. They're going to score that third one right in time. Watching this match, it's 30-12 in favor of Blue Alliance. Watch out for 1741 in this match, because something that makes this robot really unique and innovative is the ground intake that you guys will see as it goes across the field. The great thing about this ground intake, it's going to allow them to have more cycles ahead of time and built up and prepared, because there's coral on the field. Well, now 96-56, going to focus and cycle back and forth with 2171 over on the Blue Alliance. A score on L1 for Shamrock Robotics, and the Robo Dogs are looking to score on L3 right now. They're staying on the opposite side of the field because they really want to make sure that they don't push around the coral. That 1741 will be scoring from the ground. Let's take a look over on the Red Alliance side, where they're trying to make up the 11 points that they're behind right now. Now, the Carroll Robot Chargers is that we've been seeing them put up lots of big scores during this competition, but they're also right now working on trying to collect algae. I'm going to switch to pivoting to putting coral on the ground, or on the L1, or 2 points apiece. Red Alliance at 46-262 right now. 10-18 looking to score up on that high coral, successfully able to do so. That L4 worth 5 points. 21-97 scoring on the low. Notice that the different coral rungs, top one worth 5, then 4, then 3, then 2. This was made purposely to allow the higher areas to be worth more points, but cycles to worth less as the game progresses. 92-57 in favor of your Blue Alliance right now. 1741 removing one more algae from the field. They're looking to score another algae up, or another coral up high, successfully able to do so. Carroll Chargers moving their way across the field, charging, should I say, and they have a coral stuck in the robot, so they're going to switch to a defensive strategy and look to maybe collect some algae from their side of the field. However, with the time running out, they want to spend a little bit of time crashing across the field, trying to shove some of the algae out of the way. Making a little bit of a mess over there for 1741. 5 seconds left in this game, 111-87. We got a couple robots going up for climb. 67-56 is up. We have our scores. Your winners for quals 41. It's going to be your Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance going to win a 125 to Reds 98. We look at the breakdown of the match, a couple last-second barge, as well as some additional 13 points in coral, going to allow 1741 to move up to that 7th ranked position with 6 RP points, a unicorn, something that we've been seeing a lot of at this competition, meaning they're absolutely critical for those high-level scoring teams. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance winning quals match 41 here at the Indiana State Championships.
All right, so this was a really interesting match. So we have, during autonomous period, we have a few different robots scoring. This was a really coral-heavy match, don't you think? Like, we had a few L4s during autonomous, and we really didn't have any LG. What were your thoughts on that?
Yeah, we only really saw 2 algae from 10-3-3-2 throughout the match. They went for a co-op, but the Blue Lions didn't respond, and it worked out for them because they scored enough coral to make the ranking point on their own.
All right, that's all we have, so we're going to send it back to the field.
Back to the field.
Let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 42. Starting over on our Red Alliance team that's ready to hatch away at the competition, it is team 8430.
From Washington, Indiana, it's the Hatch Batch.
And hoping to fly to victory, it is team 1501.
With their robot Wave Rider, it's Team Thrust.
And rounding out our fantastic Red Alliance, it is team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
And as we make our way over to our Blue Alliance, I see a team that is going to recklessly get their alliance to victory. It is team 5402.
From Logansport and Walton, Indiana, it's Reckless Robotics.
And partnering up with them on this alliance, it is team 7454.
With their robot Scallywag, it's Huskies on Hogs.
And our final team is precisely what this match needs. It is team 3176.
From Brownsburg, Indiana, it's Purple Precision.
We are good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Tournament starts here. These 6 teams right now scoring up in multiple places on the reef right now. We see 1501 trying to get their next autonomous. Not quite able to grab something there. In this match, 19-17 in favor of your Red Alliance right now. This match begins. We're going to look at a couple. I want to look at a couple fun teams. 74-54 over on the Blue Alliance. They have this amazing double arm that they've been showing off all competition. They want to use it to score very quickly down at the L1 section. This seems to be that the Blue Alliance focusing on trying to get that rank point right now. 74-57. The team at best at scoring those low algae or low coral. Over on the Red Alliance side, you need to catch up by about 20 points right now. 1501, trying to get into position to score on the L4. Able to successfully do so, though. They're going to come back across the field. Grab another coral. A little bit off to a slow start, but don't let this surprise you. They are an actual scoring machine, and we've seen this time after time at this different event. On the Red Alliance side, 84-31 or 84-30, looking to try and finish a co-op right now. The fact they're scoring over on the Blue Alliance side doesn't matter. Well, we'll give points to the Blue Alliance. This will make it so that they can potentially get co-op, allowing there to be less coral needed to be scored by the Red Alliance. Some people choose this in order to try and get a co-op bonus, one of the critical ways to break ties in the ranking point part of this competition. 95-76 in favor of your Blue Alliance right now. We have 40 seconds left in this match. Let's talk about 3176, Purple Precision. That right there, a really unique intake mechanism, allowing them to really smoothly translate to their upper arm. Going to make their way back over to the feeder station. Trying to get that realigned so they can place another coral up on that they're now working for L1 right now. What? 17 seconds left in this match, 109-87. Still technically anyone's game based on the climbs we want to see coming up right now. 447 trying to latch on with a harpoon-style climb. This is known as an every-bot-style climb that we've seen. They want to get up, but they're still touching that upper chain, means they're not going to get a climb from that. We have your scores from Quals match of 42. Your winners, it's the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance going to win that 192 to Red's 90. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance at winning Quals match of 42 here at the Indiana State Championships.
Quals match 43. Let's go ahead and start with our Red Alliance over here. A team that's ready to be the Knights of the Court. It is Team 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Penn Robotics, the Black Knights.
And with them, a lean, mean green machine, 1747.
Starting a math classroom smaller than a shoebox, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
And with them hopefully ready to win this dogfight, it is Team 868.
With the top speed of 670 billion miles an hour, it's the Tech Hounds.
And as we make our way over to our Blue Alliance side of the field, this team is ready to blaze away with the competition. It's Team 7617.
Blazing their way to glory, it's the Robo Blazers.
And ready to sink their teeth into the competition, it is Team 3940.
We love ARM, it's Cybertooth.
And this team's attacking it at the right angle. It is Team 3494.
Ain't your average game of Foursquare, it's the Quadrangles.
Alrighty, it's time to play robots. Drivers behind the lines in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Kicking off this autonomous match, a highly anticipated match that we've been seeing here so far. 868 has been a dominant team here at this event, but this could be the one match that really can knock them out. They're going to need a miracle. They've gotten a couple so far. Kicking off this autonomous mode, we currently have 5 up for Red in coral pieces, 4 up for Blue, which means Red ahead 49 to 37. Continuing this match, we're going to see a lot of high scoring right now, 39-40 and 76-17. Alliance partners at the last match in Washington for Indiana. 1747 going to come over and play some really heavy defense. 1747 known for some of their really hard drivetrain maneuvers that they can use against some teams that have intakes that struggle a little bit more with some hard hits. They're also going to make an absolute mess of the field with the algae going everywhere. For 96-64 in favor of your Red Alliance, and Red is currently up. 868 placing another coral on their field. 135, no slouch as well, though, also placing. Now, 868 known for the fact that they can get rank points really easily by doing tons of stuff on their side of the field. If they're left alone, they turn into absolute machines over there. And now it's really a 2v2 scoring match with one defender, 1747, and this is what's creating this divide right now. 120 to 88. With a minute and 7 seconds left to go. We're hoping to see 34-94 get back up in action here in just a moment. 135 scoring another one, and we're seeing that 868 and 135 almost have a full reef by themselves. 54 seconds left in this match, and this is huge. 135 to 100 points. The Blue Alliance are really needing to pick up, but the defense from 1747 continuing to hammer 76-17, who can't quite find a way into that reef easily. And on switching sides, it's throwing off some of the dynamics of these teams. 147 to 106 favor of your Red Alliance now. 868 now starting to score in that lower area of the barge. They're going to keep on scoring low on that reef. With that time left, a 30-point difference right now. Red wanting to clinch this match with a couple last-second climbs. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the match, 1747 with that super amazing solid climb through the center of the bumpers. 135 up, 868 trying to get up. 7 seconds left in this match. We only have one up for Blue Alliance. We're going to end this with 3 red robots up. We have your scores for Quals match 43. Your winners for that match, it's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance winning a 194 to Blues a 136. That's going to allow 868 move up into that 4th ranked position, 1747 up to that 7th ranked position, and dropping 3940 down to 6th rank from 2. This game, the 6 RP and a win, super critical to stay up there in this tight match. Coral, 137, almost 30 extra points for that for the Red Alliance. Congratulations to the Red Alliance winning Quals match 43 here at the Indiana State Championships.
Alrighty, everybody, let's go ahead and introduce our Red Alliance. Starting with the team that is technically ready to get into this match, it's Team 4485.
With their robot Nessie, it's Drive Tech Robotics.
And it's a bird, it's a plane, no, it's Super Duper 7457.
With students from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's Super Duper Robotics.
And the name couldn't be more fitting for Team 3487.
Your Lafayette District event winner from Plainfield, Indiana, it's Red Pride Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by AMPG, Geodis, MH Equipment, and Glenn & Kuhn Accounting.
And over here on our blue side of the field, ready to blaze away with the competition, it is Team 6721.
Hailing from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Tinley Trailblazers.
And we're ready to take this match out of this world. It is Team 5188.
Bringing to the field their robot Trilobite, it's Area 5188 Classified Robotics.
And with them, another extraterrestrial team. It is Team 461.
They are here to inspire and do more than just robotics. From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Westside Boiler Invasion. They are proudly sponsored by Stratasys, Caterpillar, Arconic, Andy Mark, and CCDI.
We are good to go on the field. Drivers behind the line in 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
First 15 seconds, completely autonomous and pre-programmed. 74-57 should be a high performer during this time. Already placing one of those game pieces at the top part of their reef for 7 points for their alliance. They'll continue to head back and forth. However, 461 Westside Boiler Invasion matching them so far hand over hand, putting up a third game piece and going for a fourth. Blue Alliance coming out just slightly ahead, scores 57-37 in favor of the Blue Alliance. 47-57, Super Duper will continue to make way from their game piece, picking up station and delivering game pieces onto the field of play. Teams trying to minimize their cycle time, the time from picking up a game piece to placing it somewhere in the field of play. The shorter those are overall, the more opportunities they can fit in, opportunities to score throughout the match. Team 461, Westside Boiler Invasion, hailing from West Lafayette, Indiana. Their unique slanted design allows them to pick up game pieces a lot easier from their human player station since it's aligned with that angle. And then they can flip over the top part of that ankle and then score on the top into their coral reef. Taking a look on the Red Alliance side, 34-87, Red Pride Robotics from Plainfield, picking up game pieces from their human player reef station and delivering it onto the L2 part of their coral reef. Would have been worth 3 points for their alliance. Scores currently 96-99 in favor of your Red Alliance. Only 3-point difference at the moment. Red Alliance has that cooperation red handshake icon. Blue Alliance can join them, but they do need to score some of those game pieces into the processor. That would lower the ranking point threshold from 4 of those levels to 3, where you need 5 game pieces. 1 minute remaining in the match. Teams continuing to put some pressure on their opponents, picking up additional of those coral game pieces from their human player station. Those teal spheres you see around the field of play are known as algae. Those begun in the reef, but teams have been removing them to open up additional scoring opportunities. Those can be scored into the processor for 6 points or directly into the barge for 4. Time is beginning to wind down. Red Alliance pulling ahead with that lead, but still plenty of points available in the end game. 30 seconds remaining in the match. We won't hear that sonar ping until 10 seconds, so you have to stick around for that. 67-21, Tinley Trailblazers latching on to their deep cage and hoping to get elevated off the ground at the end of the match. We just heard that sonar ping that clues in all of our drivers to head over to the cage. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain, although some teams will continue to sneak in additional game pieces, especially as they're really close to that ranking point for the Blue Alliance. 461, 67-21, both appear to be elevated off the ground. Red Alliance hoping to join them as well. Super Duper having some difficulties getting latched onto that. And that's all the time we have for qualification match 44 here at the first Indiana State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. Take a look at your scores for qualification match 44. Your winners are the Red Alliance. Both teams did cooperate. That lowered that ranking point threshold. Red Alliance, though, taking it with a score of 108 over Blue Alliance's 176. We can see Red Alliance walking away proudly with 5 of those ranking points, 3 for winning the match. Both teams for their work in Autonomous and in the Coral Reef. Stick tight for qualification match 45.
All right. Hey, everybody! It's your guest MC! Are we ready? Here we go! We're right over here. We're going to start with the Red Alliance. We've got, from Greenwood, Indiana, your hometown team, 1741!
From Greenwood, Indiana, it's Red Alert!
All the way from Kendallville, Indiana, East Noble High School, 8103!
That's Knight Robotics.
Woo! And all the way 5 miles that way, Team 234.
With students from Prairie Meridian High School in Indianapolis, it's Cyber Blue.
We're going to come over to the Blue Alliance. Here we go. They came from afar. They are awesome. Team 10492.
Hailing from Evansville, Indiana, it's Bossy Bite Force.
The Bite Force. All right. From Crown Point, Indiana, Team 2171.
Their robot's name is Guppy. It's the Robo Dogs.
Woo! All right. They are golden. They are Team 328.
From Penn High School in Mishawaka, Indiana, it's the Penn Robotics Golden Rooks.
Woo! All right, do we have thumbs up? We've got a gate open. We've got a thumbs up from the FTA. Join me, everybody. In 3, 2, 1, go!
First 15 seconds, Autonomous, as per always. We appreciate the enthusiastic intro from Chris Osborne, our program director. Here's the first Indiana Robotics 1741. Red Alert, quickly delivering gate piece to the top part of their reef. We're 7 points for their alliance. Extra bonuses here in the Autonomous period. 328 delivering successfully into the processor, unseen usually during that Autonomous period. The remainder 2 minutes and 50 seconds, I'll tell you, operators, human players picking up the controllers to try the robots that their team built over the past 13 weeks. 8103 working hard. That's Knight Robotics. They're from Kendallville, Indiana, hoping to place a game piece onto the top part, just shy, but still slid down into that black trough, the L1 area, to score additional points for their alliance. 328, the Golden Rooks. They're also the golden team at delivering algae into the processor. They can score directly into the barge, but they've been working on that cycle time. They've already headed over to the other alliance side to pick up those spare algae available in the field of play. They've been hammering away at the competition and definitely brings up those game points as their opponents quickly overfill their barge. 90 seconds remaining in the match. 21-97 Robo Dogs successfully placed in a game piece in the top part of their reef, worth 5 points for their alliance since it was on the level 4. 234 Cyber Blue successfully placed in a game piece on L3, level 3. Those are worth 4 points for their alliance. As teams start to exhaust the coral that's available in the field of play, they have to visit their alliance, their coral station, which is around the corner from their driver stations, to bring in those additional game pieces. Algae, those teal spheres, is all we're going to see. So once 328 has exhausted them, they have to put them out and get more after their opponents have tried to bounce it out of the reach barge. 1741 uniquely has the ability to pick up game pieces from either side of their robot, and then they can pass that off to their elevator to score it into their scoring area. 35 seconds remain in the match. Red Alliance currently taking it with the score off 163. Blue Alliance, though, still has plenty of points available in the end game period. Last 30 seconds, 328 receiving some bumper-on-bumper action from their opponents. It was done in a protected area, so they had to be careful of that pressure. Last 20 seconds, we hear that sonar ping teams make their way over to those cages. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. Blue Alliance going for all shallow cages. They'll potentially just park in that area. 234, though, getting elevated off the ground, and their teammates potentially joining them. And as time winds down, that's all we have for qualification match 45 here at the Finn District State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. And let's take a look at those scores for your last qualification match. The results are the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking a score of 176. The Blue Alliance is 25. Red Alliance will proudly get all 6 of those available ranking points. The Narwhal match, Unicorns of the Sea. Blue Alliance, though, still getting one of those ranking points for the work in Autonomous that they do need to cross that black line and score a game piece somewhere in that coral reef. Both teams successfully getting that Autonomous ranking point, and all of the Red Alliances raising up in those rankings. 234 now taking that 3rd spot. All right, stick tight for qualification match 46.
Hello and welcome back to the playback booth. We'll be going over qualification match 46. Now, what did you notice about qualification match 46?
So I saw that 328 had somewhat of an unusual strategy. During Autonomous, they actually chose to score an algae into the processor. This is somewhat unusual because the processor actually gets no more points during auto than during teleop. However, I see more robots starting to show what they specialize in throughout the match, because as we go into alliance selections, that will really show off to other teams, you know, what they can do, and they're hoping to maybe get picked or to pick a coral scoring robot. Now, I saw you admiring a mechanism on the red side, so tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, so I was looking at Team 1741's ground intake. It helps them cycle much faster without moving as far because they can just go and grab coral off the ground. So it makes their distance shorter to get coral. And I also noticed that 328 actually crossed the field to take algae so that they would be a little quicker and steal an opponent's algae. And I think that's all we have for this match, so back to you on the field. Thank you.
All right, everybody. Let's go ahead and meet our teams for our next qualification match. We're going to start off our Red Alliance with Team 7657.
Hailing from Evansville, Indiana, it's the Thunderbots.
And joining them on that Red Alliance, Team 4926.
Bringing the robot Whale Shark to the field from Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactech.
And rounding off our Red Alliance, it's Team 100-1.
With students hailing from Guerin Catholic High School in Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Guerin Catholic Golden Gears. They are proudly sponsored by ECU, Gaylor, and Scooch.
Oh. All right, we're going to swim over to our Blue Alliance. We're starting it off with Team 45.
Bringing their robot Big Tuna from Kokomo, Indiana, it's the Technocats.
And joining them on that Blue Alliance is Team 7454.
With students from North High School in Evansville, Indiana, it's Huskies on Hog.
All right, and let's see who's our last team diving in this competition. It's Team 1018.
Hailing from Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Pike Robo Devils. They're proudly sponsored by Ellison Transmission, Scripps Howard Foundation, Corteva Colors Incorporated, Fastenal, BBS Aerospace, and BAE Systems.
All right, we got the thumbs up. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
As we enter the tally-upward period, the first 15 seconds all completely autonomous. First 15 seconds is all pre-programmed. Team 10021 delivering a game piece into the reef. All the teams leaving that flag taped off line, so they have to score a piece somewhere to get that ranking point bonus. Team 45 scoring into the coral reef. Just like Kai mentioned during that last break, very unique as there's no additional points for those algae pieces, but still points overall nonetheless. 49-26 Galactic removing that algae piece out of the area. One of the teams, 10-18, doing a little bit of a victory spin there as they come out of their autonomous period. The remainder 2 minutes and 50 seconds, now just 2 minutes as completely teleoperated. Human players pick up the controllers, drive the robots to their team built over the last 13 weeks, Team 10021, Golden Gears, successfully delivering a game piece to the bottom part of L1. Each of those were 2 points during the teleoperated period. 74-54 Huskies on Hog for Evansville, Indiana. Delivered a game piece to the top part of their reef. Those are worth 5. 76-57 Thunderbots applying some bumper-on-bumper pressure on the far side of that Alliance station. That contact is allowed as long as it's kept to a minimum and done outside of those protected zones. Team 10-18 lining up for another potential bumper action, helping their teammates push them along to score extra points for their Alliance. Scores are currently 68-48 in favor of your Red Alliance. Just over a minute remaining in the match. Red Alliance about 2/4 of the way there to that ranking point threshold. Team 45 beached up on one of those algae. That's something that a lot of teams have difficulty with, especially with that swerve drive mechanism. There's just not a lot of extra ability in there to get yourself off of those inflatable teal spheres. The teams have had difficulty throughout this entire season once they're stuck on one of those game pieces. 49-26 Galactic continuing to deliver game pieces to the top part of their reef. Red Alliance slowly filling up the top part there. Their 3D printed mechanism surely has some design thought behind it to make sure that that is properly destroyed, is destroying game pieces around the field of play. Team 10-18 Pike Robo Devils trying to work with their teammates to release that algae. They are successful. Team 45 Technocats, the robot Big Tuna back into the field of play with 30 seconds remaining in the match. We'll have to see if they can make up those points. There are a lot of those available in the end game period. We should hear that sonar ping in just a few moments. That means we'll start to see teams making their way over to those hung cages to elevate off the ground. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. Team 10-18 Pike Robo Devils getting elevated and helps to stay there after ending the match. 74-57 Huskies on Hog hoping to do the same. Galactic hoping to sneak in for a final climb. Thunderbots stocking in a last point there on L1. A few seconds remaining, and that's all we had. Qualification match 45. Stick tight to see those scores here at the Finn Indiana State Championship. And let's see how those scores totaled up for qualification match 46. And the results are in the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking a score of 123 to Blue Alliance's 80, a nearly 50% increase there. Blue Alliance still going to get 2 of those ranking points. Both teams getting it for their work in autonomous. Red Alliance though getting that hard and soft after Coral ranking point, and 3 for winning the match. Thunderbot 7687 staying in that 12th ranking, but all of the Red Alliance joining them in those higher ranks. Stick tight for qualification match 47. Connection Graphics is heading out of the building in 20 minutes, so your time to grab additional apparel today is running short. You got about 20 minutes if you're wanting the additional apparel from today's event. Connection Graphics is heading out around 6:40.
All right, everybody, let's go ahead and meet our teams for qualification match number 47. We're going to start off our Red Alliance with team 6956.
They are bringing their robot Mac to the field from Westfield, Indiana. It's Shamrock Botics.
And they're joined by some really giddy people. It's 829.
With students from the Racker Career Center in Indianapolis, it's the Digital Goats.
And rounding off that alliance, we have team 868.
Bringing their robot Hydra from Carmel High School in Carmel, Indiana, it's the Tech Hounds.
All right, we're going to swim over here, and now we're on the Blue Alliance. Let's meet our teams over here. Starting off, we have team 3494.
They are a family community team from Bloomington, Indiana, the Quadrangles.
All right, and joining them in the alliance, it's team 8430.
Their robot's name is the Bottom Feeder. From Washington, it's the Hatch Batch.
All right, and finishing off this alliance, we have team 5402.
Which is students from Logan Sport in Walton, Indiana. It's Reckless Robotics. They're proudly sponsored by IMMAC, Small Parts, Cass County Foundation, and Ivy Tech.
All right, we got the thumbs up. We're starting match 47. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
Only a point that autonomous points are worth. That movement is during the first 15 seconds. Robots are completely pre-programmed, and all of them have moved across that black taped line. 34-94 the quadrangles, going for 2 of those placement on L3, removing that algae and prepared for the teleoperated period. 868 the Texans, especially putting up a couple of those game pieces up at L4. Those were worth 7 points, but as we enter into teleoperated, those are now only worth 5. The remaining 2 minutes now is all teleoperated as human players pick up their controller and drive the robots their team built over the last 13 weeks. 34-94 the quadrangles, successfully delivering an algae into processor. That passes that teal sphere known as algae over to their opponents for an attempt to score into the barge. A lot of teams have been successful with their human player, but we'll have to monitor that throughout most of the match. Team 8430, Reckless Robotics, putting some pressure onto their opponents. Or excuse me, Reckless Robotics is 5402. 8430 is the hatchback. Their simple design has allowed them to place the coral down in the L1 trough as very precipitously and with high precision, especially since they're featuring that swerve drive mechanism. 829 and Digital Goats with their unique wrist mechanism allows them to pick up from the ground and from the coral station, give a little bit of a twist, and then prepare for placement in that reef. It seems like they can also do algae, which is pretty impressive. 69-56 Westfield team, Shamrock Robotics, continue to place game pieces on their side. Scores currently 109-129 in favor of your Red Alliance, featuring 2 of those 800 level teams. 34-30, excuse me. Hatchback continuing to place game pieces, hoping to slide one onto that L2 level, and they are successful. We're 3 points for their alliance. Blue Alliance continuing to apply that positive pressure to their opponents. We haven't seen much bumper on bumper yet, as teams have been focusing on their own alliance sides as they continue towards the end game period. 868 the Tech Hounds trying to slide in for another game piece. They are successful. They have both agreed to cooperation. That means they've placed 2 of those algae into the processor, lowering that ranking point threshold from 4 of those levels filled just to 3. We heard that sonar ping, 10 seconds remaining in the match. Teams hoping to get elevated off the ground. Only a few moments remaining. 829 Digital Goat successfully elevated. 5402 Reckless Robotics, quadrangles, and just shy for the Tech Hounds. We'll see how this scores total up here in qualification match 47 here at the Finn Indiana State Championship. And let's take a look at your scores for qualification match 47. The results are in. It's the Red Alliance. Red Alliance taking it with a score of 194 to Blue Alliance's 86. Only an 8-point difference there in that match. The difference looks to be all across the board a mixed bag. But the Red Alliance proudly walking away with all 6 of the available ranking points and actually distributing all 9 that are available in this match. 3 for winning the match, and both teams getting it for the hard work and autonomous, the end game, and the reef. Stick tight for qualification match 48.
And look at all of this. 9 ranking points again and again. If you had told me week 1 that we were going to have this many ranking points, this many unicorns, I would have laughed at you. And look at me, silly. What'd you see?
Man, I just saw a lot of robots having fun out there. This is really some teams hitting their stride all at the same time, and it is really something to watch.
Absolutely, absolutely. Amazing shout-outs to all these teams doing really well. 120 coral plus both ways. Huge shout-out. I think I want to give a quick shout-out over here just to some of the cycling prowesses from 868, 829, 69-56, and no slouches either over 5402, looking real reckless with those coral placements, recklessly taking those and doing well. quadrangles, hatchbacks, nothing to be ashamed of. Oh my goodness.
I agree.
Absolutely for it all. What are you going for it? They're just going on to the next match. What do you think really sets these teams apart? Well, forget sets a team apart. We're gonna set you right back.
All right, thank you to our commentating desk for that awesome post-match review. But let's go ahead and meet our teams for our next match. We're going to start off our Red Alliance with Team 3176.
With students from Brownsburg High School, it's Purple Precision.
And they're diving into the competition with them. It's Team 3487.
Hailing from Plainfield, Indiana, with their robot Swim Shady, it's Red Pride Robotics.
And last on the Red Alliance, but certainly not least, they're invading the competition. It's Team 461.
With students from West Lafayette Junior Senior High School, it's Westside Boiler Invasion. They're proudly sponsored by Stratasys, Caterpillar, Arconic, Andy Mark, and CCDI.
All right, we are sailing over to the Blue Alliance, and starting us off is Team 5010.
Hailing from Fishers, Indiana, it's Tiger Dynasty.
And joining them, it's their alliance partner, 7457.
Which is from Purdue Polytechnic High School in Indianapolis, it's Purdue Robotics.
All right, and we're finishing off our Blue Alliance with Team 7617.
Bringing to the field the robot Firefish. From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers. They're proudly sponsored by Micro Commercial Components, Sim System Robotics, Fanfare Tickets, and Haggard Stocking.
All right, we got that thumbs up. We're starting our qualification match. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, Reefscape.
The autonomous period lasts for the first 15 seconds of the 2.5-minute match. 3487 successfully delivering a game piece to the bottom part of their reef. Worth additional points during the autonomous period. Since all their teammates cross that black tap line, they should get that ranking point bonus. Blue Alliance scoring, it looks like 6 of those pieces. Each of those were 7 points. Blue Alliance taking the lead during the autonomous 51-33, but the remainder, 2 minutes and 50 seconds, is all teleoperated. Human players picked up the controller, drive the robots that their team built over the last 13 weeks, and they have the opportunity to change their fate in this game. Team 461, Westside Boiler Invasion, applying some of that positive pressure, trying to score as many key pieces as possible onto their reef. Points on the reef are worth higher on the reef, the more that you score, worth more on the reef, the higher you score on that reef. Thank you, Brain. 76-17 scoring successfully on the level 3, scoring 4 points for their lines. 50-10 coming in just behind them is sneaking in the game piece onto L1, that trough area for 2 points. Scores currently 90-71 in favor of your Blue Alliance. Only 20-point difference, and many points still available both in coral and the algae. The algae are the steel spheres you see floating around the field of play. They're inflated and they do like to bounce around, so as teams try to score them in the top part of the barge, they'll potentially bounce out, and if they exit the field of play, return to where they exited. 70 seconds remaining in the match. Teams continue to apply that pressure. 34-87, Red Pride Robotics now putting in some bumper-on-bumper action onto their opponents. That contact is allowed as long as it's kept to a minimum and done outside the protected tape areas, which is this year surrounding that reef. 31-76, Purple Precision hoping to place a game piece on the top part of their reef. They're hoping to precisely place it, so they're giving a little bit of extra time as they wind out for that potential placement. Super Duper, your highest ranked team so far in this event, hoping to keep that status. They'd have to do so by continuing to win this match and getting all those additional ranking point bonuses, crossing that 4 out of 4, meaning they've put more than 5 game pieces, those coral, onto their coral reef. Many teams need to remove that algae to open up additional scoring opportunities for their alliance partners. 24 seconds remaining in the match. We'll hear that sonar ping in just a few moments. That means we'll start to see teams making their way over to the cages and get elevated off the ground. The longer the chain, the more points they'll gain. Teams going each for 2 deep cages and 1 shallow cage. 461 appears to be elevated off the ground. 76-57 swinging into position. 76-17 Roboblazers hoping to do the same. But that's just about all the time we have for qualification match 48 here at the Fit Indiana State Championship. Stick tight for those scores. Coming in, right? And now a peek at your scores. Your results are the Blue Alliance. Blue Alliance taking a score of 180 to Red Alliance's 39, nearly a 40-point difference there, and in the coral for sure. Blue Alliance walking away with that narwhal match. Unicorns of the Sea, 6 ranking points is all that they can take, and they're going to get all 6 of those. 3 for winning the match. Both teams for the work in Autonomous, the Reef, and the Barge. All 9 of those ranking points have been distributed and are available for this match. Stick tight for qualification match 49.
Okay, everybody, it is time to meet our next Red Alliance here at the Indiana District Championship. We're starting off with Team 8103.
They're from Kendallville, Indiana. It's Night Robotics.
Next up, we have Team 10332.
With the robot Frederick, it's the Chargers.
And finally, we have Team 1747.
From West Lafayette, Indiana, it's Harrison Boiler Robotics.
All right, we're going to head over to the other side of the ocean where our Blue Alliance is docked and ready to sail. We're starting off with Team 292.
From Western High School in Rocheville, it's Panther Tech.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 10492.
From Evansville, Indiana, it's Bossy Bite Force.
And we're rounding out our Blue Alliance with Team 4485.
With the robot Nessie, it's Tribe Tech Robotics.
All right, we're going to change gears and clap for our teams because we have our thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we have 5 moving robots on the field so far. We already have 1 coral on the 4th level of that reef for 292 and 4485. Gets a second one for that Blue Alliance. That's going to get them a good padding of points going into our tele-operated period. That was just pre-programmed instructions. Now drivers have control of their robots. Let's see the strategies that they employ to get as many points as possible in this match. 292 is making some cycles back and forth from that human player station. A member of their team is going to feed them a coral piece, and they're going to strategically place that onto their reef. 4485 is going to focus on the algae aspect of this match. They are grabbing algae off the reef and putting it into that net in the barge. That is going to earn the Alliance 4 points for each algae in that barge, and it also frees up space on that reef for coral to be placed. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 10-3, 3-2. Also, with that algae strategy, it looks like they are making their way over to the processor, which is that black cutout on either side of the field. They're going to score that algae in their processor. That gets 6 points to the Alliance. Also can work their way towards the cooperation bonus, lowering the ranking point threshold from 4 levels filled to 3 levels filled. 1747 is working on filling up their reef. They're also picking up a coral from their human player. 4485 is still over on the Blue Alliance working with that algae. 292 is working with the coral. They're tag teaming it here. They're trying to get as many game pieces scored as possible. Look how full that barge is getting. They scored a algae into their processor as well. That's 6 points, but allows the opposing alliance's human player to score it in the net for their alliance, which is going to be 4 points for the other alliance. That's a net of 2 points still, and like I said before, working towards the cooperation bonus. Both alliances have 1 algae scored in that processor so far. They're trying to get 2 so that threshold can be lowered. Right now we have just under 20 seconds left in the match. You're going to see robots climbing onto those cages on midfield. 1747 is lining up. 292 is already up for the Blue Alliance. 5 seconds left. 3, 2, 1. We have 2 robots up, 1 on each alliance, and 2 parked on the Blue Alliance. Let's give a round of applause for our teams in qualification match number 49. While we're waiting on our scores today, everyone can I have your attention. We have a very special guest in our audience today. We have Daniel Elliott, our Indiana State Treasurer. Stand up and wave. We really thank you for your support of First Indiana Robotics. We are very thankful for our legislature here and supporting us in all we do and changing kids' lives. I'll be back with the scores in just a few moments. All right, those scores are ready. Let's take a look. Congrats to the Blue Alliance. They won with a score of 130-60. They had 63 coral points, 42 algae points. That's quite high scoring for algae in this game. That moves all 3 of those teams on the Blue Alliance up in the ranks as they got 5 ranking points for their work in that match. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance.
It's time to meet our next alliance, and we're going to be starting off this time in red with Team 1024.
With the robot Shark Bite, it's Kilobytes.
Next up in this rodeo, we have Team 4272.
From McCutcheon High School, it's Maverick Robotics.
And finally, we're going to round it out with Team 1501.
They're from Huntington, Indiana, it's Team Thrust.
We're going to sail across the ocean and into space where we have Team 5188.
With the robot Trilobite, it's Classified Robotics.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 135.
From Mishawaka, Indiana, it's Pin Robotics Black Knights.
And finally, to round out our blue alliance and sail the seven seas, we have Team 2197.
With the robot Forklift, it's Las Pumas.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we got lots of movement on the field so far. We have 1024 moving off of that line. Looks like they may have assisted with someone coral. We have 4272 doing back and forth from their human player station. They successfully got 4 coral on L4 for the Red Alliance, 3 on the Blue Alliance. We are close going into teleoperated period. 5188 is going for immediately, trying to place one of those corals up on the higher level. 4272 is doing the same for the Red Alliance. 1501 is working on picking up some of those algae. It looks like they're trying to knock something loose from their robot. Meanwhile, their alliance partners, 4272, are working on L3 of that reef. 135, looks like they are going for filling up that top level of the reef. Each one of those corals earns 5 points for the alliance on L4. 135 follows up with a nice L3 placement of coral. That's 4 points. 1501 has now shifted to playing defense over on the Blue Alliance. This is a strategy that we see sometimes when robots are not working properly on the field mid-match. They'll shift over to playing defense over on the other opposing alliance so they can try and prevent points from being scored from their opposite alliance. It looks like they're really trying to prohibit them from making its way back and forth from that human player station, trying to mess up its alignment when they're picking up game pieces from a member of their team. It looks like 135 has shifted to be doing the same over on the Red Alliance side. We can see them trying to prohibit them from getting back and forth from that human player station as well, trying to limit the access to coral that the team has. Those coral pieces are a big contributing factor to how many points an alliance can score on that reef. That sound means we have just under 20 seconds left in the match. It looks like 1501 is lining up for that climb for the Red Alliance. 4272 and 1024 are doing the same. 135 is up off the ground with 5 seconds left in the match for the Blue Alliance. There's 3, 2, 1. It looks like we might have just had all 3 robots ascended on the Red Alliance. That's up to the refs, but we will be back in just a few moments with those scores. All right, our scores are in. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with the score of 180 points to the Blues 106. They had 113 Coral points, pretty impressive. All 6 ranking points were earned by that Red Alliance. That moves 1024 and 1501 up and allows 4272 to keep that second place position. Congratulations to that Red Alliance.
We got yellow.
Match 50, another great one for the books in Indiana. Things you do see, like team cycling well, things you don't always see, like 15-1 playing defense and doing a good job at it, mind you. No slander to them. Tell me what you saw.
Oh my goodness, to bring out my inner Stuart Scott, they could not be stopped. That was incredible. They came over here and they put everybody just in the corner. They couldn't move out of the way, and 1501 just locked them down. It's something I could not have dreamed happens here at the Indiana State Championship.
Yo, and a huge shout out to 4272 and 1024 for still cycling so well. 135 going over and matching and trying to slow them down as well. Sometimes you just got to do what it takes to win.
To put up 6 RPs with somebody playing over there playing defense, not only just somebody, but a 3-time Blue Banner winner just this year. Like, that's amazing.
I shout out. And even with all that, still skipping over the fact, my bad, 5188's great improvement. 2197's great improvement. Indiana's so deep.
It's really amazing to watch these teams as we've gone through the year. This is a fifth event in Indiana, and just the growth of the teams, how much they've improved. Walking through the pits, talking to them, every single one said that they're most proud of how much that they have improved since their first event.
Absolutely, and you can see it. Back to y'all.
All right, thank you to our friends up at the broadcast desk. We're ready to meet our next set of teams over here on the Red Alliance. And we're starting out with team 3940.
From Northwestern High School in Kokomo, it's Cybertooth.
Joining them in the center, ready to square up, we have team 6721.
It's their 9th season, the Tinley Trailblazers.
And finally, ready to round out this alliance, we have team 829.
From Walker Career Center in Indianapolis, Indiana, it's the Digital Goats.
All right, let's swim on over to the blue side of the field, where we're starting off leading the pack with team 5484.
From Career Academy in South Bend, it's the Wolfpack.
Joining them in the center, we have team 447.
From Anderson, Indiana, it's Team Roboto.
And finally, let's round out this alliance with team 10021.
From Noblesville, Indiana, it's the Guerin Catholic Golden Gears.
We have a thumbs up from our FTA drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, right away we got movement from all 6 robots. Unfortunately, 2 missed pieces on the Blue Alliance, but one of those did get scored as an L1 Coral. Over on the Red Alliance, we have 3 Coral up on L4. Looks like Cybertooth just added a 4th. 829, the Digital Goats are going for an immediate placement of a L4 Coral on their reef. They are joined by Tinley Trailblazers and Cybertooth, trying to fill up that reef with coral. Looks like we aren't specifically looking at algae right now. Looks like 3940 are focusing on placing one of those corals on the lower trough of the reef. They're able to manipulate 2 game pieces at one time, it looks like. They picked up one of those algae a little bit earlier. Around the Blue Alliance, we have all 3 robots also working on this reef. It looks like 121 has been hard at work at filling up L1 of the reef. Several coral on that trough. That earns 2 points each for that coral on the Alliance. It looks like Wolfpack is lining up for an L4 placement. 121 also lines up for an L4 placement. They are filling up that level of their reef pretty fast with L1 and L4 already meeting that ranking point criteria. They just need 2 more levels with 5 coral on it to get that ranking point. Right now it is 87-66, under a minute left in the match. With endgame and that time left, there's anyone's game. 3940 is going for the L2 right now. They're trying to fill that up systematically. They're going to fill up their portion of the field while 6721 is working on the driver's side portion. There's 30 seconds left in the match. Teams are continuing to get as many coral scored as possible. It looks like the Red Alliance has officially met that criteria for the ranking point, getting 5 coral pieces on each level of that reef. Teams are making their way to the middle of the field. We see 447 lining up for that middle deep cage. 6721 for the Red Alliance, along with 829 for the Red Alliance. There's 5 seconds left, and 2 robots on the Red Alliance are up 2-1. All right, we ended with 2 up on the red, 1 parked on the blue. Let's give a round of applause for our teams in qualification match number 51. All right, our scores are ready. Let's go ahead and take a look. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 163-102. They got 130 coral points in that match compared to the Blue Alliance's 91 and 24 barge compared to the Blue Alliance's 2. That earns the Red Alliance 6 whole ranking points. That's the max amount you can get in a match. That keeps 3940 on their 5th position, moves the other 2 teams as well. Congratulations to the Red Alliance.
All right, before we meet our next set of teams over here on the red side of the field, I do just want to remind everybody that our alumni mixer is starting in just a few minutes. So if any of our first alumni want to join us for that, I welcome you to. It's over towards the cafeteria, so definitely start heading that way soon. But for now, let's meet our next set of teams, and we're starting off strong, of course, with Team 2171.
They bring the bite. It's the Robo-Dogs.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 8430.
With their robot bottom feeder, it's the Hatchbatch.
And finally, rounding up this Super Alliance, we have Team 7457.
With their robot Golden Corral, it's Super Duper Robotics.
All right, let's head on over to the blue side of the field where our Blue Alliance is docked, ready, and waiting. We're starting off, of course, with Team 7617.
From Carmel, Indiana, it's the Robo Blazers.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 868.
Joining them from Carmel, it's the Tech Hounds.
And finally, rounding off this team, we have Team 45.
With the robot Big Tuna, it's the Techno Cats.
Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go.
All right, we got movement from all 6 robots. This is the start of our autonomous period with pre-programmed instructions teams have been working on all season. It looks like 868 has 2 coral already on that reef. 45 is working on algae. The Blue Alliance began tele-op with 4 L4 corals. The Red Alliance beginning with 3 L4 and a 1 L1 coral. 45 is immediately going for an algae into that processor. It looks like they could potentially be going for one of those cooperation bonuses. The Blue Alliance now has 3 algae in that trough, and it looks like the Red Alliance just joined with 3 algae in their net as well. 45 scores their second algae into the processor. That's 6 points for their alliance. The cooperation bonus is now activated for this match. Both alliances have scored 2 algae in their respective processors. Now teams only have to get 5 or more coral on 3 levels instead of all 4 in order to get that ranking point. Over on the Red Alliance, we're seeing a pretty full reef already. 7457 has been going back and forth to coral. Now they switch over to that algae, tossing it up into that net on their way to place another coral down. They're able to earn points and free up some space on that reef. Really efficient for 7457. 868 is over here on the Blue Alliance. They're doing the same thing. Fast cycles back and forth. Looks like they're working on L3 right now, with 45 working on L3 as well. 868 has now shifted to L2. We are seeing some very full reefs right now. Pretty high scoring with 30 seconds left. 170 for the Blue Alliance, 157 for the Red Alliance. Let's see if this match can break 200 points as we head into endgame. 76-17 looks like it is latching onto that cage. They're about to climb up onto the deep cage for the Blue Alliance. That is a whole 12 points. Every single deep climb is 12 points for alliances. There's 7 seconds left. Super Duper is up, 76-17 is up, and 45 is up. 3, 2, 1. All right, and 868 made it up last minute off the ground for the Blue Alliance. That is 3 robot climbs and a total of 36 points for the Blue Alliance in that end game period. All right, our results are ready. Let's take a look. Congratulations to the Blue Alliance. Winning with a score of 223 to 195 on a red. Pretty high scoring match all around there. They got that cooperation bonus, 150 points in Coral, 28 in Algae, 36 in Barge. That keeps 868 in third place, 45 in eighth place, and moves up 76-17 to 10th place. That's 6 ranking points for the Blue Alliance. Congratulations.
All right, Indiana, it is time for our last qualification match of the day. So let's start off and meet our Red Alliance. We're starting off strong and out of this world with team 4926.
From Columbus, Indiana, it's Galactic.
Joining this group, we have team 5010.
With their robot, Tiger Shark, it's Tiger Dynasty.
And we're rounding out our alliance with our host team, Team 1741.
With their motto, Challenge, it's Red Alert.
Over on the blue side of the field, we're diving in and meeting Team 4485.
They're here with their robot, Nessie, it's Tribe Tech Robotics.
Joining them in the center, we have Team 10332.
From Carroll High School in Fort Wayne, it's the Chargers.
And finally, we're rounding out this last match of the day with Team 6956.
From Westfield, Indiana, it's Shamrock Botics.
It's our last match of the day, so teams make a splash. Drivers behind the line. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, all of these robots are trying to rush to that reef and get coral onto it. 1741 already got one, working on their second. 5010 also placed one on L4 of that reef. 1741 is back for their third. We are now in the teleoperated period. 4485 is going for placing one of those algae into the barge. Each one of those algae are 4 points. 6956 is working on taking an algae off of their reef as well. They're trying to get as many algae on that ground as possible. Let's see if 4485 is going to work with the algae that they supply them to get points for the Alliance. 4485 is going to place their second algae into that processor as well. They're now eligible for that cooperation bonus, so they're going over to the Red Alliance's processor. They're placing 2 in for them. Yes, that gives points to the Red Alliance, but that is an opportunity for a ranking point for the Blue. While they're doing that, 6956 is getting coral from their human player station, making their way back to the reef and placing that onto L3. 4926, that's Galactech. They're quickly filling up their side of the reef along with 5010 and 1741. They're just all three working together and collaborating to get as many pieces on this reef as possible, and it's looking full. We still have just under a minute left as well. 6956 is working on filling up from the bottom up on that reef. It looks like their alliance partners 10-3-3-2 are playing a little bit of defense on the Red Alliance. This can really hinder the magnitude of score that the Red Alliance could get, stops them from getting those coral pieces from the human player station. Most teams don't have ground intake, so that's what they rely on is their human players. 1741 is about to round out L3 of their reef. They already finished up L4. Teams are starting to climb into the middle of the field. 4926 is up. 5010 is working on it as well. There's 4 seconds left in the match. 3, 2, 1. All right, lots of robots in the middle of the field. That was our last qualification match. We do have a quick announcement before scores are released. If you borrowed safety glasses from pit admin, please return them tonight, or there will be no safety glasses for those who need it tomorrow. That would not be very fun. So please return those safety glasses to pit admin before you leave this building tonight in BGP. Thank you. All right, let's see the results from our last match. Congratulations to the Red Alliance. They won with a score of 193-87. Pretty high scoring there, 146 points in coral. Wow, that is a lot of coral points, especially for this year's game. They got all 6 ranking points possible in the match. That moves up 50-10, 49-26, and keeps 1741 in the 6th place position. Congratulations to that Red Alliance. Before you leave here today, if you're an alumni, please join us at our alumni mixer in the cafeteria in a few moments. We're going to start that after our volunteers can get situated. In the meantime, I want to toss it over to our broadcasting desk. They're going to give us a little post-match analysis.
So was that match a certified banger?
Yes, as the kids say, that was a certified banger. So many of these, banger after banger after banger after banger. 193-87. Oh my goodness. As we getting out of here, I want to hear Indiana give a scream. Excellent.
You can be louder than that.
Well, they're late. It's late. We're not going to do it that badly to them. What'd you think? What'd you think?
I will say, I liked in the match seeing an interesting way of de-scoring algae from Galactech, using their manipulator to push the algae off the reef, like you see here, It uses no wheels and no pre-built things, but it's very ingenious either way.
No, absolutely, absolutely. And 193 points isn't something you sneeze at. We've had events, we didn't even touch that. So shout out to all of them. As you are all leaving, we're going to run through a few things. The alumni mixer is in the cafeteria right now. Pits close at 8 p.m. Pits open at 8 a.m. And opening ceremonies are when?
Opening ceremonies will be at 8:30 a.m.
8:30 a.m. So y'all go out there and you get your scouting done, you get some rest, and I want to hear you tomorrow. Let's go, Indiana! And with that, back to you.
Thank you guys for that awesome analysis. Like I said, please join us at that alumni mixer. Other than that, we will see you back here tomorrow. Please have a safe travels back to wherever you are staying tonight. Have an amazing night, get lots of rest, and we want to hear your energy here tomorrow morning. Join us for our finals and our final qualification matches tomorrow. Have a good night, everybody.